Chapter 22:17. Hee, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant and despotic. In my territory, you can only sit there. Using the origin tree's branch to forge a weapon was naturally Lin Fei's method. If he did not shock them, Lin Fei did not believe that they would be well behaved. At the very least, they would be well behaved, unless they were willing to stay in the mysterious sky world. The refinement of the origin tree branch was not a complicated matter. With the system's analysis and the use of origin energy, it was easy to refine. The blade slave and sword slave's weapons were collectively known as sharpness. After forging, the quality of this weapon would increase exponentially, infinitely close to the magnate grade. Even if they encountered a half-step magnate, with a weapon like sharpness, they would only need 10 soldiers to kill the other party. If it was before, they would need hundreds or thousands of soldiers to kill a half-step magnate. The Curse Sorcerer's weapon was named Curse Scepter by Lin Fei. It was a very cliché name. Lin Fei did not know how to name it, so he casually gave it a name. With the Curse Scepter, the Curse Sorcerer's casting speed increased by 2/3. At the same time, with the support of the origin tree, the power increased by more than 2 times. Lin Fei had personally tested all of these and obtained perfect data. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in and said respectfully. Lin Fei smiled. It's time to meet these guys. Your Majesty D. Tian has arrived. Just as everyone's eyes were on the origin tree branch to forge a weapon. Zhong Zhang's loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. Everyone could not help but retract their gaze. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. This was not the first time they had seen Di Tian, but they were still shocked. Damn it, he's too young. To be able to achieve this at this age, there were not many prodigies in the 33 sacred heavens. At least, this Di Tian made them feel helpless. This Majesty is so young. Too young. Unimaginable. Many people started discussing softly. Di Tian's name spread very quickly in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but not many people had actually seen him. Lin Fei came to the front desk. This place had already been set up. I am young. What can you do? Lin Fei was in a good mood. On the stage, Lin Fei faced the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Come and participate in our banquet. We believe that everyone will return from tonight's banquet with a full load." There were also some people who cursed silently. Your Majesty Di Tian, aren't you going to give us an explanation for taking the origin fruit for yourself? There was a cacophony of noises. Came from the crowd. So it's the Ghouls sect that suffered heavy losses that day. There's going to be a good show. Everyone looked over, and they knew who was targeting Di Tian. The Ghouls sect was a first-class sect. Everyone knew that they had suffered heavy losses in the last fight for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Di Tian, don't you think it's too unsightly? The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth. We have nothing to say about you taking one for yourself, but you took all 9 origin fruits in one go, and even chopped off the branch of the origin tree. What's the meaning of this? The person from the Ghouls sect was a half-step giant, and his name was Ghostly. Ghostly was tit for tat, and he said one sentence after another. We need an explanation. Ghostly threw out another sentence. Explanation. Lin Fei had long expected that the banquet wouldn't be peaceful. Someone would definitely cause trouble, and it would come earlier than expected. I'll give you 2 words, retard. Ghostly's expression was ferocious, and he was furious. Lin Fei didn't care. This was his territory. Would it be his turn to be fierce? If you dare to say another word, I don't mind slaughtering everyone from the Ghouls sect. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud. But everyone could feel Di Tian's killing intent. That was a very domineering killing intent. Undisguised killing intent. Ghostly instantly became angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, who has anything to say? Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. No one took his words seriously. If Tion wasn't bloodthirsty, who would cause the 33 holy heavens to be littered with corpses with just a word? Everyone snorted. No one dared to say anything. Your Majesty Tion, I really want to know, the theme of the banquet you invited us to, can you explain it to us? In the crowd, a familiar person stood out. Demonic raiment. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, this matter is very simple. Ever since I picked the origin fruit, I wanted to eat it in one go to increase my strength. But after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't right. The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth, and it's extremely rare. I thought in my heart, such a rare fruit, rather than eating it alone, it's better to share it with everyone. So, I hosted tonight's banquet, and prepared to auction the 9 origin fruits. The highest bidder will get it. At the start, everyone didn't take Tion's words seriously, but when they heard the latter part, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Auction the origin fruit. This was definitely the most unbelievable thing they had ever heard. It was as if the sun rose from the west. Your Majesty Tion, you. Is this true? Someone asked excitedly. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. 9 origin fruits, one is a blessing. I got 9 in one go, and I feel that I don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Rather than wasting it, why not let others have it, and let everyone bid for the origin fruit? Young master, our chance is here. Cursed Thunder was stunned, and then he became unusually excited. They came to the Invincible Palace for the origin fruit. The most important thing was to obtain high-level curse techniques to strengthen the Curse Palace. The origin fruit wasn't the main point. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind getting it back. In the past few days, they had studied Tion, and they felt that pressuring him wasn't a good idea. No one had expected Tion to say something like that. Third uncle, could there be a conspiracy in this? Cursed Thunder asked Third uncle, Cursed Wu Fa, how could he be so kind as to auction the origin fruit? It shouldn't be. With Tion's strength, no one would have thought of such an outcome. Naturally, it made people suspicious. Cursed Wu Fa shook his head. Young master, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Whether the origin fruit is good or bad, as long as we take it out, it will be clear. I don't believe that he can deceive everyone here. Cursed Thunder's doubts dissipated a lot. If it's true, perhaps this is our chance. Elder Chen, do you think Tion would be so kind? The demonic rainbow, who asked the question, originally wanted to give Tion a blow, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. The demonic rainbow instinctively refused to believe Tion's words. This guy is full of evil tricks. Chapter 22:18. Everyone present would be puzzled. Would Tion be so kind? There was no guarantee that there was no conspiracy. The possibility of this was very high. Lin Fei naturally saw everyone's gaze. He clapped his hands. Come in. 2 groups of saber slave guards and maids carried in a plate. The plate was covered with a black cloth and reinforced with a seal. Could it be? Someone guessed. Everyone's breathing quickened. It was very likely to be the origin fruit. No one dared to make a move. The cursed sorcerer with the staff would definitely be able to stop them immediately. Moreover, there was a terrifying Tion. No one knew what realm His Majesty Tion was at. Everyone, don't miss it. Lin Fei was proud. Hee, no matter how you guess, you will still be fooled in the end. The seal was opened, and the black cloth was removed. Origin energy was released from the origin fruit, spreading throughout the Invincible Palace's main hall. It's the origin fruit. It's really the origin fruit. I can't believe it. This is the aura of the origin energy. It can't be fake. Everyone was excited. The 9 origin fruits were neatly arranged on the plate. It's actually real. Saint Shenhao was also dumbfounded. He actually didn't eat it. What kind of medicine is Tion trying to sell? Seeing the origin fruit, everyone was stunned for a moment. They could not believe that this was real. That was an origin fruit. Even Shinhao did not believe that he could control it. If he ate one, his strength would skyrocket. Elder, quickly take a look. Is it the origin fruit? Third uncle, our chance is here. Curse Lei could not believe it was real. This was absolutely unimaginable. Curse Wu Fei was also greatly shocked. This should be real. The origin energy on it cannot be replicated by anyone. It's just that I wonder if His Majesty Di Tian is able to do so. I wonder what His Majesty Di Tian is thinking. Curse Wu Fei could not think too much. Third uncle, no matter what, even if we have to pay a high price, we have to get an origin fruit back. Our curse palace needs the origin fruit. Curse Wu Fei said solemnly. My words have always carried enormous weight. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Your Majesty Di Tian, we have no objections. What a good person. We are willing to bid for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Di Tian, may I ask about the auction of the origin fruits? I don't know when it will start. The avatars present were able to determine the truth in the shortest amount of time. Everyone agreed that the origin fruit was real. It was genuine. There was no doubt. Now, it was their turn to feel urgent. If those top powers knew about this auction, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to bid. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, as for the origin fruits auction, this emperor has decided to set it for 3 days from now. Furthermore, this emperor isn't interested in treasures and the like. Instead, I'm more interested in the various resources. This time, we will be auctioning resources. Don't worry, everyone, we will prepare a device that can identify the amount of resources. When the time comes, everyone can use this resource to bid. Resource auction? Everyone was at a loss. Based on what they were thinking, they believed that Di Tian would be moved as long as they took out expensive treasures. Lin Fei's words caught everyone off guard. There seemed to be a huge difference. Many people were delighted. If it was a competition of treasures, they might not be Di Tian's match, but if it was a competition of resources, that was different. They had a chance. The Great Thousand World. Resources are limitless. The higher the grade, the more resource points you can exchange for. This emperor has specially divided the resources. Everyone, we can bring them back to study. Lists fell into everyone's hands. Every list was very detailed, covering all the resources in the Great Thousand World. Even some unpopular resources were taken out. The entire banquet didn't last long. Everyone left the invincible palace excitedly. We only have 3 days. We must report the news immediately. Who's afraid of who when it comes to resources? Coming out of the invincible palace, everyone's smiles disappeared as they returned to their temporary lodgings. In less than an hour, the entire 33 Sage Heavens was in an uproar. None of the major powers had expected that Di Tian would auction the origin fruit. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. There was actually someone who was willing to take something out for auction. What exactly was Di Tian after? No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't think of an answer. Immediately give the order to collect all kinds of resources. The major powers started to move. The originally cheap resources and materials all rose in price. This allowed the small powers to earn a small sum of money. Master, are you planning to promote the use of energy units? After everyone left, Lin Fei sat on the throne and crossed his legs. Why not? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Not a single world in the 33 Sage Heavens is simple. To control the entire 33 Sage Heavens, other than a sea of people and an army, I need something else. I believe that when that time comes, after enjoying the benefits of the energy units, the entire market economy will be in my hands. The 33 Sage Heavens was different from any other world. They were too powerful. Other than martial arts, Lin Fei also needed support. The thing that could support him was the energy units. Lin Fei planned to promote the sword and saber slaves. He believed that he wouldn't miss out on any power. The energy units weren't something they could replicate. They needed special tools. Although it would bring about great changes, Lin Fei believed that he could control it. In terms of technology, no one in the 33 Sage Heavens could match his system. Master, there are people outside who want to see His Majesty. They say they are from the Cursed Palace. The Supreme Devil Emperor was becoming more and more responsible as a housekeeper. All right, bring them in. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the people from the Cursed Palace came to visit. If the people from the Cursed Palace didn't come, wouldn't he have rejoiced for nothing? Under the Supreme Devil Emperor's lead, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fei came to the main hall. Your Majesty D. Tian, sorry to disturb you. Please don't take offense. Cursed Thunder put away his arrogant attitude and cupped his hands. We were forced to. Lin Fei chuckled. Men, give them a seat of honor. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as His Majesty D. Tian isn't angry, we can continue our discussion. While everyone left, the two of them came back. They knew that if they didn't come now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to see His Majesty D. Tian. Both of you are the upper echelons of the Cursed Palace. I wonder what you have to say. Why don't you just say it? I'm easy to talk to. Lin Fei looked at the two of them. Chapter 22:19. Your Majesty D. Tian, I am the young master of the Cursed Palace, Cursed Thunder. I represent my father and the Cursed Palace to make a deal with Your Majesty D. Tian. When Cursed Thunder came, his father had told him about this mission in detail. No matter what, he had to complete it. Cursed Thunder kept his thoughts to himself as he was in D. Tian's territory. The mission was more important. So, it's young Master Cursed. Lin Fei already knew his identity. Under the little devil's supervision, everything was under his control. He just did not say it out loud and pretended not to know. Then, what kind of deal would young Master Cursed want? Cursed Thunder had no choice but to reveal his identity. Only then would he have some confidence. Although D. Tian did not say anything, Cursed Thunder felt pressured in front of D. Tian. It was an aura that belonged to an emperor, and it made him uncomfortable. My father once said that Your Majesty D. Tian and the Cursed Palace are related. You can say that we were one family a few thousand years ago. Cursed Thunder did not blush. He had to pull some strings. Now, the Cursed Palace is having a hard time in the upper realm. My father heard that Your Majesty has advanced versions of curse techniques, and he wants to get some from Your Majesty. The Cursed Palace is willing to accept any conditions that Your Majesty has. Cursed Thunder was serious. He was just short of being eloquent. Lin Fei was amused. This Cursed Thunder really knew how to brag. He was just secretly learning your curse techniques and using the system to upgrade them. You guys, on the other hand, are talking about our origins? Oh, I see. Lin Fei dragged his voice. Well, if it was someone else, I would definitely reject it. However, you guys are from the Cursed Palace. Just like what you said, I do have a connection with the Cursed Palace. The Cursed Palace was a first-rate force in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. It was only one step away from becoming a top-tier force. Lin Fei would not let go of the chance to disrupt the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fei were elated. You want advanced curse techniques? I do have them with me. They are 2 to 3 times more powerful than normal curse techniques. Lin Fei continued. It's not that I can't sell it to you, but I don't know if you can accept the conditions I set out. First, I need a large amount of resources. I need a large amount of resources. I only need resources for every curse technique. I don't need anything else. Lin Fei didn't offer any special conditions. What if he scared them away? As long as the people from the Cursed Palace came, Lin Fei would just have to plunder some resources. In any case, this technique was nothing. The system was constantly calculating it. So easy. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were ready to demand an exorbitant price. Who would have thought that D. Tian would not be so harsh? It was just gathering resources and materials. In the eyes of the Cursed Palace, it was not very difficult. All they needed was some time. "We are willing." The two of them agreed without hesitation. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? As long as he could bring back the advanced curse art, the Cursed Palace's strength would definitely increase by a large margin in a short period of time. The two of them also felt that Tion was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. "Once they have mastered high-level incantations, I will sell them saber and sword slaves. I believe they won't let it go." In Lin Fei's eyes, the Cursed Palace was rich, and he was prepared to take a big bite out of them. High-level curses were the first step. The second step was to promote equipment and curse mages. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei believed that they would not let it go. He would be able to obtain an endless amount of resources from the Cursed Palace, and they would not be the slightest bit annoyed. In fact, they would even cooperate wholeheartedly. "Little devil, have you memorized the scene just now?" Lin Fei smiled. "Master is so bad. If news of what happened tonight gets out, I'm afraid the people in the 33 sacred heavens will have their own ideas." Lin Fei smiled. The Cursed Palace is infinitely close to a top-tier faction. No matter what, we have to push it so that we can attract the firepower. "Third uncle, let's do it this way." Cursed Thunder returned to his temporary residence. He still felt like he was dreaming. It was done. It seemed too easy. "Do you think there's a trap?" Cursed Thunder had a feeling that Tion was not that kind. Cursed Lawless didn't think too much. "Young master, no matter what Tion's motive is, we don't have to worry. You have forgotten something important. Our base is above." "What about Tion?" Cursed Lawless patted the young master's shoulder. Cursed Thunder's eyes lit up. "I really forgot about this. Tion isn't in the same place as us. When the time comes, even if he wants to do something, he won't be able to do anything. If we can complete this transaction, let's see if we can exchange for those sword and saber slaves from Tion. Our Cursed Palace needs them too." In the Invincible Palace, the two didn't ask about this. They also didn't ask about the origin fruit. They were really worried that they would be rejected. 3 peaceful days passed. However, the 33 sacred heavens was buying resources and materials everywhere. Some half-step magnates even personally went to collect materials. Everyone worked hard and prepared to fight for the origin fruit. In the space of Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei withdrew the patrolling team and arranged for them to guard near the crater. This was also to tell those people that as long as they didn't go near the crater, everyone would be fine. Those people seemed to have forgotten about the crater. No one went near it. Once they entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, they immediately headed to the mysterious sky world. Once again, the sun rose. Invincible City welcomed a new day. Today was the day of the auction. Everyone was excited. At the same time, the clones of the magnates personally arrived. All of them had a high status in the sect and could make decisions. Who could sit still when they heard that the origin fruit was being auctioned? They were also very surprised that resources and materials could be exchanged for energy units. They couldn't understand what the energy units were used for. Some of the more agile people seemed to have realized that this had something to do with the defense towers outside the Invincible Palace. Guesses were just guesses. No one understood it for now. The auction was held at the World Commerce Hall. The entrance of the World Commerce Hall was very lively. "The people from Sky Devil Palace are here. The saint from the 5th Sacred Heaven is here. The Black Golden Fire from Xiaoyao Mountain is here." One by one, the forces arrived. The people who were previously in charge were now in second place. Someone else came to replace them and take full responsibility for today's auction. No one wanted to lose the chance to fight for it. Anyway, it was resources. No matter how much they had to pay, they didn't need to worry. Compared to an origin fruit, resources were nothing. This was a heavenly fruit that could create a magnate expert. In the auction hall, everyone saw what the energy units were. There was a piece of mechanical equipment here. To these magnates, this was the first time they had seen such a strange machine. Even with their divine senses, they couldn't see anything special about it. A spell sorcerer explained. This is an energy unit exchange device made by His Majesty. Everyone just needs to put in resources and you can exchange them for energy units. At the same time, you can store them on the black gold card. Everyone understood very quickly. After exchanging, there would be a black gold card with energy units on it. It wouldn't be troublesome when trading. Chapter 22:20. Black Gold Card. The first thing that Lin Fei was going to promote. The equipment in the hall was also specially exchanged. Lin Fei did not have to worry about spending ordinary energy units. This equipment was very cheap, and its technical structure was very mysterious. Is he asking us to exchange for the resources we have? Everyone came back to their senses and gave a thumbs up in their hearts. This Tion was really not simple. How do we exchange? I want to try. The exchange of energy points was very interesting. They also wanted to see it. Immediately, an incantation sorcerer came to explain, this is the entrance. As long as you put in the storage ring with resources, this machine will automatically scan it and store it in the black gold card. Interesting. The first black gold card made the giant's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It's really strange. I can't tell what material it is made of with my divine sense. The black gold card was completely black. On the surface of the card, there was a name printed. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, such a simple black gold card directly shocked the giant. He could not tell what the black gold card was, and it was very difficult for him to accept it. The advantage of the black gold card is that it not only allows everyone to easily carry resources, but also allows you to buy a series of products from Invincible Palace. The incantation sorcerer continued to explain. The words products from Invincible Palace attracted everyone's attention again. Everyone knew about Tion's mysteriousness. One of the giant's avatars suddenly asked, I really want to know, does the Invincible Palace's series of products include incantation sorcerers? And blade slave warriors? What a crafty way to say it. Oh yes, does it include the weapons of the incantation sorcerers for sale? The spells of the incantation palace. Can it be sold as well? Even though they knew it was not possible. Everyone still wanted to test it. If it was really possible, they did not mind buying it back. The incantation sorcerer did not answer directly. Maybe, it's possible in the future. Possible in the future? The words of the incantation sorcerer exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Since this is the first time everyone has recharged the black gold card. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar. After the origin fruit is auctioned, he will bring everyone a benefit. As for what the benefit is, I can't tell you anything for now. The incantation mage pointed at the rows of machines. There's still some time before the auction starts. Everyone can take out the black gold card first. It's convenient for both you and me. Everyone, do as you wish. Elder Chen, do you think that the appearance of this black gold card has some hidden meaning? Heavenly Demon Wanda, the doppelganger of the Heavenly Demon Palace, asked Chen Hu. In the Heavenly Demon Palace. Anyone with the word Sky Demon in their name had a very noble status, equivalent to a member of the imperial family. Heavenly Demon Wanda was one of them. Uncle Wanda, I think the black gold card is very important. The Heavenly Devil Nikhang was the first to speak. Although I'm not too clear about the purpose behind the black gold card, I suggest that Uncle, it's best to top up a large amount of energy points on the black gold card. Perhaps, at that time, Tion will think that he's too weak. Ni Shang is the smartest. Heavenly Demon Wanda said with a smile. Let me see what tricks that Tion is playing. Everyone accepted the appearance of the black gold card. Far away on the other side. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This is great, I only need to pay a small amount of energy points, and I've obtained a large amount of resources. The machine was connected to the system, and Lin Fei was able to check the situation. The energy points were produced by the little devil that Lin Fei had asked. He did not need to pay too many energy points for a matter of a few breaths. From today onwards, you will all like the black gold card, and you will also like the profound sky world. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked at the black gold card being produced one by one. Note down the top 10 forces that top up the black gold card. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They are so awesome. As the host, I cannot disappoint them. I must give them some benefits. An hour later. In the auction hall. The people from the 33 ascended worlds were all sitting together. This time, Lin Fei did not specially arrange for private rooms, and everyone was treated equally. Thus, in the auction hall, there were many regions. From the position of each region, the smart people could tell that these forces were powerful, and they had the right to speak. Only the truly powerful forces would always occupy the front row, as well as the central position. Those who were not powerful would be lined up at the side. A sorcerer walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face and said to everyone, "I am today's auctioneer, and I am very happy to serve everyone. I will not waste any time, and immediately start today's auction. Let's welcome the origin fruit." The auctioneer clapped his hands, and one or two guards came up with a plate. Just like last time, the plate was covered with a black cloth, and there was a seal on it. Today's first origin fruit. The seal was undone, and the aura of the origin fruit rippled. Divine senses shrouded the origin fruit, and the auctioneer did not stop them, allowing them to examine it. The whole process lasted for more than 10 breaths. Everyone's eyes became eager. Because the origin fruit was real. It seems that everyone has no objections. Then, today we will start the first auction. The starting price of the first origin fruit is 100 million energy points, and the starting price is 10 million energy points. 100 million energy points. Everyone was not surprised. It was also the first time that they could use energy points to bid, and they secretly admired Di Tian for coming up with such a method. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price: 100 million energy points. 110 million energy points. 150 million energy points. 350 million energy points. The competition for the first origin fruit was very intense, and the price reached 350 million energy points in a short time. This number was still rising. With the support of the perfect currency, everyone did not stop. The price of the first origin fruit quickly soared to 1 billion energy points. As it was the first time they came to auction the origin fruit, everyone brought a lot of resources with them. Therefore, everyone's black gold cards had more than 10 billion energy points. It broke 1 billion, hee hee. In the room, Lin Fei laughed even more happily. It seems that each origin fruit can be sold for 4 to 5 billion energy points. Lin Fei had already asked the little devil to analyze the price of the origin fruit. 6 billion going once. 6 billion going twice. 6 billion going thrice. Chapter 22-21. The first origin fruit was obtained by someone at a price of 6 billion energy points. The last time Zhang Wuming left, Lin Fei had obtained a list of forces from him. He had a better understanding of the forces on the list. For example, the Holy Ghost race was bidding for the first origin fruit. This was a very large force. It was a superclass force, barely comparable to the top forces. In addition, the Holy Ghost race had a large population. Even among the superclass forces, it was ranked at the top. Getting the origin fruit made them excited for a while. After the first origin fruit was auctioned, the second one started to become more and more intense. No matter who it was, they did not dare to wait any longer. As soon as everyone came up, the price broke through 1 billion energy points, then 2 billion, until it stopped at 5 billion energy points. This price was very high. As the origin fruits were auctioned off one by one, the price soared to 8 billion energy points. When the 7th origin fruit was auctioned off, it reached 10 billion energy points. The 8th origin fruit was auctioned off for 12 billion energy points. The last origin fruit was auctioned off for 17 billion energy points. Those who could last until the end were all masters of sacred sky. They were all rich and overbearing. They did not have any scruples and shouted crazily. The last origin fruit was auctioned off. The people present did not come back to their senses for a while. It ended just like that. Each of the 9 auctions was exciting. The origin fruit that they had been fighting for would finally be settled in such a way. No one would have thought that it would be so easy. If they had known that it would be so easy, they would not have needed to pay such a huge price. In the end, it was all for nothing. Congratulations to those who won the origin fruit. As for those who did not win, there is no need to be disappointed. There will be another chance next time. The auctioneer smiled. Next time? Those who did not win. They did not think that way. The auctioneer did not look at everyone's expression. He smiled again and said, His Majesty said that there will be benefits for everyone after today's auction. Now, it is time to reveal the benefits. Those who were disappointed were not very interested. Bring it up. The auctioneer clapped his hands. The guard brought the plate over again. The plate was still covered with a black cloth. After the black cloth was removed, an unknown object was placed on the plate. Everyone at the scene had a puzzled look in their eyes. What exactly was this thing? This is a product of our invincible palace, called the Army Destroyer Spear. The auctioneer held it in his hand. Everyone can use it as a defensive treasure. Do you see this? There's a groove here. As long as everyone inserts the black gold card, the Army Breaker Spear can be activated. For example, this. Bang! Everyone heard a piercing sound. A black light beam shot out from the muzzle of the Army Destroyer Spear. The speed of the light beam was extremely fast. Everyone's expression changed. What a sharp attack. There's no pause at all. The power seems to be at the God Emperor realm. While everyone was still guessing, the auctioneer did not stop. He fired again, and light beams shot out one after another. Smart people immediately realized that the broken army spear was not ordinary. Such concentrated attacks. Where did His Majesty D. Tian come from? He actually grasped such a technique. It's just a simple weapon. If its power is increased, or if there are more of them, they'll become much more powerful. It's enough to build an army. I must get my hands on this weapon. The auctioneer put down the Army Destroyer Spear. As long as the black gold card has enough energy points, this type of weapon can attack without limit. The auctioneer's words. Once again, everyone was in an uproar. Although everyone had guessed this possibility, now that the auctioneer said it personally, the meaning was completely different. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar and doesn't have anything good to give. Therefore, he decided that everyone here can get an Army Destroyer Spear. Everyone can get one? Many people were extremely excited. They had seen such a weapon before. There was no limit, no need for anything. It was simply too amazing. Other than the Army Destroyer Spear, those who don't have a black gold card can get a one-time use ability card made by His Majesty. I believe that people will come knocking on our door soon. This Army Destroyer Spear was specially made by Lin Fei. He wanted to build an army, and he needed a huge amount of resources. Where could he get them from? It was undoubtedly the 33 sacred heavens. Although the origin fruit would be found out sooner or later, they wouldn't say anything without evidence. However, it was inevitable that they would bear grudges. The amount of origin energy that an origin fruit could absorb could be counted on one's fingers. Once Lin Fei reached the top, those superpowers would definitely not let him off. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. For example, asking them to beg him. The Army Destroyer Spear was just one of them. The auction of the origin fruit ended. Everyone left one after another. But to everyone, today was definitely a shocking day. Not to mention the origin fruit, just the appearance of the Army Destroyer Spear was extremely shocking. Although its power was only at the middle stage God Emperor level, to some of the smaller superpowers, it was definitely a good defensive item. It was much better than having an expert by their side. If Tion had this level of weapon, then what about a combat emperor? Many people were tempted. Night fell. Curse Wu Fa and Curse Lei entered the Invincible Palace again. After confirming that they could exchange for the strengthened curse technique, they immediately took action. The entire curse palace was also activated, going all out to obtain the origin fruit. In the fight for the origin fruit, the curse palace didn't get the origin fruit. The competition was too intense. Between the origin fruit and the strengthened curse technique, they chose the latter. It wasn't that their curse palace didn't have any giant experts. Once they obtained the strengthened curse technique, the combat power of the giant experts would increase by a huge margin, at least 1 or 2 times. That was terrifying. In the giant realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's combat power every time. Now that they could increase their combat power by 1 or 2 times, any giant would know what to choose. Your Majesty, we have brought the items. Curse Lei took out a storage ring. The quality of the storage ring was extremely high. Only then could it contain a large amount of resources. You guys are quite fast. Lin Fei smiled. You guys have brought the resources. This emperor is a man of his words. I don't know which curse technique you guys want. You guys can take out a list. They had long prepared it. It's ready. Your Majesty, please take a look. Immediately, a subordinate brought the list over. Lin Fei glanced through it and thought, the curse palace's appetite is quite big. On the list, there were some powerful curse techniques. For example, familiar curse technique paralysis, curse technique great prophecy technique, curse technique corrosion technique, etc. Lin Fei wouldn't satisfy the curse palace in one go. This wasn't a one-off deal. There are too many curse techniques on this list. Moreover, some of the curse techniques are not something that can be obtained with these resources. Lin Fei made a few strokes on the list, removed some of the curse techniques, and returned it to Curse Lei and the rest. Chapter 22-22. After some discussion, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa chose 6 types of enhanced curse techniques. Their goal was to exchange for enhanced curse techniques. If they couldn't fight for the quantity, they would choose suitable ones for the curse palace. They were very satisfied with the 6 enhanced curse techniques. Although they really wanted to use all the curse techniques that Tion had, it was a pity that just 6 enhanced curse techniques had almost exhausted all the resources that they had brought. There was nothing they could do about it. The transaction was completed. Cursed Thunder made a presumptuous request. Your Majesty Tion, we, the Curse Palace, would like to buy the sword slaves and saber slaves from your Majesty. I don't know if it's possible. I also know that this is presumptuous, but I hope that your Majesty will not take offense. Almost everyone in the Curse Palace was a curse mage. There were not many martial artists, especially those who had reached the War Emperor realm. There were very few of them. Cursed Thunder braced himself and asked this question. Lin Fei had already expected young Master Cursed Thunder to ask about this. Oh, you guys are interested? Yes, of course we are interested. Cursed Thunder almost blurted out, but he held it in. Yes, we are interested in this. If your Curse Palace is interested, a sword slave and a saber slave, each at a discount of 100 million energy points. Lin Fei smiled. I can even sell the curse mages to you, each at a discount of 1 billion energy points. Cursed Thunder left with satisfaction. They found out that this Tion was omnipotent. Enhanced curse techniques, sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages could make a move. They couldn't wait to send the news back. Master is so sinister. After they left, the little devil said, you have given them a huge pie. 100 million energy points for a sword slave and 1 billion curse mages. When they receive the news, they will definitely not be able to sit still. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, I have only opened the door to their desires and ambitions. I believe that the Curse Palace's ambitions will expand rapidly after they obtain a large number of war emperors. I am really looking forward to that day. This is really unbelievable. Curse Palace, in a secret chamber. Cursed Wu Fei brought back the enhanced curse technique and quickly mastered it. All the powerhouses present had the same expression. They were shocked by the power of the enhanced curse technique. It's too scary. Its power has increased by 2 times. I didn't expect that spells could be cast in such a manner. It's even faster than the previous spells. I am looking forward to the spell master scepter in Di Tian's hands even more. After the tycoons mastered enhanced curse, their eyes lit up. This trip was too worthwhile. Curse Wu Fei was also very proud of himself. He gestured for everyone to calm down. Other than that, Di Tian has allowed us to purchase War Emperor level sword slaves, and even curse mages. Although the price is not cheap, I feel that the Curse Palace should purchase a batch of them as our secret weapons. Chu Huan, the palace master, had a smile on his face. He never thought that he could bring back good news. I really don't know why Di Tian can only buy them with energy points. Doesn't that mean we have to keep looking for resources? Chu Huan coughed lightly. Everyone quietened down. No matter why Di Tian wants energy points, it has nothing to do with us. Isn't it just resources? It's not like we don't have them. Our next mission is to build a good relationship with Di Tian and strive to exchange for a large number of War Emperor rankers. Chu Huan did not have a one-man rule. Everyone agreed with the palace master's words. Next, let's discuss the small details. Elder, we are really going to visit Di Tian. After the auction ended, the forces that obtained the origin fruit immediately escorted the origin fruit away. In the profound sky world and even in the mountain of God Emperor, they were not worried. Along the way, they were all escorted by Di Tian. Facing the densely packed War Emperor rankers and curse mages, no one dared to come out and court death. In the temporary residence of the Sky Demon Palace, the Sky Demon Nikhang was very surprised that the elders would make such a decision. She really did not like that Di Tian. This guy was a bastard. No matter what, she was still a beauty. How could he take her captive time and time again? Sky Demon Wanda laughed. Last night, our spies received a piece of news. After we left, the Curse Palace's young masters, Curse Thunder and Curse, were unable to visit Di Tian. When they came out, they were in a very good mood. According to the analysis, Curse Thunder and the rest should have reached an agreement with Di Tian. The Sky Demon Nikhang frowned slightly. What does this have to do with us? You don't understand. Di Tian relied on his subordinates to successfully occupy a place. At least in the lower realm, no one can shake Di Tian's position, not even me. Every time Sky Demon Wanda thought of this, he felt helpless. A dignified giant could not do anything to a junior. The Curse Palace is now a top-tier force, only a step away from becoming a top-tier force. Tell me, if the Curse Palace obtains stronger curse techniques from Di Tian, with the help of curse mages, what do you think the Curse Palace will do? In the room, the expressions of a few elders became solemn. It is rumored that the Curse Palace's palace master is extremely ambitious. He has a great ambition, to bring the Curse Palace to greater heights. The Sky Demon Nikhang blurted out, if they obtain Di Tian's help, the Curse Palace's strength will increase rapidly. With the strange attacks of the curse techniques, the Curse Palace will rise rapidly and affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Sky Demon Wanda nodded. That's right, the moment the Curse Palace cooperates with Di Tian, the Curse Palace will affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. He can't be that powerful. The Sky Demon Nikhang also began to doubt, not daring to confirm it. A person could affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Ordinary people would not dare to believe it. If it was in the past, the Sky Demon Nikhang would definitely scoff. But now, she was facing Di Tian, a man full of secrets. Even you are not sure yourself. Sky Demon Wanda laughed. We need to pay a visit to Di Tian. If the Curse Palace can cooperate with Di Tian, then our Sky Demon Palace can too. For example, the curse mages that he controls. The Curse Palace's private visit was not hidden from the crowd. Everyone had all sorts of suspicions and guesses. At the very least, they were sure of one thing. This young Emperor Di Tian had an unexplainable connection with the Cursed Palace. Before everyone left, a piece of news spread from Invincible Palace. In half a year, Invincible Palace would be holding an auction. Holding an auction was not a rare thing. But this time, it was being held by Invincible Palace, and His Majesty Di Tian was standing behind it. At the same time, some related news spread. In half a year's time, Di Tian would be auctioning slave experts, such as saber slaves, sword slaves, and even curse mages. The forces in Invincible City were in an uproar. This was definitely a big matter. They had to report it. Chapter 22-23. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Ever since the rise of Di Tian, the world of the 33 sacred heavens had never been peaceful. Again and again, His Majesty Di Tian caused a huge commotion. Everyone wanted to curse at Di Tian, "You bastard." Di Tian was asking for a beating. Until now, no one had really taught Di Tian a lesson. They would grit their teeth at the mention of his name. Luckily, Di Tian did something good this time. He was auctioning the origin fruit. He's back. World of the 33 Sacred Heavens, Fifth World, Sacred Heavenly Sect. On this day, all the powerful figures of the Sacred Heavenly Sect gathered, waiting for the return of the powerful figures. Near the tunnel, the elders of the Sacred Heavenly Sect sealed off the area. They were going to welcome the origin fruit. One origin fruit could create a powerful figure. The appearance of a powerful figure meant that the power of the sect would rise to a new level. When there were 10 powerful figures, the sect would become a superpower. The Sacred Heavenly Sect was already a superpower. They controlled the fifth world. There was even a sacred sky master in the sect who had broken through the powerful figure realm and stepped into the legendary unparalleled realm. When the clone of the powerful figures returned, the Sacred Heavenly Sect cheered. Even the sacred sky master came out personally. "Thank you." "Not at all. Contributing to the sect is not tiring at all." Sacred Heavenly Sect, in a secret chamber. The powerful figures of the sect gathered together, which was a rare sight. As expected of a fruit born from the essence of the barren world. This is unbelievable. The legends are true. The origin fruit possesses boundless energy. Anyone who refines it will be able to cultivate a powerful expert with just the medicinal effects of the origin fruit. The powerful figures all stared at the origin fruit. His Majesty Di Tian sure knows how to auction the origin fruit. Now, our Sacred Heavenly Sect has benefited. The Sacred Heavenly Sect Master was very happy. Soon, the sect would have one more powerful figure. Alright, let Tian 2 in. After obtaining the origin fruit, the powerful figures of the sect had a discussion. In the end, they would let one of the geniuses, Tian 2, refine the origin fruit and step into the realm of a powerful figure. Not long after, a handsome and elegant young man walked in, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were bright. Disciple Tian 2 greets the elders. Tian 2 had good connections in the sect. The Titan elders all thought highly of Tian 2, who was only a half-step Titan. How many people could resist a giant's attack head-on? Even if that giant was only an early-stage giant. Very few prodigies could achieve such results. Come, sit down. Tian 2 knew that he was the one to refine the origin fruit. After the great elder returned, Tian 2 had been looking forward to this day. When Tian 2 saw the origin fruit placed in the center, his gaze was drawn to it, not leaving it for a moment. Little Tian, sit down and focus your mind. A soft shout echoed in Tian 2's ears. Tian 2 came back to his senses. He immediately sat down cross-legged. The origin fruit contains powerful origin energy. You won't be able to refine it on your own, so we elders have decided to help you take another step forward. Heavenly Saint Sect Master stood up. We will guide the origin energy into your body. You only need to refine and store the origin energy. Once you have completely refined the origin energy, you will be able to break through to the realm of giant. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Alright, let's begin. The heavenly sacred sect master also wanted to see to what extent an origin fruit could elevate tea on Tuesday. The other great elders had the same thought. Rise. The origin fruit's seal was opened. The powerful origin energy began to flow out. Suppress. More than 10 great elders made their moves at the same time. The origin energy doesn't seem powerful. Heavenly sacred sect master had a trace of doubt in his heart. This origin fruit didn't have much of a reaction. This was somewhat different from the records. However, he didn't think too much about it. They were very clear that the origin fruit was real. It was impossible for Tion to play any tricks in front of them. The only possibility was that the secret of the origin fruit wasn't as recorded. Traces of origin energy entered Tian-Tu's body. As soon as Tian-Tu merged with the origin energy, the destiny energy in his body became stronger, and its power was more than 2 times stronger than before. Elder. Disciple feels that my strength has increased by 1 or 2 times. Tian-Tu couldn't suppress his excitement. Haha, it really is the origin fruit. According to the secret records, anyone who refines and fuses with the origin energy will have their strength increased infinitely. It seems to be true. Great, our heavenly sacred sect will soon have another invincible prodigy. Tian-Tu's strength increased. Heavenly sacred sect master was completely relieved. I really worried for nothing. More than 10 great elders were even more enthusiastic. Suppressing the origin fruit, guiding the origin energy into Tian-Tu's body. No, it seems that the origin energy has decreased. I feel it too. What's going on? However, they didn't feel happy for long. The origin fruit gradually shrunk, and the origin energy that was released became traces. All the great elders were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Heavenly sacred sect master's divine sense surged, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Tian, he actually picked the origin fruit early. The origin fruit in our hands isn't ripe at all, and the origin energy has been lost. Not ripe? At this moment, all the great elders were furious. Tian-Tu, who was surrounded in the center, was also dumbfounded. I shouldn't be so unlucky. In the next second, Tian-Tu was immediately enveloped by the great elder's anger. He suffocated, and his strong physical body seemed to be torn apart. Elders, quickly stop, disciple can't take it anymore. Tian-Tu's face turned purple. The origin fruit was not ripe, and it also caused waves of roars in the hands of the other 8 forces. Not long after they absorbed it, the origin energy was gone. This was a huge blow to them. He spent such a huge price to get an unripe origin fruit. No one suspected that Tian had done anything to it. The power of the origin energy was definitely not something that a war emperor realm Tian could make a name for. They thought that Tian had plucked it before it matured. According to the secret records, only by plucking it at the moment it matured could the origin fruit's origin energy not be lost. Shameless Tian. F***ck, Tian deserves to die. He actually dares to trick us, dares to treat us as fat sheep. Curses filled the sky. The 9 powers hated Tian to death. He had suffered a loss, but he couldn't say it out loud. If word really got out, he would definitely become a big joke. The world of the 33 sacred heavens would soon have another big joke after tea. Helpless, everyone could only seal the news. This matter must not be spread out. As for the chosen heaven's pride, they could only be wronged for the time being. They announced to the outside world that they would go into closed-door cultivation and come out when everyone no longer paid attention to them. He couldn't afford to lose face. The 9 forces wanted to ask the other forces, but they were afraid that they would be seen through again. They had no choice but to put away this idea. Perhaps it was just that their luck was a little bad. Chapter 22-24. Just as the 9 forces were feeling aggrieved, those forces that were on good terms with them came to congratulate them unknowingly. They congratulated them on the fact that they were about to have a new powerhouse. At the same time, they offered generous gifts. This made them hate Tion even more. Under such circumstances, what else could they say? They could only pretend to be strong. They could not expose it. They could not possibly say that they were cheated by Tion because the origin fruit had not ripened yet. As for that prodigy, he had gone into seclusion. He would not come out for at least a year or two. They had already chosen the reason. The origin fruit was too powerful and needed time to consolidate. During this time, they would try their best to raise the prodigy's strength. This was the best way to cover it up. Just as everyone was discussing the origin fruit, another piece of news swept through the world of the 33 holy heavens and quickly spread throughout the world of the 33 holy heavens. Have you heard? His Majesty Tion is going to hold another auction. I've never heard of it. Didn't he just auction the origin fruit? Is there something else up for auction? Hee, you don't know about it. Listen to me. Curse sorcerers. Sword slaves who know the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa. The information contained in the news was too great. Everyone was shocked. That was Tion's deterrent force. In the world of the 33 sage heavens, many forces were jealous of Tion's power, but they could not find a way to get it. Whoever had this wave of power would have unimaginable benefits in raising the overall strength of the sect. After everyone recovered from their shock, they were tempted. As the news spread, all sorts of rumors spread. His Majesty Tion said that he will auction curse sorcerers. His Majesty Tion will auction a weapon made from the origin tree branch. All sorts of news made it hard to tell the truth from the lies. There was one thing that everyone was restless about. They were wondering if they should go there themselves. The merchants in the world of the 33 sage heavens were all smiling. Good news. Everyone knew that His Majesty Tion needed large amounts of resources to buy things in the mysterious sky world. He needed something called energy points. Even now, no one knew what they were. This had nothing to do with them. All the large merchant associations immediately mobilized their manpower to gather resources. Resources were about to be bought in a frenzy. Master, all 9 origin fruits have been used. Deep underground in the profound sky world. Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's report. They didn't notice anything, did they? Lin Fei had done something to every origin fruit. They can't tell, but Master is now being called a liar. Ha ha ha, I can trick them. So what if they are swindlers for once? In any case, they don't dare to say it out loud. They might even be busy trying to cover it up right now. Lin Fei did not believe that they would spread the news. He couldn't afford to lose this face. He had spent so much effort, but in the end, it was all for nothing. If word got out, he would really be laughed at to death. This time, Lin Fei had accurately calculated their mentality. He wanted them to suffer in silence. Even though they knew it was fake, they could only pretend not to know. That kind of private grudge. Lin Fei chose to ignore it completely. That kind of grudge, without hurting a single hair on his head. How many energy cannons have you produced? Half a year later, Lin Fei handed the responsibility of managing the auction to the Supreme Devil Emperor. Mountain God Emperor Space, deep underground. In a short period of time, this place was turned into a base by Lin Fei. The passage that connected to the 33 sacred heavens was also closed. For safety, Lin Fei arranged for heavy security. No matter who barged in, they would die without a doubt. It could be said that there was a guard every 3 steps. Even a powerhouse would suck in a breath of cold air. The existence of the origin tree allowed Lin Fei to continuously absorb origin energy units. Other than that, there were also destiny energy units. These 2 units of energy. The former was small, while the latter was large. As Master instructed. We have already produced 50,000 energy cannons. Deep underground. Now, many production factories were built. All kinds of materials were piled up like mountains. This was Lin Fei's first production base. Lin Fei soon arrived at a factory. Puppet warriors were busy in the factory. Energy cannons were lined up in a row. He casually glanced at them. And could feel the danger. 50,000 is not enough. We need to produce at least another 50,000 to reach 100,000. Lin Fei ordered Little Fiend to produce more energy cannons. After inspecting the location of the energy cannons, Lin Fei then went to the production area of the Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers were a race that Lin Fei had exchanged for. They were not strong in battle, but all of them were known as godly archers. They had an innate grasp of archery, and with a 100% accuracy, their shooting range could reach a shocking 30,000 li. After seeing the power of the Heavenly Winged Archers, Lin Fei immediately started production. These were long-range attackers. Coupled with the support of cursed mages, it was a nightmare for anyone. Master, we have produced 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers had a pair of black wings. When spread open, they were 5 meters long. They could feel the aura of the wind. In terms of long-range shooting, they had an endless advantage. It was not a simple ground attack. 1,000,000 should be enough. Once we have a base in the 33 sacred heavens, it won't be too late to produce more. Lin Fei said, but his heart was aching. 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers consumed a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, there were also production materials. Even if Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. The purchase of all kinds of production equipment also made Lin Fei feel strained. However, the 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers were deliberately suppressed by Lin Fei. The number of curse mages had also increased to 300,000. The number of sword slaves and blade slaves had increased to 3,000,000. Just these 6,000,000 soldiers were enough to make Lin Fei go bankrupt. After careful calculation, Lin Fei now controlled an army of 7,300,000 soldiers. In addition, he was about to produce 100,000 energy cannons. This was all the power that Lin Fei was going to use to attack the upper worlds. That's right, Lin Fei was preparing to invade the 33 sacred heavens. The resources in the profound sky world and the celestial world were too little. If not for the existence of the mountain god emperor, Lin Fei would probably only be able to eat the northwest wind. There was no need for him to expend resources in that battle. Lin Fei also had no choice. He had to take action against the upper worlds and occupy a territory. As long as he had a territory, he would be able to obtain an endless supply of energy units. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. The day of attack was half a year later. At that time, the auction would attract everyone's attention. It would be the best time to take action. I hope that everything will go smoothly. Chapter 22-25. The day of the auction was getting closer and closer. In the invincible city of the mysterious sky world, many young masters and geniuses of various factions had arrived. After the origin fruit was auctioned off, these people thought that Di Tian had a screw loose. Otherwise, who would auction the origin fruit? At least, they would not. Although everyone thought that Di Tian had a screw loose, no one thought that Di Tian was easy to bully. A simple trip to the mysterious sky world was enough for everyone to recognize His Majesty's power. If they were in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they would be able to annihilate the other party as they pleased. But in the mysterious sky world, their influence was much weaker. Annihilate Di Tian with a single sentence? The price was too high. They might not even have a chance of success. Hence, they had personally restrained their geniuses. In the mysterious sky world, they could do anything but offend the young emperor. Especially after everyone experienced the black gold card and received a small gift, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Everyone was very concerned about the auction in half a year's time. This was a good time to increase their strength. At this moment, Lin Fei's days were carefree. Senior Zhan Wuming, who had regained his freedom, also appeared in the invincible palace at the appointed time. Of course, it was done quietly. It has been a long time since we last met. Your Majesty's influence has increased. Even the higher-ups are talking about you. Wu Mingzhan picked up his wine cup and drank it. I just did some insignificant things. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea. Wu Mingzhan sighed in his heart. In a short period of time, all the higher-ups were gnashing their teeth at Di Tian. But in the end, none of them managed to take a bite out of Di Tian. Just this point alone made Wu Mingzhan very impressed. No one had ever been able to live comfortably after provoking them. Di Tian was the first. Auctioning the origin fruit is a trivial matter. We are too ashamed to show our faces. Wu Mingzhan smiled and took out a storage ring. These are the things you wanted. I don't know if they are of any use to me, so I'll take them all and let you check. Lin Fei did not check. These are the things that Senior Zhan collected. They must be of some use. It's fine not to look at them. After the race production system was activated, the blood that Wu Mingzhan collected became dispensable. Wu Mingzhan didn't ask about the item's use. The two of them chatted idly. When they were about to leave, Zhan Wuming said, Your Majesty, this old man has a presumptuous request. I hope that Your Majesty will not take offense. Right now, Zhan Wuming didn't dare to underestimate the young Di Tian. Although the other party did not become a tycoon, his influence was no less than a tycoon. At the very least, Di Tian was the undisputed number one in the lower worlds. Even if a giant's clone came, Di Tian wouldn't be able to defeat him. When it was time to restrain himself, he had to restrain his temper. Lin Fei had already expected that the other party had something to say, so he wasn't surprised. Feel free to speak your mind. Zhan Wuming hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard that His Majesty will be holding an auction in a few months. Rumor has it that His Majesty will be auctioning curse mages, saber slaves, and sword slaves. I wonder if it's true. Lin Fei smiled. Could it be that Senior wants it? Zhan Wuming had no choice but to ask about this matter. If Your Majesty finds it difficult, then forget it. The rumors are right. The auction in half a year is indeed going to be auctioning this. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Who asked me to not have enough resources? You've seen the recent situation. In fact, even if Zhan Wuming hadn't asked about this, Lin Fei would have given Zhan Wuming some benefits. Attacking any one of the 33 sacred heavens was not a small matter. It would be best if he could find someone who knew the ropes. Zhan Wumingzhan's generation was undoubtedly a good choice. Your Majesty might not be interested in treasures, but this old man has a few resources on hand. Perhaps Your Majesty might be interested in them. Zhan Wuming had come prepared. He took out 3 materials and placed them on the table. These are the 3 resources. When Lin Fei saw the 3 materials, he found them very unfamiliar. However, in the next moment, Little Fiend's voice sounded. Master, these are good things. You have to get them. Little Fiend's voice sounded very anxious. Lin Fei really didn't recognize the materials. There were countless resources in the Boundless world, and there was no lack of rare top-grade materials. Even Di Tian couldn't recognize them. Lin Fei felt that the 3 materials that Zhan Wuming took out were extraordinary at first glance. They were very different from ordinary materials. Lin Fei didn't expect Little Fiend to be so anxious. This was very rare. What is this? Little Fiend explained. The blue one on the left is called Star Stone, the red one on the right is called Blood Essence Stone, and the black one in the middle is called Ghost Flame. They are all top-grade materials. Lin Fei had seen many top-grade materials. There's no need to be so anxious about top-grade materials. Lin Fei still didn't understand. Master, you don't know the benefits of these 3 materials. If you use these 3 materials to create a race, the overall strength of the race will increase by a large margin. For example, the Dao Slave's defense will reach the peak of the Combat Emperor realm. Ordinary divine weapons won't be able to break through its defense. Also, the Ghost Flame is an extremely hard material. Weapons made from this material will be indestructible. No one will be able to block the attack of this weapon. Lin Fei was completely shocked. The communication between Little Fiend and Lin Fei was completed in an instant. Senior Jean, good technique. You can even find such materials. If I'm not wrong, these should be star stones, blood essence, and ghost flame. Wuming Zhan actually wanted to see if Di Tian could recognize them. He had discovered these three materials by chance back then. Back then, he had flipped through a large number of secret manuals and found out about the importance of these three materials from a secret manual. If it wasn't for special circumstances, Wuming Zhan really didn't want to take them out. Upon hearing Di Tian's words, Wuming Zhan was extremely shocked. This old man is convinced. You can even recognize these materials. Back then, this old man had to pay a huge price to find them. Lin Fei smiled and said, I also got to know them by chance. It's great that your majesty knows them. As long as your majesty supports me with 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters, this old man will give these three mines to your majesty. I won't go back on my word. Wuming Zhan's gaze became anxious. So cheap. Lin Fei almost shouted. He originally thought that the other party would ask for an exorbitant price. Little Fiend said, Master, the three mines that Wuming Zhan took out might not be that easy to obtain. Furthermore, to mine these stones, you will need the corresponding equipment. Otherwise, even a top-notch expert can forget about mining them. Lin Fei understood what Little Fiend meant. If it was a normal businessman, Lin Fei might have immediately suppressed him. However, he wasn't someone who was so short-sighted. Chapter 22-26. Lin Fei needed the three materials badly. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity to raise the strength of his subordinates? Moreover, he still wanted to figure out how to go up. Lin Fei saw what Zhan Wuming said as an opportunity. If possible, he might be able to find a breakthrough. Zhan Wuming laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, there's something I didn't say clearly. Those three mining areas are now in the hands of others. They used to belong to me, but something happened to me, and my descendants are getting worse and worse. As a result, the mining areas fell into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, I would like to ask your Majesty for, towards the end, Zhan Wuming was too embarrassed to say it himself. Zhan Wuming used to be a force to be reckoned with in the 33 sacred heavens. His family was huge and controlled a large amount of resources. Later on, something happened to him. When he returned this time, his family was reduced to a mediocre force. Helpless, Zhan Wuming could only ask for Di Tian's help. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had expected this. How could it be easy to get the three materials? He didn't believe that a free lunch would fall from the heavens. If your Majesty is willing to help the Zhan family, I'm willing to share a secret with your Majesty. It's about how to enter the 33 sacred heavens. If it were anyone else, even if they knew the way, they wouldn't be able to enter. However, your Majesty is not an outsider. The success rate is very high. Zhan Wuming knew that he had to offer something substantial. Lin Fei was indeed waiting for Zhan Wuming to offer something practical. For example, how to go up to the sacred world. The 33 sacred heavens had another name, the sacred world. Lin Fei and Zhan Wuming left the profound sky world. In the endless starry sky. Both of them were extremely fast. Zhan Wuming's strength had recovered to the giant realm. His speed was naturally top-notch. Lin Fei was no exception. He maintained the same speed as Zhan Wuming. Your Majesty, we're almost there. The two of them passed through the starry sky. Zhan Wuming was also shocked by Di Tian's growth. He was using his full speed. Normal prodigies couldn't maintain this speed unless they entered the giant realm. However, Di Tian hadn't entered the giant realm yet. What a monster. The Zhan family had many prodigies in the past. It was a pity that none of them could compare to Di Tian. This should be the edge of Closer's world. To be able to reach the edge of the sealed world in such a short period of time, even those who were slightly weaker wouldn't be able to do so. Your Majesty has a good eye. In front of us is the border of Closer's world. Zhan Wuming said. According to us, everyone likes to call it the boundary wall. Two streams of light landed near the boundary wall. This place was overcast. At the same time, there was a wave of heavy aura that came from the realm wall, an innate aura. We're here. Zhan Wuming stood in front of the boundary wall. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I've been to this place once before. I don't remember it connecting to the holy world. Your Majesty, please follow me. Zhan Wuming walked to the other side, and Lin Fei followed. Your Majesty, would you like to hear a story? Zhan Wuming said as he walked. I quite like listening to stories. Back then, the sealed world was a part of the world of the 33 holy heavens. It was also a part of the wasteland world. For the sake of obtaining immortality, large and small forces were involved in a chaotic battle that swept across the wasteland world. Lin Fei listened quietly. He knew that this was a secret from back then. There were very few records about the sealed world. Lin Fei finally had a chance to understand the inside story. As Zhan Wuming slowly spoke, a magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. It was an unprecedented battle that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. This battle that swept across the wasteland world was called the Battle of Immortality by the later generations. Back then, my Zhan family was one of them. Unfortunately, no matter how they schemed, they failed in the end. That supreme expert went into seclusion. Later, the holy world appeared, formed by the 33 fragments of the wasteland world. The sealed world was created by the agreement of the 33 holy lords of the holy world. After a long time, the sealed world became a land of exile. Zhan Wuming came near a boundary wall. Sealed world has become a land of exile, if that's the case. Later on, the experts of Closer's world gathered together and launched an attack. The scope of the war was on the borderline. Boom! Zhan Wuming punched the boundary wall. The power of this punch shook the boundary wall. Boom! 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 Zhan Wuming attacked continuously, and all of them hit the same spot. Whoosh! Whoosh! Your Majesty, lend me a hand. When Zhan Wuming's first punch hit the boundary wall, Lin Fei immediately asked the little demon to analyze and calculate. He came to a shocking conclusion. There was another world inside the boundary wall. The two of them attacked together. The boundary wall turned into a mist, and ripples kept spreading out. This is a battlefield. The ripples didn't last long. Lin Fei spread out his divine sense. There was a battlefield inside the boundary wall. There were countless spirits on the battlefield. The moment his divine sense appeared, it was immediately attacked by the spirits. Lin Fei thought that his divine sense was strong, but under the attacks of the spirits, he was forced to retreat. Yes, this is the sealed world war. It lasted for 100 years. Zhan Wuming said, after that, the sealed world was defeated. The boundary wall was sealed by someone with great means, forming the current boundary wall. If that's the case, if I want to go to the holy world, I just need to break through. Lin Fei understood Zhan Wuming's intention. Perhaps this was the reason. That's right. If you want to enter the holy world, this is the only way. Zhan Wuming said, I said that outsiders can't do it because it's too difficult to break through. However, it's not difficult for your Majesty. With your Majesty's strength, you can suppress this space. This space is connected to various worlds. However, once this space is broken through, the forces of the holy world will sense it. They can send their true bodies here. Your Majesty, you have to be prepared. Lin Fei asked the little demon to analyze this space. If your Majesty is alone, it might not be difficult. Zhan Wuming said, the three minds are in the 32nd world. I wonder if your Majesty is interested in giving it a try. Lin Fei's original intention was to use his army to break open a passage and force his way into the holy world. This method was very difficult. More importantly, it required a large amount of energy units. Even if Lin Fei was rich, it would be difficult for him to sustain it. One shot of a cannon and 10,000 taels of gold. This was no joke. Based on Senior Jean's good intentions, I agree to your request. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Fei didn't care about the curse mages produced. A chance to enter the holy world would save him a lot of trouble and a large amount of energy units. Chapter 22-27. Just like that, Lin Fei and Wuming Zhan reached an agreement. Both sides believed that they had earned it. Wuming Zhan's clan needed subordinates to support it. Even if he was a giant, if he did not have subordinates, he would not have much influence and would be looked down upon by others. Now, they only needed to pay the price of 3 mines and a secret that was not a secret to them. They had gained a lot from this trip. It was the same for Lin Fei. 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters would be a sizable force anywhere. However, to Lin Fei, he only needed to expend energy units and resources to produce them. They were like cabbages that could be found on the streets. This was a very good deal. That day, Lin Fei and Wuming Zhan completed their transaction. Wuming Zhan obtained 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters as he wished. Lin Fei even personally agreed to send them over. After learning the route, Lin Fei could not wait to give it a try. They agreed to enter the sealed battlefield together the next day. It looks real. No one will recognize me. Lin Fei looked at the fake he had produced, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. To enter the holy world, Lin Fei had to be careful. This was especially so when it came to his whereabouts. If those fellows in the holy world learned of this, they would definitely come to deal with him. On this trip, Lin Fei did not intend to expose his whereabouts. For this, Lin Fei expended some energy units and extracted his essence blood to produce an exact copy of himself. If one did not know the situation, no one would be able to tell that this was a fake. Lin Fei sighed in amazement. The fake Lin Fei had an aura that was exactly the same as his. Even if one used their spiritual sense to check, one would not be able to tell that this was a fake. When the time comes, I just need to come out and walk around. Together with the auction, I will be able to attract everyone's attention. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Lin Fei was even less worried now that he was in the sacred world. He activated his mandate of heaven's energy to protect himself. He activated his heavenly mandate energy to protect himself, isolating his aura. I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fei instructed a few more things and ensured that he did not miss anything. Then, he waited for the next day. Who would have thought that inside the boundary wall? It will be a sealed battlefield. The two of them once again arrived at the end of the sealed world. They easily broke through the barrier and entered the border battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the two of them entered, tens of thousands of specters let out sharp cries and rushed towards them. These are undead specters. At the same time, heavenly sages are adept at using sound wave attacks. Your Majesty, you must be careful. Wuming Zhan warned. Senior, just lead the way. There's nothing to fear about mere dead souls and spirits. Wuming Zhan nodded. Let's try our best not to get entangled by the specters. A large number of experts perished on this battlefield in the past, and they all turned into specters. Once we get entangled by them, we will attract specter overlords. It's equivalent to an unparalleled expert in the giant realm. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. In the giant realm, even if they couldn't unleash their full strength, they were still giant powerhouses. They weren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei was well aware of this. Scram! Wuming Zhan bellowed, and the specter spirits that came forward exploded one after another. Let's go. Wuming Zhan was a giant powerhouse. Lin Fei was also an expert comparable to a giant powerhouse. The two of them moved very quickly. There were countless specters, but they couldn't get close to the two of them. Once they got close, they would be instantly killed by the powerful force. The two of them turned into shooting stars as they advanced. On the sealed battlefield, the two of them turned into shooting stars as they advanced. Even though the two of them suppressed their movements, their auras might have leaked. The specters kept surging forward, and a black mass appeared in front of them. A formless oppressive aura assaulted them. "Your Majesty, this is why outsiders can't pass through," Wu Mingzhan said solemnly. "Who's coming? Who's going to die?" Lin Fei was also very shocked. An army of humans was only so-so. The formless sound wave attacks came one after another. It was rather terrifying. If ordinary human experts entered, they would definitely die. Block it? Unless it was a special sound wave treasure. Kill. The sealed battlefield was very big. For the two giant powerhouses, the consumption rate was very high. Lin Fei's consumption rate was still manageable. With the support of energy, he wasn't afraid of consumption. Wu Mingzhan felt a lot more pressure and started to consume pills. As he was afraid of alerting the Spectre Overlord, he didn't dare to take out a giant powerhouse treasure for fear of attracting the giant powerhouses. Even though the two of them were very careful, they still couldn't avoid being discovered by the giant powerhouses. Roar. A long roar surged over. "Be careful, this is the Spectre Overlord sound wave attack," Wu Mingzhan hurriedly reminded. A battle armor appeared on his body, and it shone brightly. The sound wave was like a long blade, blasting onto Wu Mingzhan's chest. It was forcefully blocked by the battle armor, but he was forced to take a few steps back. On the other side, Lin Fei was the same. His energy protection was also sliced apart by the sound wave. Fortunately, he activated his invincible defense in time. However, this blade also consumed a large amount of destiny points. What a domineering attack! This was the first time Lin Fei truly experienced the attack of a giant powerhouse. It's coming again. A flurry of blades attacked from the front. The terrifying sound wave attack displayed shocking might. The sound wave transformed into blades that filled the sky and shot over. Blood-stained platform. Lin Fei took out a treasure, which had been upgraded to a giant powerhouse treasure. The blood-stained platform blocked the attack, causing the entire blood-stained platform to shake. The stored blood spirit energy continuously evaporated. Wu Mingzhan took out a giant powerhouse treasure. It was a huge black shield. The black shield continuously spun, transforming into a huge black whirlpool. All the attacks that came over were deflected. "Your Majesty, let's charge over," Wu Mingzhan said. "I was originally planning on carefully avoiding the Spectre Overlord, but it looks like it's impossible. We can only go all out." Dong! 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 Not far away, a mountain-like shadow appeared, and the ground started shaking. Even Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei, who were standing in midair, could not help but sway. Not good, this is a Earth Overlord. A heavenly sage controls the earth. Wu Mingzhan clearly recognized this mountain-like fellow. Swish! 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 The moment he finished speaking, sword lights shot out from the ground. At the same time, the ground rumbled, and many earth giants crawled out of the ground, looking at the two with ferocious gazes. The summoned giants are actually half-step giants? What kind of joke is this? Lin Fei inhaled sharply. Instantly, 200 to 300 earth giants appeared in the surroundings. Let's go all out. Just 2 Spectre Overlords had appeared, and they displayed terrifying combat prowess. Lin Fei truly understood how terrifying this place was. Even a giant powerhouse would die here. This was the danger of the sealed battlefield. The two of them finally experienced it. They no longer held back and attacked with all their might. The pressure was still great. This was especially so for a Spectre Overlord that specialized in sound wave attacks. It kept launching sound wave attacks from outside, forcing them to be distracted. The Earth Giants were infinitely close to the giant realm, and killing them was not difficult. However, under the control of the Earth Overlord, they kept reviving and appearing. Chapter 22-28. The dangers of the sealed battlefield far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. After encountering the undead lord that could use sound waves, he encountered an Earth Lord that could control the Earth. Before Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief, several powerful auras erupted from the sealed battlefield. All of them were the auras of undead lords. F***CK, why are there so many undead lords in the sealed battlefield? There were 7 undead lords chasing after Lin Fei. The blood imprint platform protected him from the attacks above his head. The amount of blood spirit energy consumed was enough to make Lin Fei want to cry. What a scam! Both Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan were besieged by the undead lords in the sealed battlefield. The undead lords were surprisingly united as they stared at the two of them. At the same time, they summoned the nearby undead spirits to surround them. Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei were helpless. Wu Mingzhan used all his strength and activated his treasures. The might of a giant killed the undead spirits and tore open a bloody path. Compared to the undead spirits in the sealed battlefield, this kind of attack could not keep up with the speed. Lin Fei's incantations lost their effect and could only use energy units. He cursed this place for being a scammer. No wonder Wu Mingzhan became so serious the moment he entered. The undead lords pursued them crazily. Luckily, the two of them were not ordinary giants. They blocked from the left and right, and with the expended cannon fodder, they managed to put some distance between themselves and the undead lords. We're almost there. It's just in front. The undead lords were terrifyingly strong, but they were not at their peak. Their consciousness had also changed. The two of them shook off the undead lords. During this time, Lin Fei kept the system active, avoiding the undead lords one by one and killing his way out. Charge! At the border of the sealed battlefield, Lin Fei saw a door. There were no undead spirits lingering near this door. Open! The two of them attacked the silver door together. Ripples spread out and revealed a world. Roar, roar, roar. After they entered, roars came from the sealed battlefield, making one's hair stand on end. We're finally out. Coming out of the silver light door, the two found themselves in a vast desert. There was an aura of desolation everywhere. This is the Death Desert. Wu Mingzhan explained. Back then, people from all sides charged into this place. Later, the battlefield was sealed, and this place became desolate. Over time, it became like this. Lin Fei was in the middle of the desert, and the heavens-will energy that came from heaven and earth was extremely dense. Killing my way out of the sealed battlefield is indeed dangerous. Lin Fei sat on the sand and let out a long sigh. No wonder there's no one guarding this place. I'm afraid those big shots aren't willing to enter from here. Wu Mingzhan sat down as well. His Majesty holds great power in his hands. If we can break through this battlefield, there's still a chance of success. It's just that the losses will be greater. As for the outsiders, no one can afford to pay such a high price. Wu Mingzhan was speaking the truth about this. Other than Di Tian, there were not many factions in the sacred world that could sustain such a huge loss. This loss is too great. This emperor needs to consider it carefully. Lin Fei did not care about the loss, but he would not express his thoughts at this moment. This matter does indeed need to be considered. After resting for an hour, the two set off again. After leaving the Death Desert, Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan appeared in the starry sky. Looking behind him, Lin Fei was very shocked. That was only a small continent, and not the complete continent that Lin Fei had imagined. That was moved out by someone using great means. Wu Mingzhan said, "We call this the sealed continent. In fact, this continent is very small. It's just an entrance to the sealed world." Back then, this continent was extremely large. Unfortunately, after a great battle, it was left in its current state. If not for someone using great powers to seal it, the sealed world would no longer be connected to this place. Lin Fei was enlightened. This emperor was still wondering why such a small continent was left in this place. So such a thing happened in the middle. I wonder where the sacred world is. This is only the periphery of the sacred world. We still need half a month to reach the sacred world. Half a month? In the vast starry sky. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan continued on their way. During this time, Lin Fei had learned a few things about the sacred world from Wu Mingzhan. At the very least, he was no longer a rookie. In the vast starry sky, they would occasionally encounter experts from various worlds. They were exploring the various worlds in search of treasures. Of course, there were also some wandering interstellar bandits. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan encountered them a few times along the way. The wandering interstellar bandits specialized in robbing passing cultivators. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan were unlucky enough to encounter them a few times. Furthermore, they were all vicious interstellar bandits. Their fates were tragic as they were instantly killed. Lin Fei also learned a few things about the interstellar bandits from Wu Mingzhan. In the sacred world, there were a few powerful interstellar bandits that were notorious and had powerful experts overseeing them. Lin Fei gradually became interested in the sacred world. This was an even more advanced world. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, the mysterious sky world was fine. The subordinates that Lin Fei had left behind were not to be trifled with. They had forged the mysterious sky world into an impregnable fortress. There were no problems with the mountain god emperor space. After closing the passageway, the mountain god emperor space became an important source of energy. We are here. A month was a very short time. On this day, Wu Mingzhan passed through the starry sky and his field of vision widened. Up in the starry sky of the vast expanse, Lin Fei caught sight of an enormous world that resembled an enormous pagoda with 33 levels. It was a shocking sight. That is the sacred world? Looking from afar, the sacred world was very shocking. That's right, that is the sacred world. Every floor represents a world. There are a total of 33 worlds. Wu Mingzhan said, this was refined by a powerful figure using fragments of the untamed world. In the end, it evolved into the current world. The fragments of the untamed world are in the hands of the Lord of the Sacred Heaven. Rumor has it that when the untamed world was shattered, there were a total of 99 fragments of different sizes. For example, your mountain god emperor space is one of the fragments of the untamed world. If anyone collects 99 fragments, they will be able to severely damage the untamed world. Lin Fei blinked, is that possible? This old man knows very little about this matter. I am not too sure about the exact situation. Wu Mingzhan smiled bitterly. Now, only those old monsters at the sect master level know. Lin Fei looked at the sacred world of the 33 levels of heaven and his eyes lit up. How can I miss out on such a good place? Although they could see the sacred world, they still had to fly quite a distance. It took them a full day. Let's go in. In front of the sacred world, one would understand what it meant to be insignificant. Even if he controlled a world and became a high and mighty emperor, in front of the pressure of the fragments of the untamed world, Lin Fei seemed very weak. Is there no one to guard this kind of world? In front of the pressure of the world, don't resist. Let the power of the world pull you in. This way, we can enter the small sacred world. The 33 levels of the sacred world were collectively known as the sacred world, and each level of the small world was known as the small sacred world. Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei entered the small world of the 32nd level. Chapter 22-29. 32nd level, Nether Realm. The Nether Realm was not as gloomy as Lin Fei had imagined. On the contrary, the entire small saint world was bright and sunny, not much different from the outside world. The only difference was that it was huge. In Wu Mingzhan's words, every small saint world was vaster than the sealed worlds in the lower realms. At the same time, the resources contained in the small saint world were terrifying. Every small saint world does not restrict outsiders from entering, and there are no guards guarding it. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan entered without any obstruction. How is it? The small saint world is not bad, right? Wu Mingzhan smiled. Your Majesty, you better change your appearance to prevent others from recognizing you. You are now a famous person in the sacred world. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. It won't be that easy for them to recognize me. Senior, what do you think? Wu Mingzhan looked at Lin Fei and said in surprise, "What a powerful technique. I can't even see your Majesty's appearance. Even your aura has changed. Impressive." Lin Fei came to the sacred world. Unless a powerhouse forced him to make a move, outsiders would not be able to see through him. This was naturally due to the system's energy. "Yes, Senior, just call me Lin Fei. The word, Your Majesty, is too piercing. I don't want to be recognized before I even see my mine." Wu Mingzhan laughed. The nether realm was huge. "Master, this place is filled with heaven's mandate energy. Should we set up some equipment to absorb it?" Little Devil reminded. "Also, I noticed traces of origin energy flowing in the nether realm. It should be from the savage world fragment. At the same time, this origin energy is flowing towards an area. According to the system's analysis, that place should be called the Nether Palace. Don't act rashly for now." Lin Fei only had a simple understanding of the nether realm. Snatching the origin energy rashly might attract the attention of the Master of the Sacred Sky. This was not a good thing for Lin Fei. He was prepared to develop here as long as he could confirm the situation of the mine. The seal down there is powerful. The sacred world is rich in resources. Are they really going to attack the sacred world? Wu Mingzhan acted as a guide, leading Lin Fei in a certain direction. Both of them changed into black robes. This kind of attire was very common in the nether realm. No one would suspect anything. The strongest force in the nether realm is the Nether Palace, and the Nether Palace Master controls the nether realm. He is extremely powerful and can use a portion of the origin energy to attack. He is a very terrifying master of the holy sky. Unless I am at my peak and have two supreme treasures, would not be able to suppress him." Lin Fei was shocked. Could it be that the master of the sacred sky has reached the unparalleled realm? No, it's not that easy to reach the unparalleled realm. They've only reached the pinnacle of giants. We are still far from that step. Wu Mingzhan said disapprovingly. "We're here." They passed through many cities. Wu Mingzhan brought Lin Fei to a majestic city but did not stop. Both of them were powerhouses of the giant realm. Along the way, they avoided people and came to a mountain range. This mountain range is called the Nether Mountain Range. There are many demonic beasts here and they are the kings of the mountains. Some of the stronger ones have reached the giant realm. Even the human race does not dare to enter the depths. Wu Mingzhan retracted his aura and became very cautious. Lin Fei sighed. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Even demonic beasts can advance to the giant realm. Dominating a part of the mountain range, awesome. The trees in the Nether Mountain Range were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was very terrifying. The two of them slightly released their aura. They scared away all the demonic beasts they met along the way. They passed through a dense forest. The field of vision in front of them suddenly widened. Not far away, a valley appeared. Outside the valley, groups of black armored troops were constantly patrolling. Lin Fei sensed a little and was a little shocked. The patrolling troops are actually all combat emperors, and they are all 3 to 5-star combat emperors. The defense of this mine is not ordinary. The observation towers were even more conspicuous. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to check. The little devil controlled the system and performed an analysis scan. In the center of the valley, there was a red dot, and the rest were green dots. The red dot was naturally a threat. On the other hand, the green dot meant that there was no danger, which meant that it could not cause any harm. A mine actually has a giant realm expert overseeing it. The only ones who could pose a threat to him were the giant realm experts. The red dot in the valley, if he was not wrong, was it a giant realm expert? Lin Fei was suspicious. Was it that easy to break through to the giant realm? In a mine, there were 3 or 4 giant realm experts. One could imagine the power behind them. This is the Star Stone Mine. Wu Mingzhan's emotions were very complicated. Back then, this was a secret base of our Zhan family. Now, it is no longer our Zhan family. This old man has let down my ancestor. Which faction does this place belong to? Lin Fei asked via secret vocal transmission. Nether Palace. Wu Mingzhan's words were filled with killing intent. So it is like this. Lin Fei had already guessed it. To be able to arrange a giant realm expert to oversee the mine, and to be able to occupy a place like this in the Nether Realm, it must be a first-rate power. Lin Fei did not need to think to know the answer. This is not easy to deal with. Facing at least 3 or 4 giant realm experts, Lin Fei felt a little pressured. Wu Mingzhan brought Lin Fei to the Star Stone Mine. Then, tens of thousands of miles away, he saw the Blood Essence Stone Mine and the Ghost Flame Mine. Without exception, these 3 mines were under the control of the Nether Palace. At the same time, Lin Fei also learned from Wu Mingzhan that not only did they arrange for a giant realm expert to oversee the mines, but they also cooperated with the demonic beast tycoon of the Nether Mountain Range. The secret of the 3 mines had never been leaked. Over the long years, the 3 ore valleys had provided a large amount of precious ores for the Nether Palace. Damn, I really want to kill my way to the Nether Palace and plunder all those materials. It is a waste to leave them in their hands. Lin Fei suddenly had the urge to attack the Nether Palace. It was too wasteful. In the end, he suppressed it with great difficulty. I lack a strong fighter by my side. Lin Fei thought to himself. Each mine had a giant realm expert guarding it, and the distance between them was not very far. Lin Fei could not help but worry if there was a small teleportation formation in the mine. The 3 mines formed a triangular area, with both offense and defense. It was very difficult to deal with. This is a little difficult. Lin Fei frowned. Wu Mingzhan also seemed embarrassed. Your Majesty, you still have a chance. Wu Mingzhan revealed a secret: the Master of the Nether Sacred Heaven will not personally deal with your Majesty. Right now, it is only his avatar outside. Avatar? Chapter 2230. I can't do it by force. I can only do it secretly. After some thought, Lin Fei thought of a stupid idea. At first, Lin Fei prepared to attack a mining area by force. There were 3 supreme-grade materials. No matter which one, Lin Fei could not bear to give up. Even if he obtained one of them, the benefits would be unimaginable. Later, the department analyzed and calculated, and the success rate was very low. This was the holy world. The combat power of a half-step magnate was also very terrifying, reaching the peak realm. In the end, Lin Fei chose to sneak in. Lin Fei's first choice was the Star Stone Mine. In order to sneak in, Lin Fei spent some effort. He did not enter rashly. First, he arranged for a scouting flying insect to sneak in. The Star Stone Mine was more secure than he had imagined. When the scouting flying insect sneaked in, it was immediately killed by the divine senses of the experts in charge. It was so secure that even a fly could not get in. Lin Fei gave up on scouting and waited for the people in the mining area to come out. Then, he would impersonate them and steal the ores inside. According to Wu Mingzhan, the 3 mines controlled by the Nether Palace were all set up with first-class arrays. Even experts who had mastered the mysteries of space would not be able to barge in. This completely gave up on Lin Fei's idea. He could only wait quietly. Just like that, he waited for an entire month. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Even if he was not in the mysterious sky world, with his impersonator around, outsiders would not be able to see anything. Moreover, his impersonator basically did not go out and stayed in the invincible palace all day, reducing the chances of being exposed. Finally out. Since he could not force his way in, Lin Fei prepared to impersonate the people in the mining area. A month later, good news came. A group of people came out of the mining area. Wow, there are actually 3 half-step magnate here. Are they escorting treasures? Lin Fei did not show himself. He secretly guessed and quietly followed. The 3 half-step magnate were powerful, but they could not detect Lin Fei behind them. Damn it. I'm finally free. This time, we must have a good time in the city. We have been bored to death. Let's have a gathering tonight. I heard that a group of fairies came to the flowery restaurant. We can drink with them. This seat is treating. The three of them escorted the oar to the nearest big city. This city was extremely grand, and the three half-step giants were unobstructed. They arrived at the Nether Palace's branch, and someone from the branch came to collect the oars. The three half-step giants then left. Lin Fei didn't reveal himself the entire time, following behind them at a steady pace. These three people were his targets. As long as Lin Fei could take down one, he would be able to enter the Star Stone mine. Once he entered the mine, he would be able to obtain the ores buried in the mountain range. Wasn't it up to him to decide? This is a money-squandering den. The painting outside tower was also a high-class money-squandering establishment. The three half-step magnates entered the gold-squandering lair and were immediately welcomed by familiar people who opened a room for them. At the same time, they called over a group of beautiful fairies to accompany them to drink. Until midnight. The three half-step giants each called a few fairies and brought them to their own rooms. This is my chance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that his chance had come. It was not easy to make a move with the three of them together. It was best to be alone, as there was no need to worry about exposing anything. You're the one. Lin Fei decided on one of them, a half-step magnate called Mu Guang. Mu Guang put his arms around the women and entered a room. He closed the door. Babe, come, let's have some fun. Block the room. Lin Fei followed in. He blocked the room. The two fairies collapsed on the ground. Mu Guang frowned and immediately woke up. Who is it? Come out. As soon as he said that, Mu Guang felt his body was powerless and soft. He couldn't use any strength at all. He was shocked. I'm from the Nether Palace. You dare to go against the Nether Palace? Sleep. Mu Guang's eyelids became heavier. He saw a person appear in a blur, and then he lost consciousness. It's perfect to sneak attack with curses. Lin Fei revealed his true body, released the shield. From the moment he made his move to the moment he appeared, only a few breaths of time had passed. Just like that, a half-step magnate fell. No wonder this half-step magnate couldn't take it. Lin Fei used the unit of origin energy to activate the curse, amplifying its power. It wasn't something he could block. This was also because Lin Fei was worried that the effect would be too slow and cause a commotion, attracting the experts in charge of the gold-consuming lair. Then it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lin Fei waited quietly for a while. After making sure that everything was fine, he relaxed. Exchange for the memory-devouring bug. This was a special race. It had almost no strength, but it had a special function. It could plunder all the memories of others and imitate the exact same actions and tone without any thinking. With the help of this thing, a mere mining area would be a piece of cake. There was no need to be afraid of being discovered. A spider-like existence drilled into Mu Guang's head. Even his strong defense couldn't stop the invasion of the memory-devouring bug. After a while, Mu Guang's body trembled. The memory-devouring bug crawled out and landed on Lin Fei's hand. Done. The memory-devouring bug was white when it entered and black when it came out. It absorbed all the memories of others. Lin Fei killed the half-step giant with one palm and put the corpse into the storage ring. Slime. The slime came out, ate the memory-devouring bug, and climbed onto Lin Fei's body. Swish. 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 Lin Fei didn't do anything and became another person. He looked exactly the same as Mu Guang, even his aura was the same. Good stuff. Lin Fei sat cross-legged until dawn. He looked through the other party's memories and felt lucky that he didn't rashly attack the Star Stone mining area. It turned out that there were a total of 10 half-step giants in the mining area. They could control the formation, which could resist the attacks of several giants. The formation was activated every day, eliminating all possibilities of surprise attacks. In addition to the 10 half-step giants, there was a giant clone in the mining area, which had the combat power of a giant. Outsiders couldn't take down the mining area at all. Once someone attacked the mining area, the formation could block the first wave of forces. The second wave was the giant demon beasts in the mountain range. They would also help. It was impossible to succeed in any mining area without at least a dozen or so powerhouses attacking. Only then would Lin Fei rejoice. In front of the sky-reaching formation, there was a high chance of being exposed. It was okay for outsiders, but not for him. Once he was exposed in the Nether Realm, the people of the Nether Palace would never mind to capture him. Lin Fei also learned the strength of the Nether Palace from this memory. Coming out of the building, Lin Fei's imitation of Mu Guang was flawless. The other two didn't notice it at all and thought it was the previous person. Gather? Are you kidding me? Chapter 22:31. In the Star Stone Mine. Lin Fei and the other two half-step magnates came back together. They tried to figure out why they had gathered, but they knew nothing. He could only wait and see. Entering the mine was not as simple as Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, Lin Fei had all their memories, and the heaven-reaching array couldn't distinguish them, so they entered the mine smoothly. They're all here. What the hell happened? As soon as they returned to the mine, they saw more than 10 half-step magnates gathered in the open space. Maybe something big is going to happen. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. His luck couldn't be that good to encounter such a thing, right? He was even prepared to steal the star stones. Why are you so slow? Everyone is waiting for you. Just as the three of them steadied themselves, a shout came from a man not far away, like a clap of thunder. This man was the leader of the mine, Xia Yan. He was their boss, and he was also a half-step magnate. However, he had a magnate treasure and a backer, so he was their boss. Lin Fei kept a low profile. He did whatever they did. When the three of them returned, all the half-step magnates had gathered. Everyone looked serious. After all, it was not a small matter to gather them at the last minute. Xia Yan said seriously, I called you back because there's a very important thing for you to do. You must complete it and don't let the higher-ups down. Something big. Team leader Evil Flame's words made everyone lose their composure. The status of the Nether Palace made them not dare to ask, so they waited quietly. Xia Yan was very satisfied. The higher-ups said that if you complete the task, you don't have to stay here anymore. You'll be qualified to go to the nether space and enjoy a month of cultivation. Your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. But if anyone drops the ball at the critical moment, I'll be the first to kill him. Everyone shuddered at the thought. They all knew the temper of the leader. Since he said so, it was not difficult to kill a half-step magnate. The higher-ups wouldn't blame them. The line of half-step magnates begging to join the Nether Palace was long. Who would be willing to give up their position to the Nether Palace? Don't worry, leader. We won't drop the ball. Evil Flame didn't think that they would drop the ball. I believe in you, Xia Yan said. Today, our mission is very simple. Between the Nether Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain, a giant-level monster beast has appeared, and at the same time, it has a special bloodline. Our mission is to find this monster beast before anyone else does. Lin Fei's plan was disrupted. Encountering such a thing, Lin Fei himself was helpless. Catch demonic beasts? Giant level. What was going on? Lin Fei had no choice but to follow the half-step giant to the desolate border area between the Nether Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain. Heaven Wasteland Domain was the name of the 33rd Little Saint Domain. Between every small sacred world, there would be a barren area. Normally, there would be very few people, and very few people would go there. The foundation of the Nether Palace was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. A small-scale teleportation formation was set up in the mining area. Lin Fei's party teleported to the Nether Palace's branch and teleported continuously. In less than half a day, they arrived at the border of the barren area. It was barren. Lin Fei had Mu Guang's memory. When he saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but be surprised. There were huge rocks everywhere, and at the same time, there was a gloomy atmosphere. It was very uncomfortable. Through the system, Lin Fei was surprised to find that there was no origin energy in this place, and even the heavens mandate energy was very little. It almost fulfilled the meaning of the words, barren area. Our people are searching in the barren area. Now we are in charge of the search in the west. Captain Xia Yan said briefly, then led the team to search in the west. Lin Fei asked Little Devil to monitor this area. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil's monitoring. At least, no one present would be able to see it. He was confident that he could avoid even a giant expert. Once the monitoring was turned on, the entire barren area was under his control. So many people. Are the forces of the Heaven Wasteland domain also searching for that giant monster beast? Lin Fei thought. An idea came to his mind. Captain. What kind of monster are we looking for? Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Xia Yan's face darkened. You'll know when you see it. There's no need to know now. Lin Fei was not happy. Captain, you're wrong. Let's not talk about what kind of monster it is. What if it has the ability to hide itself? We may not be able to recognize it if we encounter it. His words were echoed by the rest of the team. Xia Yan couldn't understand why Mu Guang became so talkative today. He was not like this usually. Unable to resist everyone's curiosity, he said in a low voice, "If you want to know, I will tell you. Listen carefully, that giant monster beast is called the Rainbow Peacock. It was born not long ago and escaped from a few small saint domains. Now, you understand." Before he could finish, everyone exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Isn't it an extinct race? It is said that the rainbow peacock is a sacred beast. The 7 feathers on its body can be refined into the extremely powerful rainbow light of the barren era. It can be used to get any treasure. Lin Fei was also surprised. Right, there seems to be information about the sacred beast clan in my memory. As a member of the Nether Palace, Mu Guang had access to many secrets. This time, it was all given to a rookie like Lin Fei. No wonder the Nether Palace would gather all the half-step magnates and use the teleportation array. For a sacred beast, it is absolutely necessary. The Sacred Beast clan was one of the most ancient and powerful races in the barren world. The Sacred Beast clan was not a single race, but a collective name for all the sacred beasts. For example, the 4 most powerful sacred beasts were the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. They all had terrifying battle strength. The Rainbow Peacock was one of the sacred beasts and ranked relatively high. The Rainbow Peacock was famous because its feathers could be refined into treasures and could be used to get any treasure. This was simply a treasure that was overflowing with power. If he was unhappy, he would lose control of the treasure and be beaten up at any time. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was surprised. Even a sacred beast had appeared. His luck was too good. So many people are heading towards the west. Could it be that there are traces of the rainbow peacock in the west? Lin Fei noticed that on the surveillance screen, there were many red dots and green dots appearing in the west. The number was constantly increasing. In the next second, Lin Fei opened the surveillance screen to the west. Under the surveillance of the system, Lin Fei saw the situation in the west. Figures were flying across the sky, rushing towards a certain location. Most of them were half-step magnates. They were also the vanguard of the various forces. Some of them were 10-star battle emperors. Naturally, they were the vanguard. The surveillance screen kept changing. Chapter 2232. In the barren area in the west. Lin Fei saw the situation through the system scan. Under the gloomy sky, a 7-colored sacred light shot into the sky, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles around with a sacred aura. It was a huge 7-colored peacock. It didn't transform into a human form. Its huge body flashed with a sacred aura, and when it flapped its wings, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The most amazing thing was that the 7 feathers on the back of the sacred beast were the most dazzling. Surround the sacred beast. Set up the formation. We can't let the sacred beast escape. Hold on. Hold on. Watch out for its attack. In the western region, human silhouettes were moving. Almost all of them were half-step magnates, holding divine weapons in their hands, attacking the sacred beasts. Numerous wounds appeared on the saint beast's massive body, dripping with blood. The seven-colored peacock's attack was extremely terrifying. It had the combat power of a peak half-step magnates. But at this moment, it couldn't withstand the attack of so many people. It was almost at the end of its flight. The sacred beast is indeed different. Although he couldn't observe it from a close distance, Lin Fei felt like he was there through the system's vision. Everyone, be careful. The sacred beast's big move is coming. Suddenly, the sacred light behind the seven-colored peacock swept toward everyone. In one swoosh, all the divine weapons left their hands. In the second swoosh, the bodies of the half-step magnates and their subordinates exploded. The encirclement of more than 100 people was torn open. The seven-colored peacock let out a long roar and opened a bloody path. Big move. Lin Fei's heart trembled as he watched. It was another kind of sacred power that wasn't inferior to the mandate of heaven. Lin Fei had no doubt that once the sacred beast reached the magnate's level, even the magnates might not be able to stop it. It's coming this way. Lin Fei didn't care much about the lives of those people. He was very interested in the sacred beast. If possible, he didn't mind getting some benefits. Captain, I feel something coming toward us. Lin Fei could see everything clearly through the system and started to calculate. He had to cause trouble for the Nether Palace. It didn't matter if he offended one of them. Plus, he had already offended a lot of forces. Xia Yan disliked Mu Guang very much. They didn't believe his words at all. Don't talk nonsense. What could possibly be coming towards us? Captain, something seems to be coming. There's a dangerous aura. Is it the enemy? As soon as Xia Yan finished speaking, the others all stared ahead. It's a sacred beast. Seven-colored holy light appeared. The group of them cried out in alarm. Holy beasts existed in the holy realm. This was something everyone was aware of. However, when a single holy beast appeared, the most fortunate thing was that it had yet to reach adulthood and was still in its infancy. The rainbow peacock's speed was very fast. In a few breaths, everyone could see its huge body and its body riddled with scars. Xia Yan glanced at Mu Guang, and the look in his eyes became much better. Mu Guang, you did well. The others reacted one after another. Captain, I think this saint beast is heavily injured. Let's capture it immediately. We can't let others beat us to it. I saw someone chasing after us. Lin Fei reminded. Xia Yan came back to his senses and noticed the half-step giant chasing after him. This was a great contribution. If they could capture the saint beast and guard the mine in the future, the benefits would be unimaginable. Inform the elders immediately. Xia Yan reacted quickly. Hurry up and capture the saint beast. The Nether Palace wants this saint beast. Lin Fei wasn't at ease. He took out Mu Guang's axe. The Nether Palace will kill anyone who dares to interfere. The Rainbow Peacock's ultimate move killed a group of people, but that was only a part of them. The people chasing after them were all killed, most of them from the Heaven Wasteland domain. What's so great about the Nether Palace? We're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. We're interested in this saint beast. There were hundreds of people chasing after the saint beast. Hearing Lin Fei's voice, they were unhappy, especially the Nether Palace, who bullied the weak. Especially this time. The sixth young master of the Heaven Desolate Palace had also personally joined the hunt. He had brought a group of experts with him. Just as he was about to capture them, the Netherworld Palace encountered them. I'm Zhan Xiaohuang, who dares to steal my saint beast? Zhan Xiaohuang was dressed in battle armor, surrounded by more than 10 half-step magnates. He caught up with them, glaring at them with a murderous look. As a captain, Xia Yan's status was far lower than the other party, so he knew who they were. He secretly cursed Mu Guang for being a busybody, but he was unwilling to see the saint beast being captured. This was his credit, and he might only encounter such a thing once in his life. Zhan Shaohuang's subordinates went to intercept the saint beast. Seeing the other party's attitude, he said proudly, "The Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace have minded our own business. If you interfere, I'll destroy you trash, and the Nether Palace won't speak up for you trash." He had a background and was the son of the Heaven Wasteland's sacred master, so he had the confidence to speak. Who did these half-step magnates think they were? How dare they be so arrogant in front of him? Unfortunately, if they were ordinary people, no one would dare to attack a young master of the Heaven Wasteland domain. He didn't expect that there would be an accident. That was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was worried that he couldn't find a chance to cause trouble, but this young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was acting tough, so he realized that his chance had come. If I kill this young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, I believe that the Heaven Wasteland Palace will be furious. Lin Fei immediately had an idea. "Zhan Shaohuang, who do you think you are? If it weren't for your father, you would be nothing. You're just a half-step giant. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? Brothers, our Netherworld Palace is not any weaker than the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The sacred beast is right in front of us, and if we can capture it, then it will be a meritorious deed. But now, a young master wants to take away our meritorious deed." Originally, the others were frightened by the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and did not have the mood to do anything. But with Lin Fei's demonic voice, the crowd was in an uproar. "I'm not willing. I'm not willing either. This is a rare opportunity, we can't give it up." Xia Yan was stunned. Lin Fei had used origin energy to bewitch everyone. He couldn't do it alone, he needed someone. Who was Zhan Shaohuang? He was one of the young masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and he had a chance to inherit the position of the Lord of the Sacred Sky in the future. In front of him, a few ants dared to scold him, which undoubtedly infuriated him. "You bunch of ants, how dare you? Today, this young master will let you know the consequences of going against this young master." Zhan Shaohuang was enraged. "This young master will kill each and every one of you." Lin Fei was not afraid, and said loudly, "We are not ants, everyone, don't be afraid, we are all at the same level, who will kill who, for credit, kill." What did it mean to take the lead? Lin Fei was taking the lead. The others were startled, but when they reacted, their faces were filled with anger. "Kill him. What dog, young master, let's kill him together." Chapter 22:33. Why did they start fighting? Xia Yan hadn't expected the situation to develop to such an extent. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already fighting with them. He had even joined forces to kill a half-step giant. "Damn Mu Guang, it's over this time." Xia Yan flew into a rage. "Young Master Zhan, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." He was well aware of how powerful the Heaven Desolate Palace was. Even the Netherworld Palace maintained a harmonious relationship with the Heaven Desolate Palace on the surface, and the higher-ups had even ordered them not to easily fight with the Heaven Desolate Palace. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting with Zhan Shaohuang. What awaited Xia Yan was a ferocious attack. The three half-step magnates surrounded him, holding divine weapons in their hands. A bunch of ants dares to say it's a misunderstanding? Kill them all. No matter where Zhan Shaohuang was, everyone would treat him with respect. A bunch of ants dared to provoke him. They simply deserved to die. Xia Yan did not bring many people with him. They were just a vanguard team that was searching for the holy beast. They could not stop the other party's strength. In just a short while, 5 or 6 half-step powerhouses had died. Lin Fei was also besieged by 5 or 6 half-step giants. It's time to act. Their current mission was to kill Zhan Shaohuang. Only then would they be able to make the Netherworld Palace a scapegoat. "Master, a giant powerhouse is rushing over." Imp reminded. This was Lin Fei's special instruction. He was to inform Lin Fei as soon as a giant powerhouse appeared. Right now, Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself in front of the big shots so early. Demon killing slash. This Mu Guang specialized in saber techniques. Lin Fei had successfully grasped his opponent's saber technique, and no one could see any flaws in it. The resplendent saber lights suddenly exploded, and the demon slaying slash slashed out, killing two half-step magnates with a single slash. He opened up a path of blood, and his sharp eyes locked onto Zhang Xiaohuang. Even ants like us can kill you. The moment Lin Fei broke out of the encirclement, he locked onto Zhang Xiaohuang. No matter which giant arrived first, he had to kill Zhang Xiaohuang. Demon killing slash. The long saber slashed towards Zhang Xiaohuang. Zhang Xiaohuang. He was very strong, blasting apart a half-step giant with one punch. Facing the saber strike, he said disdainfully. An ant will always be an ant. Let this young master blow you up with one punch. Zhang Xian threw a punch at him. He wanted to destroy the attack with a single punch, as well as the ants of the Nether Palace. He really liked the feeling of beating people up. Thus, in the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he was known as a fighter. Half-step giant realm. In Zhang Xiaohuang's eyes, this was nothing at all. With his battle prowess, he could even put up a fight against a giant powerhouse. This was the pride of a battle maniac like him. Voila! This time, Zhang Xiaohuang was destined to be disappointed. How could he break Lin Fei's saber strike? The moment Xiao Chen faced it, his entire body was split apart, and he fell from the sky. Idiot! Use your origin energy to activate the demon-killing chop. You can also block it. Lin Fei rushed over and took away Zhang Xiaohuang's storage ring, as well as the gloves that he had meticulously forged. Haha, so what if he's a young master? He was still killed by our Nether Palace. Lin Fei threw his head back and laughed. The battle happened too quickly. Xia Yan had just blocked the attack when he saw the proud young master get killed by Mu Guang. His eyes widened. Damn, he can't even take a hit? Xia Yan almost suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohuang was a battle maniac. Half-step giant powerhouses couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. But how could he explain the scene in front of him? Xia Yan knew Mu Guang's battle prowess very well. It wasn't the top of the half-step giant realm. It could only be considered average. This scene happened so quickly that no one noticed the change in that saber. Unless you experienced it yourself, it was no different from an ordinary attack. It's over, it's over. Xia Yan woke up, and his face instantly turned pale. The young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. He was killed by an ant that he had called an ant. This was a heaven-piercing matter. The remaining few half-step giant powerhouses shouted. Brother Mu, you're awesome. What battle maniac? It turns out that he was just bragging. Brother Mu, you killed him well. This guy should be killed. Once Zhang Xiaohuang died, his subordinates were all in a mess, and their bodies were trembling. Kill that kid and avenge the young master. Kill. Kill him. The young master's subordinates all surrounded them with ferocious expressions. Now that the young master was dead, they wouldn't have a good ending either. No one could survive when the sacred god was angry. Young Master Zhan was one of the few sons that he doted on, and he might even have a chance to inherit the throne in the future. Now, they had to kill the people of the Nether Palace. It's too difficult to kill us. The experts of the Nether Palace are here. Lin Fei secretly mobilized energy units. This is the territory of the Nether Palace. How dare you be so arrogant? A dull sound exploded above everyone's head. Everyone's heart trembled. The elders are here. Great. Kill them. Lin Fei said excitedly. The others also became excited. The half-step giant powerhouses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were all panicking. The elders of the Nether Palace were all giants. Run. Everyone turned around and ran. If they didn't leave now, when would they? A gust of wind blew past them. No matter who it was, everyone from the Heaven Wasteland Palace was beheaded and their corpses fell to the ground. Once the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace died, the dull aura disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He didn't believe that the Heaven Wasteland Palace wouldn't fall for it since a giant powerhouse had intervened. Master, another giant powerhouse has come. I think he's from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Little Fiend reminded again. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. All hail the elders. All hail the elders. At this time, the avatar of a giant of the Nether Palace happened to arrive at the area and saw the cheering disciples of the Nether Palace. Not bad. Good job. The avatar didn't care about the dead. He wasn't interested in the dead. With the status of the Nether Palace, it was normal for them to kill some people who were against them. A reputation had to be set off by bloody heads. The avatar was very satisfied with the style of the half-step giant powerhouses. Xia Yan felt that something was wrong and cautiously said, "Elder, they're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace." The avatar glared and said, "So what if they're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace? I'll kill them even if the young master is here. Who does the Heaven Wasteland Palace think they are? They don't deserve to fight with the Nether Palace." Lin Fei was slightly stunned and almost laughed. "Wei Shuanglin, how dare you kill the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace?" An angry roar came from afar. Then, a terrifying anger turned into an endless black storm that swept over. Chapter 22-34. They came at just the right time. Lin Fei was glad that the little fiend was monitoring the surroundings. There was no need to say anything. When the Overlord clones from Heaven Wasteland Palace saw the young master's body on the ground, they immediately launched a fierce attack. The remaining Overlords could not withstand the wrath of the Overlords and were killed on the spot. They fell from the sky and their bodies were torn into pieces. Nether Palace, you've gone too far. Wei Shuanglin did not know that the young master of Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. He was enraged by the fierce attack. So what if you're from Heaven Wasteland Palace? You can't kill people from Nether Palace. Both of them were early-stage overlords. Therefore, the two of them fought fiercely. It was earth-shattering. The entire barren area was alarmed. The sacred realm is the sacred realm. Lin Fei pretended to be sent flying and took the opportunity to leave the battlefield. Fight, fight with all your might. If you don't fight, how can I fish in troubled waters? Lin Fei was very happy to see this. The people from Nether Palace were dead. The young master of Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. Both sides could not calm down. This is not enough. Lin Fei thought for a while. He had to do something. I have to look for it. Where did the sacred beast go? The commotion in the barren area could not be hidden. Especially the aura of the overlords. Even the experts from Nether Palace could sense it. They all looked toward this area. The sacred beast, the rainbow peacock, continued to flee. His pursuers followed behind him. Young master, this is great. The rainbow peacock is here. There were many young masters in the barren area. For example, this young master was the young master of the Vice Palace Master of Nether Palace. He was also here to reap benefits. He had 7 or 8 overlords with him. The sacred beast is injured. Use the formation to trap it. Nether Palace was rich. In order to capture the sacred beast, they naturally brought formation flags. The formation flags were activated. They locked onto an area. Hundreds of formation flags spread out and trapped the sacred beast in the formation. If the sacred beast was at its peak, it would not care about this formation. However, it was injured and could not break the formation. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. The young master laughed out loud. What a great contribution. While they were trapping the holy beast, Lin Fei secretly followed them. Holy beast. Holy beast, you're lucky to have met me. Lin Fei laughed. At this moment, a holy beast was far less important than the 3 mines. With a casual glance, Lin Fei smiled. I was just worried that no one would do it. With them around, it would be hard for the Heaven Wasteland Palace not to be blamed. Our Heaven Wasteland Palace has taken a liking to the rainbow peacock. You are not qualified to have it. Just like before, the dull sound reverberated above everyone's heads. A dangerous aura followed. A gigantic hand descended from the sky. He slammed it down heavily. Rumble. The array that trapped the rainbow peacock was broken. The young masters from the nether realms suffered a devastating blow and were all smashed into meat pies. The seven-colored peacock regained its freedom, but it didn't leave. Instead, it raised its head and looked in the direction of Lin Fei. As expected of a saint beast, you can even sense it. Lin Fei shook his body, concealing the aura on his body and revealing his figure. Laozi is not interested in you. You can run, as far as you can. Lin Fei didn't care if the holy beast could understand his meaning. If you don't run faster, you will be caught. From then on, you will have no freedom and will be controlled by others. You're letting me go? A tender voice sounded. It came from the mouth of the rainbow peacock. You're not going to take me back. Lin Fei would be stupid to take the holy beast away. Perhaps there was a large wave of experts rushing here. Bringing the holy beast with him was tantamount to a ticking time bomb. He wouldn't be stupid enough to do that. Go, go. Lin Fei waved his hand. I'm not interested in you. Master, there is a group of powerful people outside. Their aura is almost the same as the holy beast. The little demon suddenly reminded. Despicable human race, our holy beast clan was also attacked by you. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came, and at the same time, a furious shout came. Two blade lights like the wind came from the left and right, tearing a huge hole in the void. This attack definitely reached the level of a giant expert. Damn it, Holy Beast Clan. Although Lin Fei was not a giant expert, he was still an awesome existence with a system. His invincible defense was instantly activated. Using his hand as a blade, he slashed out two blades and broke the opponent's attack. In the void, there was a cry of alarm. This guy is difficult to deal with. Everyone, go together and destroy the giant expert of the human race. Lin Fei was not interested in wasting the source energy unit here. That blade easily broke the opponent's attack. The second time he attacked, it was no longer one person, but 5 people. 5 giant experts attacked. Your Holy Beast clan is awesome, but our Heaven Wasteland Palace is not to be trifled with. If you have the ability, just wait and see. Lin Fei tore open the void and drilled in. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it, my energy. Even if Lin Fei left calmly, he was affected by the giant expert's attack and consumed a lot of energy units. For example, the source energy unit. This thing was used less and less. Lin Fei felt the pinch more than anyone. I remember now. This time, I don't need to deliberately cause trouble. The Holy Beast clan will not let them go. Now, those people are going to suffer. Lin Fei found the information about the Holy Beast clan. The Holy Beast clan was also a force in the Holy World. Although they did not control as many worlds as the human race, they still controlled a small holy world. Almost all the holy beasts lived in the small holy world. Although they only controlled a small holy world, the Holy Beast clan's influence was not low. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Not everyone in the holy world dared to offend them. The Holy Beast clan was famous for protecting their own. Whoever was targeted by them was destined to be unlucky. In the human world, many powerful forces were destroyed by the Holy Beast clan. The premise was that the human race had offended the Holy Beast clan. Especially the Holy Beast clan that was born in other worlds. Once the Holy Beast clan knew about it, they would definitely come to ask for it. They should be here to take the rainbow peacock away. Maybe there will be a battle during this period. This is no longer my problem. I should take the opportunity to go to the mine. At the place where Lin Fei left, 5 people appeared beside the rainbow peacock. These 5 people had the aura of holy beasts. Don't be afraid. We are from the Holy Beast clan. We are here to bring you back. A blue-clothed woman emitted a friendly aura. You shouldn't have been born too long ago, so you can't transform yet. This is a transformation technique unique to our Saint Beast clan. You only need to cultivate for a moment and you can transform. A technique turned into Jingguang and entered the rainbow peacock's mind. Who was that person just now? He could actually block the attacks of the 5 of us. The lady in blue turned around and said, Heaven Wasteland Palace doesn't seem to have many people like that. Chapter 22:35. The sacred beasts had come for the rainbow peacock. They had come in person to buy 5 hegemon level experts at once. Their battle prowess was not to be underestimated, especially when they had returned to their original state. The appearance of the 5 sacred beasts was like a bomb in the desolate area. Heaven Wasteland Palace, Nether Palace, you've gone too far. The 5 sacred beasts were furious to see their members injured. The sacred beasts were not as powerful as they used to be, so every member was very precious. Seeing the sacred beast rainbow peacock in such a pitiful state, it was a huge blow to them. They were extremely resentful towards the human race. In order to bring the rainbow peacock back, the 5 suppressed their anger and didn't attack the 2 major forces. We have to add fuel to the fire. Lin Fei was hiding far away, but he had no intention of leaving. The 2 hegemons of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace were still fighting. This was a rare opportunity for Lin Fei, and he did not want to miss it. He had to provoke the sacred beasts no matter what. I'll have to trouble you guys. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he launched an attack at the 5 sacred beasts from a distance. The rainbow peacock, the Nether Palace wants it. Get lost. A terrifying palm fell from the sky. Lin Fei didn't make too much noise and kept it within a certain range. Shameless human race. Despicable. The sacred beasts were furious. The 5 of them joined forces and their strength was unimaginable. They withstood the attack, but their faces were extremely solemn. They almost couldn't withstand the attack. Oh no, he's taken the peacock. While they were defending, the rainbow peacock that was about to transform was caught by a giant hand. A few seconds later, it disappeared in front of them. Chase. Whoosh. 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 The 5 of them turned into their original forms and the aura of the sacred beast spread. The 2 hegemons of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace were shocked. Because the sacred beasts were coming for them. The 2 of them were early-stage hegemons. Either one of them would be in danger if they fought against a sacred beast. They didn't dare to continue fighting. Elder Wei. The Saint Beast has been captured. Hurry up and stop them. Wei Shuanglin was shocked. I've already sealed the sacred beast, Rainbow Peacock. I'll stop them. You take it back to the Nether Palace immediately. Catch. Without waiting for Wei Shuanglin to think, a stream of light rushed towards him. It was the sealed sacred beast, the Rainbow Peacock. Wei Shuanglin was wary of the holy beast race. Now that a great reward had arrived, he reached out to grab the holy beast without hesitation and shouted, "This is the Nether Realm. It's not your sacred beast's turn to be arrogant." Anyone would subconsciously ignore something else. Even if Wei Shuanglin had his suspicions, with the saint beasts in front of him and in addition to his bursting confidence, he really didn't care. After all, this was the Nether Realm. No matter how tyrannical the saint beasts were, they still had to follow the rules. It was impossible for them to tear off all pretense of cordiality. With this attitude, Wei Shuanglin only had one thought in his mind. I've made a great contribution. A trace of reluctance flashed in the eyes of the nearby Heaven Desolate Palace experts. Why should the Netherworld Palace pick up all the benefits? He charged at Wei Shuanglin with a deadly attack. You dare to launch a sneak attack? Wei Shuanglin was furious. He wished he could destroy the other party. I launched a sneak attack, what can you do? You're courting death. Lin Fei saw everything. How could he let the experts of Heaven Desolate Palace cause trouble? He couldn't let his energy units go to waste. Heaven Desolate Palace, you're courting death. In the void. The energy units transformed into a blade. With an untraceable angle, the blade struck the expert of Heaven Desolate Palace, sending him flying and vomiting blood in midair. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several sounds of the air being split could be heard. The attack was too fast. The doppelganger of Heaven Desolate Palace spat out a mouthful of blood and only had 30 to 40% of his combat strength left. His eyes were filled with shock. Heaven Desolate Palace will remember this. To be able to make an expert of Heaven Desolate Palace vomit blood, he was at least a mid-level giant expert. This giant expert of Heaven Desolate Palace hated Nether Palace to death. They were really shameless to bully the weak. Moreover, they had killed young Lord Zhan. Wei Shuanglin was full of confidence. He grabbed the flying sacred beast and ran to the nearest Nether Palace branch. At the same time, he took out a message glyph to send back the news of the sacred beast so that he could get reinforcements. It's about time. Lin Fei wasn't so kind. The 5 experts of the Holy Beast race would inevitably turn the Nether realm upside down. Lin Fei was confident of this. After attacking the 5 sacred beast experts, Lin Fei gave up and withdrew his aura as if he had never appeared. Chase. Despicable humans. The 5 overlords of the Sacred Beast clan had huge bodies that blotted out the sky. At this moment, all of them were enraged. Who didn't know that the Sacred Beast clan was protective of their own? The fact that the Netherworld Palace dared to capture the Rainbow Peacock showed that they didn't put them in their eyes, let alone the Sacred Beast clan. The Nether Palace had to face the wrath of the Sacred Beast race. The 5 giants of the Sacred Beast race were unbelievably fierce. Without any obstacles, they easily caught up to Wei Shuanglin and locked their killing intent on him. His hair stood on end as great fear enveloped him. Quick, activate the formation and stop them. Wei Shuanglin was also smart. He entered a large city and ordered the formation to be activated to stop the 5 sacred beasts outside so that he could buy time. Once the experts of the Nether Palace arrived, they would have to leave the Nether realm obediently. Boom! One of the 5 sacred beasts was the Crimson Ape Guardian Deity. He held a golden hammer and smashed it at the city. The city shook with a loud bang. The golden hammer smashed 3 times in a row, and the formation collapsed. More than half of the city was turned into ruins. Hand over our people. The 5 sacred beasts attacked one-sidedly as soon as they entered. Wei Shuanglin was so scared that he didn't dare to stay and fled in a panic. 1 city. 2 cities. 3 cities. One city after another was turned into ruins in front of the 5 sacred beasts, fully displaying the ferocity and violence of the sacred beasts. Wei Shuanglin grabbed the Rainbow Peacock tightly in order to make a great contribution. Hee, the Nether Palace is in trouble. Lin Fei didn't follow. There was no need to do so. They came at the right time. A big fight is inevitable. I can go to the oars now. A group of red dots appeared on the system to support him. It was needless to say that they were the experts of the Nether Palace. Master, the 3 experts in charge of the 3 mining areas of the Star Mine have been dispatched. Little Devil sent a piece of good news. Right, it seems that the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace have also come to the border of the barren area. They seem to have heard that their young master was killed. Lin Fei was even happier. Chapter 2236. The 5 leaders of the Sacred Beast clan were filled with rage. The Netherworld Palace had gone too far. Under the fury, cities were destroyed one after another. There was no need to do anything, just a small movement, and the city would be turned into ruins. The forces in the cities were in big trouble. Those who were fast were still fine, but those who were slow were crushed to pieces by the sacred beasts. They were too furious. The sacred beasts knew that they were from the Sacred Beasts clan, but they still dared to capture them. The sacred beasts were known for their bad tempers, and they rarely entered the human world. The Netherworld Palace's actions had completely enraged the sacred beasts. After the anger, the sacred beasts brought destruction. Nothing could stop the sacred beasts' wrath. The Netherworld Palace's branches were torn to pieces. The half-step sacred beasts were also unlucky. They were either killed with a slap or eaten in one bite. The Netherworld Palace had suffered great losses in a short time. Wei Shuanglin could only hold on. He had to bring the sacred beasts back no matter what. As long as he could control the sacred beasts, no matter how many half-step sacred beasts died, he could make up for the loss. I underestimated the sacred beast's power. Lin Fei rushed to the mining area while paying attention to the Netherworld realm's movements. The more people come, the better. Once the seal is broken, it will be very interesting. Lin Fei wasn't so kind as to give the sacred beasts to the Netherworld Palace. He only needed to seal the sacred beasts, and Lin Fei could break the seal with just a thought. Master, there are 6 or 7 sacred beasts from the Heaven Wasteland domain. Do you want to see them? Is there a problem? With 6 or 7 sacred beasts gathered, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless even if they were the clones of the sacred beasts. They won't be able to sense it. That's good. The scene changed and he arrived at the border of the barren area. At the border, there was an expert of the Heaven Wasteland Palace who was vomiting blood. He was standing in front of a middle-aged man in silver armor. Elder Yen, young master died a pitiful death. You must avenge him. Huaming said angrily. The Netherworld Palace has gone too far this time. Huaming was the early-stage sacred beasts realm expert who was vomited blood by Lin Fei. Elder Yen had a very high status in the Heaven Desolate Palace. At the same time, he was also a member of the young master's faction. Now that the young master was dead, it would definitely be troublesome. As soon as he found out about the situation, he rushed over. The matter was too big. He had no choice but to come. The Netherworld Palace has completely shed all pretense of cordiality with our Heaven Wasteland Palace. Elder Yan's face darkened as he pondered how to minimize the impact of this matter. If this matter was not resolved well, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the Sacred Master. If his luck was bad, he would only be able to sit on the bench in the Heaven Desolate Palace from now on, and this was not something he wanted to see. Elder Yen, 5 leaders from the Holy Beast race are chasing after Wei Shuanglin from the Nether Palace. Do you think we should take this opportunity to strike? Huaming said cautiously. Elder Yan's eyes lit up. The Nether Palace has no choice but to pay a price when facing a dozen Overlord experts. Lin Fei not only saw it clearly, but also heard it clearly through the surveillance. Elder Yen led his men in the direction of the Holy Beast race. Lin Fei knew that the Nether Palace would lose a few Overlord experts this time. Even the avatar of an Overlord expert would need a long time to recover. In fact, Lin Fei had guessed correctly. When they heard that the 5 Overlords were chasing after the experts of the Nether Palace, they also had an idea. The only thing they could do was to kill a few Overlord experts of the Nether Palace and try to bring the sacred beast back. Lin Fei returned to the star mine as soon as possible. The formation on the mine was still active. Lin Fei did not use force and turned into Muguang. He hurried into the mine. Since the Overlord experts had gone to help, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The remaining few half-step Overlords were not worth his attention. Currently, 5 Overlords of the Nether Realm were in turmoil. Lin Fei naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters and cause trouble for a while. The Star Stone Mine was the first. I'm sorry. These star ores, this old man wants them. Lin Fei blasted open a cave in the mine. This place was filled with star stones that had been excavated. The remaining half-step giants were also guarding this place, guarding the star stones. How did you get in? The half-step overlords were shocked. Even overlord experts could not force their way in when the formation was activated. A mere formation is nothing in front of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Lin Fei threw out these words and launched an attack. The half-step overlords were all killed by Lin Fei in a flash, leaving behind a few corpses. Can I control this formation? Even if I can't, I have to change the formation flag. Lin Fei quickly killed the half-step overlords and some combat emperors. As for the rest, he dispatched the combat emperor army to take control of the Star Stone mine. That's easy. Inside the formation, the little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei and quickly changed the formation. If the Nether Palace knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. The formation that was used to prevent outsiders from entering was controlled by an outsider and used against them. Nice. Lin Fei stored all the star stones in his storage ring. Or rat? Can you do it? It was a very ordinary name. It was used by Lin Fei to mine ores. This is a special existence in the endless world. They love to chew on ores, and ores of any grade are their targets. After being modified by the system, they are the best mining race in the world. There's no need to worry about the entire process. This special ore rat was very cheap. Lin Fei could only rely on these little things. In reality, Lin Fei had still underestimated the little creature's power. As soon as they entered the vein, even miners would need time to digest the hard star stones. In the eyes of the little creature, the star stones were crushed in 2 or 3 bites and swallowed into its stomach. Lin Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. What a terrifying efficiency. Lin Fei was relieved. Exchange for another batch. On the other side, the experts of the Nether Palace came to support Wei Shuanglin. As soon as the two sides clashed, an intense battle broke out. The nearby cities were unlucky and were completely destroyed. It was almost impossible to see the appearance of the cities. The 5 sacred beasts were extremely ferocious. In their original state, they were invincible among those of the same level. The Nether Palace was not easy to deal with. After all, this was their base. In the end, it turned into 15 overlords attacking the 5 sacred beasts. This was the strength of the sacred beasts. If it was a human, they would definitely die. Even so, the sacred beasts were under great pressure. At this moment, Elder Yen appeared with his men and joined the battle to help the sacred beasts deal with the Nether Palace. Chapter 2237. The Nether Realm was in chaos. The 5 powerhouses of the Holy Beast tribe were invincible in their true forms. They were like bulldozers, destroying one city after another. Just a casual attack from them was enough to crush everything. The Nether Palace had sent out 15 experts to barely suppress the 5 sacred beast race experts and slowly turned the situation around. However, the intervention of the Heaven Wasteland Palace changed the situation again. The Heaven Wasteland Palace took advantage of the situation to weaken the Nether Palace. Originally, the 2 small sacred realms didn't interfere with each other's business. However, the Nether Palace had to give them an explanation no matter what. They were standing on the side of reason. The 5 experts of the sacred beast race gathered together in order to bring their companion back. The Nether Palace was in big trouble. The Nether Palace's strength is terrifying. The 5 experts of the sacred beast race are also very powerful. They are very durable. Lin Fei wasn't idle either. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied after taking over the Star Stone mine. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. He took over 2 mines while others weren't paying attention. Lin Fei was in control of the 3 important mines. His war emperors came in handy. The efficiency of the special ore rat was abnormally fast, far exceeding Lin Fei's expectations. Amazing. The entire mine was filled with ore rats. They dug out the ores one by one. The efficiency was much faster than his subordinates digging. There was no comparison. Good, that's for the best. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this efficiency. At this speed, it shouldn't take long to empty the 3 mines. 1 or 2 days at most. 1 or 2 days. Lin Fei's gaze turned to the battlefield outside a city. Ever since the Sacred Beast race and the Heaven Wasteland Palace intervened, the Nether Palace had suffered great losses. The Nether Palace had suffered a great loss. Their city was destroyed, their half-step magnates were killed, and a few of their magnates were severely injured. It could be said that the Nether Palace had lost a lot of face this time. The forces of the nether realm remained silent and looked on coldly. At the same time, they secretly recalled their potential disciples so that they wouldn't be affected by the battle. They would feel pain if any of them died. This was a storm. The palace master of the Nether Palace naturally couldn't sit still. The sacred beast race was not to be trifled with. Everyone knew that they were famous for being protective of their own. They had a violent temper, and basically, anyone who offended them would not pay a price. Don't even think about making the sacred beast stop. There was no need to mention the Heaven Wasteland Palace. As neighbors, it was inevitable that there would be friction between them. Now that the experts of the Sacred Beast clan were ganging up on the experts of the Netherworld Palace, it was tantamount to crossing the line. Old Flame, what do you mean by this? The experts of the Sacred Beast clan and the Heaven Wasteland Palace crushed the experts of the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace's palace master, Yu appeared with his people. He glared at them but didn't attack. If he really made a move, in the eyes of outsiders, it would be a big hat of bullying the weak. It would not be good if word got out. Yu we've never interfered with each other's business, yet you actually dared to capture our race's sacred beast. I saw it with my own eyes, and the evidence is conclusive. What explanation do you have? The Crimson Ape Vidra waved its large copper hammer, and the three big shots powerhouses could only defend themselves. An ominous glint shone. Palace Master you still have the nerve to say that your Nether Palace killed our young master Zhan Xiaohuang. How are you going to explain this? If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this matter rest. Elder Yen was furious. Yu didn't know why the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace took the initiative to attack. When he heard about this matter, his head immediately swelled, especially when the one who died was Zhan Xiaohuang. How is that possible? Yu wouldn't admit to it. The Nether Palace would never do such a thing. Elder Yen sneered. Don't quibble. I saw the young master's death with my own eyes. Your Nether Palace killed someone, but you won't admit it. You've learned something new. At this time, Elder Yen wouldn't let go of the Nether Palace. Lin Fei was excited to see the Heaven Wasteland Palace bite the Nether Palace. Lin Fei was undoubtedly happy to see the Heaven Wasteland Palace bite the Nether Palace. This time, they wouldn't be able to wash themselves clean even if they jumped into the Yellow River. That's not enough. I need to add more fuel to the fire. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The sacred beast rainbow peacock that Wei Shuanglin had captured was being guarded by a few half-step magnates. They were also far away from the battlefield. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sacred beast rainbow peacock that was originally sealed suddenly launched an attack. Its huge body moved, and its wings were like blades that slashed across the half-step magnates. The half-step magnates' physique wasn't comparable to that of the sacred beast, so they turned into pieces of corpses that fell from the sky. The sacred beast rainbow peacock regained its freedom. The captured sacred beast rainbow peacock was furious. The sacred beast rainbow peacock swept toward the crowd with 7-colored divine radiance. In an instant, the people of the Nether Palace were immediately attacked by a destructive attack. This was the furious attack of the sacred beast rainbow peacock. Whoosh! The half-step magnates fell from the sky one after another. Instant kill. The magnates' experts were slightly better off, but they all vomited blood. They were caught off guard because no one expected the sacred beast to break the seal. You can die for touching the people of the Sacred Beast clan. The Crimson Ape Vidra had the worst temper. Taking advantage of the rainbow peacock's attack, he smashed an injured giant expert with his big bronze hammer. His flesh was badly mangled, and he died on the spot. This time, the Nether Palace's magnates were out of luck. The 5 experts of the Sacred Beast clan and the Heavenly Desolate Palace's experts had a strange tacit understanding and killed 5 early-stage magnates on the spot. You're courting death. As the palace lord, Yu wanted to minimize this matter, but the sudden scene caused the Nether Palace to lose 5 magnates. Yu heart was bleeding. The palace lord was completely enraged. The Nether Palace had lost 5 magnates, which was equivalent to a loss of vitality. As the palace lord, if he didn't do anything, the Nether Palace would become a laughing stock in the future. An angry Yu Jotian was very terrifying. After all, he was a late-stage magnate expert. Soul-splitting palm. 5 magnates. They're too cruel. This time, the Nether Palace is going to vomit blood. Lin Fei, who had been watching, sucked in a cold breath. He's attacking. So fast. Yu Jotian's attack speed was far more terrifying than Lin Fei had imagined. The late-stage magnate expert only needed one palm to seriously injure the 5 magnates and the experts of the heavenly desolate palace. They all vomited blood. How dare you come to the Nether Realm and kill the people of the Nether Palace? You don't have to leave. Yu Jotian heavily injured them with one palm and slapped them again. Their expressions changed when they saw this palm. The late-stage magnates were far more terrifying than they had imagined. Palace Lord, you have a temper. On the heavenly desolate palace's side, a terrifying aura descended and blocked in front of them. A punch collided and set off a terrifying shockwave. This person didn't move, and the experts of the heavenly desolate palace behind him weren't affected at all. Chapter 22:38. The late-stage experts of the sacred beast race and the palace master of the heaven wasteland palace changed the situation once again. Yu Jotian was up against 2 experts of the same level. The heaven wasteland palace side was easier to deal with. After all, they were experts of the same level, but the palace master was different. The late-stage experts of the sacred beast race were far stronger than him. The pressure of the 3 late-stage experts made everyone feel like they were suffocating. The palace master of the heaven wasteland palace didn't make a move. Instead, it was the experts of the sacred beast race who made the first move. Yu Jotian had no choice but to fight back. Crushed. In the end, Yu Jotian was forced to take out the treasure of the Nether Palace and block the fierce attacks, but he also lost face in front of everyone. The sacred beast race is not so easily bullied. If there's a next time, the sacred beast race won't mind starting a war. The expert of the sacred beast race threw out these words and swept up the 6 experts with a wave of his hand. He tore open the void and left the Nether Realm. From beginning to end, Yu Jotian didn't stop them. The sacred beast race was full of madmen. There was no need for him to offend a bunch of madmen. As soon as the sacred beast race left, the palace master of the heaven wasteland palace, Zhang Dihao, bluntly attacked Yu Jotian and demanded an explanation. The sacred beast race is full of madmen. Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the sacred beast race. No wonder the forces of the holy world didn't dare to offend them. Even when hunting sacred beasts, they had to be sneaky. He was more or less disappointed that the sacred beast race didn't fight with the Nether Palace. However, it wasn't like Lin Fei didn't gain anything. He had witnessed the power of a late-stage expert. The Nether Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace didn't continue fighting as Lin Fei had expected. The death of a son wasn't a big deal for an overlord. The most important thing was how to benefit from this matter. The Nether Palace had lost a giant expert under the attack of the 2 forces, which was enough to weaken a portion of the Nether Palace's strength. What followed next was a war of words. Invisibly. The conflict between the 2 deepened once again. This was something that Lin Fei was happy to see. You're saying that your seal was automatically released? In the space of the saint's world. Malone was very surprised. When he heard Kong Sheng's words, he frowned. Kong Sheng was the name of the rainbow peacock. In a short period of time, it completely transformed into a young man. The power of the seal was very strong. I kept trying to break it, but it didn't have much effect. In the end, the power of the seal disappeared, and I was free. I killed those bastards and caught them off guard. I can guarantee that it was that person who broke it. The other 5 sacred beasts were extremely shocked. Is there someone hiding in the void? That's impossible. With our strength, it's impossible for someone to hide beside us without us noticing. Is there a mistake? They were all giant powerhouses. If someone was lurking around. If they could not sense it, then that person's strength was too terrifying. Malone was the one who had attacked Yu Jotian. He was also a top-notch existence among the sacred beasts. Now that there was someone hiding around, this person's goal was not simple. Stop. Malone raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Who is it? Come out. As expected of an expert of the sacred beasts. I've admired you for a long time. A blurry figure descended from the void and appeared in front of Malone. Brother Ma, it's him. He's the person who sealed me back then. Kong Sheng had a complicated look in his eyes. He would never forget this person's aura for the rest of his life. He was the one who attacked. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last until Brother Ma and the others arrived. Malone tried to see through the other party. The other party was completely condensed from energy. There was nothing to see. You flatter me, sir. Malone said. I'm rather curious about why you stopped us. Why did you stop us? The person who descended was naturally Lin Fei. The sacred beasts were also a powerful force that controlled a small sacred realm. It would be a pity if Lin Fei did not do anything. Actually, I just want to make a deal with the sacred beasts, a deal that you won't refuse. A deal? At the Star Stone Mine. Lin Fei smiled as he watched Ma Long of the sacred beasts leave. I don't think anyone can refuse such a benefit, unless they're fools. After withdrawing his gaze, Lin Fei turned back to the battlefield. The people of the Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace had already left. Lin Fei was not interested in checking out the situation. His goal was accomplished anyway. The Star Stone Mine and the other two mines had already dug out 20 to 30% of the ores. In about 2 days, they could pack up and leave. Yu Jotian still could not understand why his subordinates would kill Zhang Dihao's son. However, Zhang Dihao had accused the Netherworld Palace, and Yu Jotian could not find any reason to refute. At this moment, Yu Jotian was full of grievances. Men, investigate this matter clearly for this empress. He suppressed his anger with great difficulty. Half a day later, bad news came. Palace Master, something bad has happened. 3 of our mines have been occupied. The Netherworld Palace controlled countless mines. They did not care that 3 of them had been occupied. They could easily take them back with just a few experts. When Yu Jotian learned that the 3 mines were the Star Stone Mine, the Blood Essence Stone Mine, and the Ghost Flame Mine, his face darkened. At the Star Stone Mine, people from the Netherworld Palace surrounded the array. But at this moment, all of them were fearful. Even the magnates were the same. They could not understand why the array could not be controlled and had become the enemy's weapon. For a moment, they did not dare to attack. This array was too terrifying. The previous fierce attack had caused countless casualties and even lost 5 half-step magnates and a magnate expert. With that as an example, no one dared to enter. This array had become the gate to hell, and anyone who entered would definitely die. Palace Lord is here. That's great. Yu Jotian rushed over with a dark face. He could not help but be furious when he saw his subordinates outside the array. Why didn't you attack? These 3 mines were one of the most important to the Netherworld Palace. Now that they had lost 3 of them, how could they not be furious? It would have a great impact on the Netherworld Palace. Palace Lord, it's not that we don't want to attack, but the array is being controlled. We are powerless. The subordinate said helplessly. Chapter 2239. The array was under someone's control. The elders present were dumbfounded. Yu Jotian of the Nether Palace was also dumbfounded. This was the array that they had specially set up for the mining area to defend against intruders. Who was so powerful that they could control the entire array? What a scam! Where's the array Grandmaster? Is there no way? Yu Jotian wasn't in a good mood. They had just managed to suppress one incident and now another one popped up. Did they really think that the Nether Palace was a pushover? Palace Master, it's not that we can't do it, but the other party is too powerful. The array core has been changed and it's not something that can be broken in a short period of time. One of the array grandmasters said helplessly, logically speaking, it's impossible for outsiders to control our array. We can't figure it out either. The other party also has an array grandmaster. They must have been studying our array for a long time. We can't do anything in a short period of time. The array grandmasters of the Nether Palace were all very powerful. They weren't called grandmasters for nothing. One or two array grandmasters were fine, but all the array grandmasters present were helpless. Even the stupidest person could understand that the array was completely under the other party's control. Can't we use force? Yu Jiutian asked. It's very difficult. When this array was first set up, we were worried that it would be attacked, so we made a special arrangement so that it can still operate even when it's under attack. Yu Jiutian cared a lot about the mining area. He didn't care about ordinary mining areas, but these three were of great significance. If the Nether Palace lost these three mining areas, it would be a great loss. Yu Jiutian wanted to know who dared to steal from the Nether Palace's territory. The local forces were immediately overruled. They didn't have the courage or guts to do so. The external forces had a bigger motive. For example, the Heaven Wasteland Palace. To be able to occupy the mining area and control the array in such a short period of time, it was definitely the work of a major force. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was the most suspicious. Only they knew that the Nether Palace had mobilized their forces. The only thing they couldn't figure out was how they got in. The array of the mining area was always on. This was inconceivable. This consort only has one question. Can martial strength break it? Yu Jiutian's cold gaze swept across everyone. Sure. It's a must. The Nether Palace's foundation was terrifying. Yu Jiutian, the palace master, mobilized the power of the Nether Palace. Attacking the formation core, interesting. Outside the mining area. The experts of the Nether Palace gathered and started to attack the formation eyes according to the formation grandmaster's order. They were trying to destroy the eye of the formation, thereby destroying the formation. It's a pity that this formation is no longer the one you saw before. It's a formation that has been strengthened by the system. It can't be broken by destroying the formation core. Lin Fei watched with a smile. He had to admit that the Nether Palace was terrifying. They joined forces to attack the formation's core, tearing open the void and capturing the location of the formation's core. Waves of thick and terrifying energy came crashing down on the formation's core. The entire formation rippled incessantly as if it was on the verge of collapse. The first formation eye. The second formation eye. The third formation eye. The Nether Palace's attack was fierce and destroyed the formation's core one after another. The people inside, listen up. This Empress doesn't care who you are, but if you don't want to die, immediately open the formation and surrender. Otherwise, once the formation is broken, this Empress will definitely uproot the forces behind you. I'll make you beg for death. Yu Jiutian gritted his teeth at the mysterious person in the mining area. The only thing that Yu Jiutian was glad about was that no matter what force was inside, they had only taken a portion of the ore. The star ore was so hard that even battle emperors would have a hard time mining it. The efficiency was very low. Yu Jiutian wasn't worried at all. He wanted to see what force dared to steal from the Nether realm. Ha ha ha, the Nether Palace sure is arrogant. Uproot them? I'm from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Come at me if you dare. Lin Fei laughed. The Heaven Wasteland Palace again. The elders and deacons behind Yu Jiutian were all furious. This time, the Nether Palace had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they hadn't intervened, the experts of the Sacred Beast clan wouldn't have been able to kill their people. They hated the Heaven Wasteland Palace more than the Sacred Beast clan. What, you have nothing to say? You killed the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and took 3 of your mining areas. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei said proudly. Come at me if you dare. I'll wait for you. A cold light flashed in Yu Jiutian's eyes. As he had guessed, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was the most suspicious and only they could grasp the time. Don't stop, keep attacking. Although Yu Jiutian hated the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he didn't dare to bite them without evidence. Let's capture him first. It was that simple. The strength of the formation was completely beyond the imagination of the Nether Palace. It's about time to go. In just 2 days. Lin Fei had attracted their attention. The ores of the other 2 mining areas had also been dug out. Although there didn't seem to be any changes on the outside, the inside was actually empty. Empty shells. Lin Fei was satisfied. He could go back and improve the strength of his subordinates. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the matters of the Nether Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace. At most, it would just be a war of words. It's broken. Kill them. Capture the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace alive. The last formation I was destroyed. Everyone rushed in. Where were they? When everyone came in, the entire mining area was quiet. Everyone looked at each other with a blank look on their faces. Search. The elders and deacons began to search. There's no one here. There's no one here either. There's no one here. Even when everyone covered the mining area with their divine senses, they couldn't find a single living person. They had disappeared into thin air. It was as if they had never appeared. Yu Jiutian came in immediately and covered the mining area with his divine sense. But they were really gone. There was no aura in the entire mining area in front of him. Where did they go? Yu Jiutian did not believe that there was someone who could change the array by himself and successfully control it. Furthermore, no one could leave his side. From start to finish, the entire mining area was under the surveillance of his divine sense. But even so, they were still gone. I don't believe it. Yu Jiutian stomped his foot angrily. Boom! A loud sound spread throughout the mining area. Everyone couldn't stand still. The ground cracked and dust flew. An unbelievable scene appeared. The mining area suddenly collapsed. The huge mining area collapsed in front of the elders and the area kept expanding. Then, a giant pit appeared in front of everyone. The star ores have all been dug out. Some powerhouses exclaimed. The next second, everyone was dumbfounded again. Chapter 2240. The Netherworld Palace became famous. There was no way to hide such a big thing. Especially those forces who were paying attention to it, they all thought that the Netherworld Palace was a joke. 3 top-grade mines were occupied, and not only that, the ores were completely dug out, leaving behind a huge pit. It was no less than a slap to their faces. Therefore, the Netherworld Palace became famous. At the same time, the Heaven Wasteland Palace became famous. The Netherworld Palace insisted that it was the Heaven Wasteland Palace's doing. As for the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they naturally would not admit it. When they first heard the news, their faces turned black. It was a blatant slander. Therefore, the 2 forces started a war of words. As the war of words dragged on, the Netherworld Palace could not take it anymore. For the sake of the Saint Beast, they lost a group of half-step magnates and 3 mines. The losses were huge. The Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Desolate Palace went from a war of words at the beginning to a war of words later on. They fought back and forth and fought fiercely. As the main culprit, Lin Fei was wholeheartedly building up the strength of his subordinates. Amazing. In another small sacred world. Wu Mingzhan was shocked when he heard about it. He understood without thinking that it was definitely Di Tian's doing. Almost no one knew about these 3 places except for him. To be able to empty 3 mines in such a short time, Wu Mingzhan thought that no one else besides Di Tian could do it. I still underestimated Di Tian's strength. Not many people could play with 2 top forces in the palm of their hands. I have to move around properly from now on. Wu Mingzhan did not feel the pinch at all when the 3 mines were emptied. Mysterious Sky World, Invincible Palace. Lin Fei was extracting 3 kinds of ores to increase the combat power of the battle emperors under him. Lin Fei was not interested in the Nether Realm, but he had arranged for the scouting flying insects to collect information. He also knew that the Nether Realm was in an uproar. The Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace had both suffered casualties, so they would not suspect him for the time being. Master, this is the star-heavy armor. It was naturally made of star stones. A three-dimensional dark green armor appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was simple and old. The star armor can increase the defense of a battle emperor to the level of a half-step overlord. Ordinary half-step magnates can forget about penetrating the star armor's defense. The little devil kept explaining. Lin Fei called for a war emperor ranker to wear this kind of star-heavy armor. Clang! After putting on the astral heavy armor, the battle emperor's attack power did not increase by much. However, his defensive power increased by several times. No matter how much Lin Fei attacked, his defensive power was still stable. Of course, Lin Fei's attack power remained at the level of a half-step giant. Good, this is really good stuff. How many star-heavy armors can you make in a day? We can produce 1,000 sets a day. Lin Fei frowned slightly at this number. He was not very satisfied. At the same time, each set of star-heavy armor will consume a portion of the source units. It was true that star stones were top-grade materials, but what truly allowed star stones to have heaven-defying defenses were units of origin energy. 1,000 sets it is. After 10 days, there will be 10,000 sets. Master, the slaughter spear has also been refined. The black spear revealed its sharpness. Lin Fei played with the black spear in his hand. It was a pitch-black spear. A cold light flickered, revealing an incomparably dangerous aura. The slaughter spear, together with the star-heavy armor, Master will have a heavy spear troop. Their combat power is comparable to a half-step giant ranker. The little devil said. Even a giant ranker will not be able to kill a heavy spear troop in one move. Wang Tang held the slaughter spear and stabbed forward. The battle emperor armor that was used as a test subject was pierced in one move. This kind of battle emperor armor was called the silver battle armor. It had a strong defense, but in front of the slaughter spear, it was pierced in one move. Good, this is great. This kind of combat power was enough. How many can I make a day? 500 a day. This number was not very high. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With this batch of heavy spear troops, I have complete confidence in dealing with the undead spirits in the boundary wall battlefield. Lin Fei attached great importance to the boundary wall battlefield. If he could subdue those undead spirits, it would mean that he had control over a passage, and he would be able to come and go as he pleased without fear. What about the last material? The first two materials had broadened Lin Fei's horizons. As for the third material, he was very interested in it. The Blood Essence Stone is a special material, a treasure of the heavens and earth. It contains the essence of the heavens and earth from the moment it was born. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be not bad, but they would not be able to unleash its true power. The little devil said proudly, in Master's hands, the Blood Essence Stone can be purified into blood essence. Using the Blood Essence Stone can help you break through to the giant ranker realm. For example, if Master wants to reach the giant ranker realm, you just need to keep using the Blood Essence Stone. Lin Fei had never thought that the last Blood Essence Stone would be so powerful. Break through to the giant ranker realm? Although Lin Fei's combat power was not weak, there was still a gap between him and a true giant ranker. For example, in terms of vitality, there was a certain gap. For example, the giant ranker's vitality was especially strong, and it was not easy to kill them. So this is the Blood Essence Stone, it's really rare. The amount of blood essence in the bottle was not as much as Lin Fei expected. It was very small, but Lin Fei could sense a dense life force from it. Lin Fei drank it in one gulp. Once the Blood Essence Stone entered his mouth, it turned into endless vitality. Lin Fei felt as if he was floating in the air. His whole body was enriched and sublimated. It was a very mysterious realm. Master, you don't need to do anything now, just integrate the Blood Essence Stone into your body. So comfortable. The small amount of Blood Essence Stone took a full 3 days to digest. Lin Fei's spirit, qi, and spirit all improved. Could it be that breaking through to the giant rancor realm is a kind of upgrade in vitality? Lin Fei couldn't help but ponder. Although Lin Fei had only taken it once and his combat power did not increase, his vitality had changed to a certain extent. It was as if a door was opening in the dark, faintly discernible, very blurry. The Gate of Life. Lin Fei had devoured a half-stepped giant rancor, more or less obtaining some secrets. Especially breaking through to the giant rancor realm. As long as he could blast open the Gate of Life, he could advance to the giant rancor realm. As for how the people with the Gate of Life appeared, no one knew. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that the Gate of Life he sensed should exist, but it was currently too far away. If he continued to take it, he believed that he would get closer to the Gate of Life. Chapter 2241. Compared to the conflict between the Netherworld Palace and the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the mysterious Sky World was very peaceful. Those who dared to find trouble with Di Tian had disappeared without a trace. In the eyes of those great forces, Di Tian could be considered a duke. Unfortunately, this duke had offended too many people. Once he came to the sacred world, he would definitely not have a good ending. After paying attention for a while, everyone stopped paying attention. In any case, Di Tian did not dare to come to the sacred world. It was that simple. No one would like Di Tian. As time passed, the mysterious Sky World welcomed another lively day after half a year. The auction was about to begin. Even though everyone hated Di Tian, they were very interested in the things that Di Tian advertised. There were even rumors in private that Di Tian and the Cursed Palace had a secret cooperation. According to the news from the Cursed Palace, they had summoned all the geniuses back and sent them into a secret space. No one knew why, but it was rumored that it was related to Di Tian. Everyone was very interested in the things that Di Tian was auctioning. They realized that as long as they did not cause trouble in the mortal world and did not provoke Di Tian, they would be fine. A few days before the auction, the news came out again. Di Tian was auctioning combat emperors. Even curse mages. This news would definitely shock people. Everyone knew how terrifying combat emperors were, especially when they were 9-star combat emperors. They were only a step away from 10-star combat emperors. Who didn't know the power of curse mages? Compared to the combat emperors around Di Tian, they were more concerned about curse mages. If they could get a few of them, it would be very flashy. Who wouldn't look up to them? In the eyes of the young people in the sacred world, Di Tian was their idol. Only Di Tian could offend all the great forces and still live freely. Even though he could not go to the sacred world, he could still live freely. As soon as the news spread, it reached the ears of all the forces in the sacred world. Private visit? None of them. Lin Fei was not in the mood to receive the visits from the forces. In the end, he wanted to get curse mages to increase his own strength. This time, Lin Fei was going to auction sword slaves and curse mages. He believed that the market for these two types of slave soldiers would definitely be very popular. Lin Fei looked down on the saber slave and the sword slave since he had a heavy armored spearman that was comparable to a half-step magnate. In the past, he had used the heavy armored spearman to fight against Dao Nu. In the end, Dao Nu had been pierced into a hornet's nest by a single charge. It had been directly crushed. Lin Fei was now preparing to nurture a heavy gunner to become a good card in his hand. Although the ordinary saber slaves and sword slaves were not bad, they were far from being comparable to the heavily armed spearmen. Lin Fei decided to auction them off and exchange them for resources. He was not at a disadvantage at all. 10,000 saber slaves, 10,000 sword slaves, and 1,000 curse masters. This was deliberately spread by Lin Fei. After confirming the news, the major forces arrived one after another. In an instant, the profound sky world became lively once again. With regards to Di Tian auctioning the Battle Emperor, there were both good and bad words. Those minor powers could only feel their eyes turning red with envy, silently cursing Di Tian for not knowing what's good for him. He actually took out a Battle Emperor for auction. He wouldn't take it out even if he was beaten to death. The others applauded. This would increase the strength of their sex, and they could even be used as cannon fodder at a critical moment. Where else could they find such a good thing? Especially conjurer mages. In the entire sacred world, apart from the Cursed Palace, no one else had mastered it. Only a few apprentice conjurer mages circulated outside, and their combat power was not very strong. Now that there were War Emperor level conjurer mages, even if he brought them along, he could also show them off when he went out. This time, those who came to the profound sky world were basically the clones of the major powers. Although they hated Tion, they could not help but want to buy some saber slaves and sword slaves back. At the same time, they brought batches of war resources and exchanged them for the black gold card. On the day of the auction, most of the major forces in the sacred world had come. Apart from some of the top forces who did not come, they had strong foundations and did not really care about these saber slaves and sword slaves. The only ones they were interested in were the conjurer mages. This time, those who participated in the auction had to buy a ticket to enter. 100,000 energy points. Many people scolded Tion for being shameless. How could he do such a thing, even charging for an auction? In Lin Fei's words, it was to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation and causing trouble. Although everyone was unhappy, they still bought tickets to enter in order to block the crowd. It was just 100,000 energy points, it was really nothing. Tion is really bold, he is not worried that he will become someone else's wedding dress. Yeah, if it was me, I would definitely not be able to do it. In the auction hall, some old acquaintances gathered together and discussed. Everyone wanted to eat a batch of battle emperors in the auction. These weren't 1-star battle emperors, they were 9-star battle emperors. Just one of them was enough to oversee a family or a sect and become a local tyrant. When everyone had arrived, the auction began. It was still the auctioneer from the previous time, but he was even more daring than before. According to His Majesty, no one in the profound sky world would dare to act recklessly unless they were courting death. The auctioneer was naturally bold. His Majesty was really awesome. Today, we will be auctioning War Emperor level saber slaves, sword slaves, and conjurer mages. Now, we will be auctioning saber slaves. Every 1,000 saber slaves will form a group, there will be a total of 10 groups. This opportunity cannot be missed, everyone, don't miss it. As the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, the first batch of saber slaves was sent up, making everyone's eyes turn red. Really? Genuine goods at fair prices, honest to all. Snatch, snatch with all your might. Backstage, Lin Fei was all smiles. The bidding for the saber slaves was very intense, and the price quickly rose to more than 2 billion energy points. The first group of saber slaves was quickly bought by a major force for 2.8 billion energy points. With the first saber slave as the starting point, the competition was very intense every time. 1,009 stars War Emperors were a great help. The price of each subsequent group was around 3 billion energy points. After 10 groups, Lin Fei obtained more than 30 billion energy points. The price of the sword slaves was about the same, and he also obtained more than 30 billion energy points. 1,000 conjurer mages, the competition was even more intense. 100 saber slaves formed a group, a total of 10 groups. The conjurer mages were very envious, and the price soared to 5 billion energy points. Compared to the saber slaves and sword slaves, everyone was more envious of the conjurer mages, but unfortunately, there were too few of them. In order to compete for the conjurer mages, the major forces were chasing after each other, and no one wanted to give up on the conjurer mages. The price became higher and higher, and in the end, it reached 7 to 8 billion energy points. This was a priceless item, and besides the profound sky world, no one could get their hands on it. 1,000 conjurer mages directly contributed 100 billion energy points to Lin Fei. The smile on Lin Fei's face became even more radiant. After the auction ended, the auctioneer went on stage again and threw out a sentence. Now, let's invite the final treasure onto the stage. The conjurer mages refined from the origin source branch. Chapter 2242. That fellow Tion is completely reckless. Mysterious Tianxian world, invincible city, in a house. He's going to change the power structure. How dare he say he's going to hold an auction every 6 months? In the house, a few people sat together with different expressions. Some of them were gritting their teeth. There were 2 days left until the end of the auction. However, to the forces of the sacred world, Di Tian's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. First, he auctioned battle emperors, curse mages, and then the divine weapons refined from the origin source branch. The auction held by Di Tian was a success. The entire sacred world remembered Di Tian. No one dared to ignore him anymore. This guy was starting to affect the power structure of the sacred world. Should we contact Di Tian privately? I'm sure he wouldn't mind selling some sword slaves and saber slaves. Although they said that Di Tian was wrong, they still wanted to work with Di Tian privately. For example, to get some curse mages. We have to contact him. Similar things kept happening in Invincible City. The first auction was very successful. The bidding for the curse mages was very intense, and they were sold at a high price. The weapons refined from the origin source branch pushed the auction to its peak. Even though there were only 4 treasures being auctioned, when used with the sword slaves and curse mages, they were almost comparable to a half-step giant powerhouse. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? After the auction ended, the major forces bought houses in Invincible City and left their confidants behind to build their strongholds. In an instant, the residents of Invincible City made a lot of money. On Lin Fei's side, he was grinning from ear to ear. A tycoon was indeed a tycoon. He had gained a lot. He had made up for his losses. After the auction ended, Lin Fei even announced that he would hold an auction every 6 months. At the same time, he released a big piece of news. It shook the entire sacred world again, regardless of age. The success of the auction also made the first-rate forces set their eyes on sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. It was a good thing to increase the strength of the sections. No one wanted to miss it. They contacted each other privately, hoping to buy a batch of sword slaves and saber slaves. If possible, they hoped to buy a batch of curse mages. To these requests, Lin Fei rejected them immediately. He would not sell them on a large scale for the time being. The people from Curse Palace are here? Bring them in. Upon hearing that the people from the Curse Palace had arrived, Lin Fei smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The auction was a success. Cursed Thunder congratulated him as soon as he arrived. Cursed Thunder no longer dared to underestimate Di Tian. The entire sacred world was shaken by this auction. As for those sects that were unable to increase their strength, it was undoubtedly a chance for them. Especially after the auction, it was announced that the mysterious sky world would be purchasing resources from all over the world. It could be exchanged for 1 to 9 stars War Emperor rankers. At the same time, there were also curse mages. This news was more attractive than the former. The people who were unhappy with Di Tian before all clapped and cheered. Their image instantly changed. Regardless of whether they were independent or in groups, they all started to search for resources. Everyone wanted to use their energy points to exchange for a powerhouse. With such a powerhouse overseeing, establishing a small force would be a cinch. The news had yet to spread across the sacred world. It was obvious just how great of an influence it would have once the news spread across the Saints' world. Even large organizations would have to take it seriously. He was the only one who was still okay. For the time being, those people were unable to enter the lower realms. All the passageways were controlled by the great powers. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. I should be thanking everyone. Without all of you, the auction wouldn't have been a success. Lin Fei smiled. The curse technique from the previous time was quite effective, right? At the mention of this, Cursed Thunder's face was full of smiles. After bringing back the curse technique from the previous time, it was of great significance. Cursed Thunder's position as the eldest son became more stable. All the elders who had cultivated the enhanced version of the curse technique looked at him in a new light. Good, very good. That's good. Lin Fei said. Cursed Thunder took out a storage ring. This is a small token of appreciation from the Cursed Palace. Your Majesty, please accept it. Even though Di Tian was just a low-level big shot, Cursed Thunder still had to look up to him. His father's words kept reverberating in his ears. No matter what, he had to be on good terms with Di Tian. Unless the wasteland world was reorganized one day, Di Tian's position would be unshakable. Lin Fei glanced at it. It was all kinds of resources, and they were all of high grade. He accepted them without hesitation. Thank you for the gift from the Cursed Palace. I like it very much. Some of these resources were precious, but compared to the curse technique in Di Tian's hands, they weren't even on the same level. With the gift as the beginning, and with Cursed Thunder's intentional flattery, both parties had a very pleasant conversation. Your Majesty, the Cursed Palace has completely mastered the curse technique from the previous time. I wonder if we can continue to purchase the curse technique from Your Majesty? We have no objections regarding the price. Cursed Thunder was very clear that if the Cursed Palace wanted to rise again, the curse technique in Di Tian's hands would be very important. Lin Fei had been waiting for the people from the Cursed Palace to come over. In his plan, the Cursed Palace was very useful. We are friends. That's easy. Lin Fei agreed immediately. Just like the previous time, I will use your resources to exchange for the curse technique. However, this time, I need a special material. I wonder if the Cursed Palace's small sacred world has it. Cursed Thunder was most afraid that Di Tian would not agree. When he heard that Di Tian had agreed, he heaved a sigh of relief. Next to him, his third uncle, Cursed Wu Fei, also revealed a look of joy. As long as they could exchange for the curse technique, they were willing to pay any price. Especially after learning the curse technique previously, the combat power of the upper echelons had increased greatly. If they learned more curse technique, their combat power would increase even more. By then, they would be invincible among those of the same level. Invincible among those of the same level. How glorious would that be? That was why Cursed Thunder, the eldest son of the Cursed Palace, purposely lowered himself, restrained his temper, and became respectful. No problem. As long as the sacred world has it, the Cursed Palace will help Your Majesty get it. Cursed Thunder said without hesitation. He was most afraid that Di Tian would doubt the Cursed Palace's ability. It's something called a soul stone. Lin Fei released his destiny's energy, which condensed into the shape of a soul stone. Isn't this a heavenly soul stone? Cursed Wu Fei recognized it immediately. Heavenly soul stone? Lin Fei seemed to understand. It seems that I remembered wrongly. Cursed Thunder's expression sank slightly. The heavenly soul stone was not an ordinary stone. It was quite useful. It was also a special material that could be refined into a vicious treasure. Your Majesty, how many heavenly soul stones do you need? Cursed Thunder asked. Lin Fei smiled. The more, the better. I want all of them. If you can satisfy me, the curse scepter that you want is not impossible. Curse scepter. Both Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fei became excited. Chapter 2243. Sacred World, Cursed Palace. Cursed Thunder and Curse could not return to the Cursed Palace immediately. Father, we have to get the curse technique and the curse scepter from Di Tian no matter what. Cursed Thunder said excitedly. In the secret chamber. Cursed Thunder was not the only one who was excited. The others were the same. After returning from the Cursed Thunder, whether the giants in seclusion or the giants outside, they either came in person or with their doppelgangers. This matter was too important. The Cursed Palace's palace master was more excited than anyone else. The strength of the Cursed Palace's giants had increased a lot from the previous curse technique. He completely believed that the perfect curse technique that Di Tian had mastered was of a higher level than the Cursed Palace's. A few curse techniques had increased their combat power. If they could master more curse techniques, the overall strength of the cursed palace would increase by more than 10 times. They might even be able to turn the current situation around. However, the heavenly soul stones are not a small problem. Heavenly soul stones were not something that ordinary forces could control. The cursed palace controlled a small portion of these heavenly soul stones. Most of them came from outsiders. They did not control the minds of the heavenly soul stones. Palace Master, no matter what that fellow Tion needs heavenly soul stones for, we have to get more heavenly soul stones. This should be a test for us. I remember that there is a mine of heavenly soul stones in our sacred world. Our cursed palace has been low-key for a long time. It's time for us to show our strength. Yes, let's take down that mine of heavenly soul stones. This is a good opportunity for us to test that person's attitude. The cursed palace's palace master was also someone who wanted to do big things. He had already made up his mind when he summoned them here. They had to get their hands on the heavenly soul stones, high-level curse techniques, and the curse scepter of the origin branch. Let's settle on this. Now, let's discuss if we are going to make a move. We have to strike like lightning and not give them any chance to react. The cursed palace's palace master said. Everything was settled. All the giants and powerhouses were anxious. I believe that the cursed palace is going to make a move soon. Lin Fei did not think that the cursed palace would disappoint him. He had promised to cooperate with the cursed palace on a deeper level. With their ambition, they would definitely start a small-scale battle. I hope they won't disappoint me too much. Lin Fei needed the Sky Soul Stone for a simple reason. He wanted to use the Sky Soul Stone to refine a soul armor. It was used to block curse attacks. As for the source of the material, it was one of the materials that Little Fiend had filtered out. At first, Lin Fei also had the idea of testing it out. It would be good if there was one, but if there wasn't, then he could only change to another material. Once the Heavenly Soul Stone was in his hands, curse mages would no longer be a threat. This was what Lin Fei needed. Sealed World's End. Lin Fei came again. It's also time to deal with the specters and undead lords in the Boundary Wall battlefield. Lin Fei had always been thinking about the Boundary Wall battlefield. After the auction, he announced that he would be forming an adventurers guild in the near future. It would be responsible for collecting rewards, trading, and other quests. According to Lin Fei's thoughts, the influence of the Association of Adventurers would spread across the entire Saints world in the future. From then on, no one would be able to leave the Association of Adventurers. If he wanted to spread the Adventurer Guild's influence, the most important thing was to open up a path. The major forces didn't care, but for the ordinary forces. If they didn't open up a path, they would never be able to enter the sealed world. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go through the Boundary Wall battlefield. As soon as he arrived at the Boundary Wall battlefield, the wandering specters rushed up, forming a dense black mass. Attack! This time, Lin Fei wasn't alone. Apart from the curse mages, who brought an army, they couldn't participate. The black tide of army didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. The war broke out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a heavily armed spearman. The strongest force at hand. This heavily armed spearman's target wasn't the specters, but the undead lords. The number of specters in the Boundary Wall battlefield was uncountable. Lin Fei's sword slaves and blade slaves weren't to be trifled with. They started a fierce battle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The army was advancing every day. The casualties were unimaginable. Lin Fei didn't feel heartache at all. These losses were nothing. The number of specters also started to decrease, and they weren't as dense as before. The sword slaves and blade slaves also cooperated perfectly, attacking from the front and defending from the back, adapting to the specters' attack rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. The ground collapsed, and many Earth giants emerged. The Earth Lord is here. Lin Fei remembered that this Earth Lord wasn't easy to deal with in order to break out of the encirclement. The Earth Lord appeared with an imposing aura. Its huge body controlled the Earth, sending the sword slaves and blade slaves flying. Heavily armed spearmen, attack! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the strongest army moved out. Kill! The sound of air being pierced through the air enveloped the Earth Lord. In front of the Earth Lord was a large number of Earth Giants. This was the Earth Lord's ability. Bang, bang, bang! The heavily armed spearmen turned into black shadows. When the slaughter spear pierced the enemy's body, the Earth Giants exploded. None of the Earth Giants present were able to block this wave of ferocious attacks. This was already within Lin Fei's expectations. It was the rhythm of a horizontal push. I want to see how many Earth Giants you, the Earth Lord, can summon. Batches of Earth Giants could only endure for a short moment before they were blasted into pieces by the heavily armed spearmen. In the blink of an eye, the heavily armed spearmen arrived in front of the Earth Lord. Hundreds of thousands of slaughter spears landed on the Earth Lord's body. Some of them were blocked by the Earth Lord, and the slaughter spears left spear marks on the Earth Lord's body. What a powerful defense! No wonder a half-step magnate couldn't injure a magnate expert. The Earth Lord roared, and the Earth Arrow shot out from its body, sending the heavily armed spearman flying. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, the spearman wasn't injured, and the astral armor on his body only had a slight dent. This is enough. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The Earth Lord was very strong, and the magnate realm wasn't its peak combat strength. To clear the boundary wall battlefield, Lin Fei brought 30,000 heavily armed spearmen. When Lin Fei made his move, 30,000 spearmen went up and attacked the Earth Lord from all sides. With the previous example, Lin Fei deliberately shielded this area, planning to take them down one by one. This was to prevent the magnate experts from gathering, and his 30,000 spearmen couldn't hold them off. Lin Fei was also very helpless. The production efficiency of the astral armor and slaughter spears was very low. The Earth Lord was very tyrannical. In a sealed area, the 30,000 spearmen displayed a very terrifying combat strength. Although there were some losses, it was within Lin Fei's acceptable range. One day later, the Earth Lord fell unwillingly. Lin Fei sacrificed 100 spearmen. Victory. Chapter 2244. After killing the Earth Overlord, Lin Fei had an unexpected harvest. A crystal stone. Scan. Lin Fei grabbed the crystal stone and looked at it from top to bottom, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Congratulations, Master, this is a good thing. It is the essence of the Earth Overlord. As long as anyone absorbs this essence, their strength will increase by a lot and they will become an existence like the Earth Overlord. Lin Fei himself was surprised. The encirclement of the dead souls in the boundary wall battlefield this time was actually to break through this battlefield and create a passage. In other words, as long as I refine this memory, I will at least reach the giant realm? Yes, you can say that. Little Devil said, if Master is willing, you can use this memory crystal to cultivate a giant realm powerhouse. Memory crystal, what a pleasant surprise. With the discovery of the memory crystal, Lin Fei was more concerned about these giant realm overlords. Encirclement. With the system, Lin Fei didn't need to pay much of a price. He easily locked onto the position of the giant realm overlords and began to attack them. Flame Overlord, I am coming. This was also the one who targeted Lin Fei last time. More than 20,000 heavy spearmen rushed forward. Stab. Stab, stab. Stab, stab. The attacks of the heavy spearmen were very simple. They were constantly sent flying, but they immediately rushed forward. Even if their chests were caved in, their fighting strength didn't decrease. On the other side of the boundary wall battlefield, a group of people rushed in. The dead souls approached, but before they could get close, they were crushed into pieces. These are the dead souls. Their strength is ordinary and nothing to be afraid of. Everyone just needs to be careful and not let the dead souls get close to you. They naturally have a cold aura. Once the cold aura enters the body, ordinary people won't be able to resist it. On the battlefield, more than 10 people surrounded a middle-aged man in a gray robe. The middle-aged man was telling everyone, "The dead souls aren't our target. This time, our target is the Overlord powerhouse in the battlefield." The middle-aged man said, "Wait, you guys just follow this lord. Disciple understands. Disciple understands." Behind him were all young people, both men and women. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Their temperaments were extraordinary. It was obvious that they came from a powerful faction. "Elder Sue, you've been here before, so please lead the way. This time, we won't fail," the gray-robed middle-aged man said to the middle-aged man beside him. "Sure." The middle-aged man spoke simply, giving off an unapproachable aura. Another memory crystal in hand. After entering the boundary wall battlefield. This was already the 26th day. During these 26 days, Lin Fei didn't stop at all. Every day, he hunted down undead souls and undead lords. In just 26 days, he had obtained 15 memory crystals. This was a pretty good harvest. Lin Fei had sacrificed 5,000 heavy spearmen, and they had encountered 2 great lords. Fortunately, the great lords were not at their peak, or else Lin Fei's losses would have been even greater. Only 25,000 heavy infantry remained. He could still challenge a great lord by himself. As for those dead souls, most of them had been wiped out by Lin Fei. Now, everywhere he passed, there were only a few souls left. Hardly ever. "There's another great lord in the east. What's going on? It's been 7 or 8 days. Why haven't any Lord Magnate appeared?" The gray-robed Xingwen frowned and smashed the soul that charged at him with a palm strike. Could he have been killed by them? "That's impossible. I haven't heard of anyone entering the World Wall battlefield recently. It is indeed a little strange." Su Kai said coldly, "In the past, we only needed to release our auras, and those overlord leaders would come to kill us. But now, no matter how much they release their auras, they can only attract the souls of the dead. They can't even see the shadows of the overlord leaders. Keep looking." Shengwen said, "Perhaps, they are still wandering around. Let's change to another area and maybe we will find something." "I hope so." Shengwen and Su Kai came from the Six Harmony world of the Sacred World, which was one of the top forces in the Six Harmony world. The purpose of their trip was very simple, and that was to bring back a memory crystal so that they could cultivate a great master. Even if this great master could not continue to break through in the future, he would still be a force in the sect. "There's movement." Shengwen and Su Kai held the treasures in their hands as they pushed forward. Everywhere they passed, the dead souls were completely annihilated. The two looked at each other and sensed the fluctuations coming from afar. Could it be that someone got here first? The World Wall battlefield was a public place. Anyone with the ability could enter. In the beginning, all the forces arranged for people to enter. However, the World Wall battlefield was very dangerous. Almost 90% of people died there. From then on, those who were not particularly confident would not enter. Following the energy fluctuations, the two and their disciples chased after them. Overlord Leader. The two saw an unbelievable scene as soon as they arrived. The Overlord Leader was surrounded by tens of thousands of silver-armored men and was in a state of exhaustion. The two could clearly see that the Overlord Leader was undoubtedly an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. What kind of force is this? There are more than 10,000 half-step overlords. Shengwen and Su Kai were shocked. The half-step overlords were constantly being sent flying. Although their speed was slightly slower, their battle strength did not decrease. They continued to besiege the Overlord Leader. The two were very knowledgeable about killing overlords because they were early-stage overlord experts. Either of them was stronger than the Overlord Leader. He's going to die. Shengwen stared at the Overlord Leader. After a while, the Overlord Leader was torn to pieces and left behind a memory crystal. Should we do it? Why not? The two came for the memory crystal. Although there were tens of thousands of half-step overlords, they did not think that they could threaten them. At worst, they would just take it and leave. Universal Buddha. The two joined hands and took out a giant treasure. This was one of their sex treasures. Once the Universal Buddha appeared, heaven and earth seemed to fall into the treasure. The silver-armored spear soldiers were all suppressed and could not move. This item, our Unity sect will take it. Shengwen reached out to grab the memory crystal before anything else. From their point of view, once the Buddha of the heavens was unleashed, who could withstand the might of the treasure? A memory crystal would be a piece of cake. If the other party's strength was insufficient, they wanted to eat these half-step magnates in one bite. Impudent. With a loud shout, a black shadow attacked and slammed into the Universal Buddha. The Universal Buddha shook violently. Even the two's bodies shook along with it, their blood and chi surging. With this collision, the pressure was lost. A black-robed man picked up the memory crystal and turned towards them. How dare you touch my things? Chapter 22:45. A blood-colored platform floated above the black-robed man. Lin Fei was very unhappy. Ever since entering the World Wall battlefield, Lin Fei had almost announced that he had taken over this place. Who would have thought that someone would actually come in and snatch the memory crystal? Now, someone actually came out to snatch it. Wasn't this making Lin Fei unhappy? Shengwen and Su Kai were shocked at the beginning. To be able to resist the Buddhas of the heavens, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. However, when the other party appeared, the War Emperor realm made them heave a sigh of relief. How could a mere War Emperor rancor be their match? He was just courting death. Hand over the memory crystal. Shengwen was too lazy to say anything. Then, scram. To be able to control tens of thousands of half-step giants, no force would dare to underestimate them. Lin Fei turned his head around. Were these two idiots or what? Facing tens of thousands of half-step giants, they still dared to act big. These days, he had taken in 10,000 spear soldiers, and used 10,000 points to attack the great leaders to practice their coordination. What big words! In my territory, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Through the system, Lin Fei knew that the two of them were early-stage great leaders. They were extremely powerful, even stronger than the great leaders. He still dared to pretend. The two great leaders had seen everything, but they had never seen a War Emperor rancor be so arrogant. Elder, he seems to be that D. Tian. He seems to be the master of the sealed world. The genius disciples behind him recognized him. D. Tian's name was known to almost every household in the sacred realm. Especially recently, the news of the Adventurers Guild had spread throughout the entire sacred realm, causing a huge commotion. Especially after experts like sword slaves could be exchanged, it undoubtedly stimulated everyone. In a short period of time, everyone once again remembered D. Tian. Shengwen and Su Kai had heard of D. Tian's name. The news of Invincible Palace auctioning sword slaves and even curse mages had spread throughout the entire sacred realm. Ha ha ha. So you are D. Tian. Shengwen suddenly laughed out loud. You did not obediently hide in the sealed world, but instead came to the World Wall battlefield. What a good plan. Unfortunately, you are going to be disappointed. Elder Su, it's best if we can capture this guy and bring him back. Perhaps we will be able to control the sealed world. Shengwen transmitted his voice. A hint of joy flashed across Su Kai's cold face. We've come across an opportunity. We must capture D. Tian. Right now, everyone in the holy world was talking about how this D. Tian possessed secrets that normal people couldn't. For example, he could create sword and saber slaves, and he even had perfect curses. Who knew how many people in the Saints' world wanted to capture D. Tian so that they could obtain everything he had secretly? Unfortunately, D. Tian was extremely crafty. He had always been hiding in the sealed world and they didn't dare to enter the sealed world. D. Tian was the hegemon of the sealed world, even hegemonic characters wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, no one was willing to miss it. Lin Fei laughed. Were they going to catch him? Lin Fei knew a little about what the Saints' world had said about him, so he naturally understood what they were thinking from their expressions. It was nothing more than capturing him. The boundary wall battlefield was not a sealed world, it would not suppress the strength of the magnates. No matter how strong he was in the sealed world, he would have to be obedient in the boundary wall battlefield. You're wrong, you're the ones who will be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. I have never killed a magnates before. You will soon become my best test subjects. Swoosh. Swoosh. The heavy spearmen who had recovered turned into silvery white shadows. Tens of thousands of attacks pierced through the air. Bang! Bang! The prodigies who followed behind them were either 10-star combat emperors or half-step magnates. Although the distance between them wasn't huge, they were attacked by the valiant heavy spearmen. These prodigies tried to defend themselves, but the slaughter spear pierced through them like a hornet's nest. Only Xingwen and Su Kai managed to block the attack. This was because they were magnates. The slaughter spear was powerful, but it was a pity that it wasn't a magnate's treasure. The spear was blocked by them as soon as it pierced their bodies. Di Tian, how dare you kill the people of the Unity sect? You're finished. Xingwen's face darkened. He had underestimated the power of the silver-armored man. The prodigies of the Unity sect were also very powerful, but they couldn't even block a single wave of attacks. Everyone knows how to talk big. I said that you're dead meat. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven Seal. Afterimages appeared one after another, colliding with the Heavenly Buddha. The two magnates were unable to suppress the heavy spearmen. The Heavenly Buddha was a magnate's treasure, and so was the Blood Heaven Seal. Its grade was even higher than the treasures of the Unity sect. After more than 10 collisions, the two men's faces darkened. Swoosh. 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 More than 20,000 heavy spearmen were released and surrounded them. Xingwen and Su Kai kept sending the heavy spearmen flying. With every palm strike, dozens of half-step magnates were sent flying. Their star armors were dented. Unfortunately, these attacks couldn't block the attacks of the heavy spearmen. The spear rained down on them continuously. What a strong defense. We can't let this Di Tian go. Their Heavenly Buddha couldn't unleash its full power when it collided with the Blood Heaven Seal. The heavy spearmen kept surrounding them, but they couldn't kill them. The attack power of the heavy spearmen is not bad. They can block the attacks of the magnates, but they still have a long way to go before they can kill them. Lin Fei didn't make a move. Instead, he observed the combat power of the magnates. After some observation, he found that the 20,000 heavy spearmen still needed to work hard to kill the magnates. With this discovery, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Other than the magnates, no one could block the attacks of the heavy spearmen. Di Tian, you have such a trump card. Unfortunately, in our eyes, you're still not enough. Xingwen sneered and sent the heavy armored soldiers flying. The realm of a giant is not something that can be defeated with numbers. Lin Fei smiled. That might not be the case. Curse, paralyze. After verifying the combat power of the heavy spearmen, Lin Fei made his move. He used a curse to paralyze the moment he started. It was a curse that was enhanced by the units of source energy. It was a level higher than the curse from the Cursed Palace. Xingwen instantly felt that his body couldn't move. He was shrouded by a mysterious energy. Quick, stop him. For an expert, a lot of things could happen in an instant. Su Kai had heard that Di Tian knew curse techniques, but he had never thought that he would be so powerful. To be able to threaten a great expert at the War Emperor realm, this was definitely impossible under normal circumstances. As soon as Xingwen was paralyzed, the Blood Heaven Seal smashed onto his body with an endless amount of power. He could only watch helplessly. Bang! Xingwen was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Again. Lin Fei attacked again, using the same curse technique. Curse technique, paralyze. The Blood Heaven Seal followed closely. Xingwen was once again sent flying. On Su Kai's side, he was blocked by the heavy spearmen and was unable to help. Once, twice, 3 times. 10 times. 20 times. He was once again sent flying. Xing Wen's entire body was covered in blood, his body was covered in cracks, he spat out blood towards the sky. You're shameless. Chapter 2246. A giant expert was smashed to death by the blood heaven seal. Su Kai looked on helplessly. He was unable to break through the encirclement of the heavy spear soldiers. That was an initial giant expert. You killed a giant expert of the United One sect. The United One sect will not let you off. Xing Wen's death increased the pressure on Su Kai. He was prepared to flee. He never thought that a little fellow at the combat emperor level could kill a giant expert. Lin Fei kept Xing Wen's corpse and smiled. So what if he knows? Can he enter the sealed world to kill me? You are thinking too much. But do you know what will happen to you? Su Kai was startled. He couldn't find a reason to retort. It seemed like it wasn't easy for the United One sect to kill Di Tian. As long as he hid in the sealed world, the elders of the United One sect could only watch. Send a clone? These half-step giants with spears could easily tear his clone into pieces. If 10 came, he could kill 10 of them. Don't tell me you want to kill me. You aren't that stupid. Lin Fei smiled. The blood heaven seal smashed down from the sky. Curse technique, numb. Just as the all heavens Buddha was in front of him, the immense power of the blood heaven seal surged over. Su Kai found himself unable to move. He had lost control of his body, and his blood was churning from the impact. Kill. The heavy spear soldiers attacked. The sound of air being pierced could be heard as they landed on Su Kai's body. Su Kai was turned into a beehive. His battle armor was destroyed. His physical defense became a joke. With the blood heaven seal and the strange curse technique, Su Kai, who was an initial giant expert, was having a hard time dealing with them. The heaven Buddha lost half of its power. The heavy spear soldiers were unafraid of death. It gave Su Kai a headache. Di Tian, you are shameless. You are bullying us with numbers. Su Kai persisted for an hour and was at the end of his rope. He didn't know why these half-step giants with spears were so durable. Even a giant expert couldn't kill them in one strike. They could only leave marks on their bodies. The spears in their hands. They could also unleash terrifying power. So what if you have more people? You are a giant. Lin Fei laughed and activated the blood heaven seal. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Kai was covered in wounds, and he wanted to leave. However, Di Tian refused to let him go, and he couldn't escape at all. If you don't surrender, you're dead. Lin Fei gained the upper hand, but he had to sacrifice more than 300 heavily armed soldiers. Lin Fei was quite satisfied to be able to take down a giant. Surrender, surrender. Su Kai could only surrender helplessly. He had many thoughts of taking this chance to escape. As long as he returned to the Unity sect, he would definitely make Di Tian regret this. As soon as he surrendered, the blood sky seal pressed down. The heavily armed spearman also came forward. He brought a pair of syringes. This is good stuff. You're the first to enjoy it. The power of the puppet worm was still beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Once this thing entered the other party's head, it would produce an extremely powerful control ability. Although his consciousness was clear, Su Kai knew that he was like a walking corpse. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the puppet worms were like a tide, disappearing without a trace. During this period, Su Kai experienced the immense pain brought by the puppet worms. It was a pain that he couldn't understand. It was worse than death. Even though he was a giant powerhouse, he hadn't experienced pain for many years. But in front of the puppet worms, even his strong willpower couldn't withstand the torture of the puppet worms. Su Kai accepted his fate. Di Tian, who was younger than them, now had the strength to kill an early-stage giant powerhouse, but no one in the sacred world knew about this. You should know many giant friends. Lin Fei asked Su Kai with a smile. It wasn't easy to subdue a giant powerhouse, so Lin Fei definitely had to display the power of a giant powerhouse. Yes, Your Majesty, I do know some giant friends. But they're all early-stage giant powerhouses. Su Kai answered carefully. Not long ago, he saw Shengwen being killed and turned into a puppet giant by Di Tian, and he was completely stunned. Send a message to them. It's best if they come one by one. Just say that they found a treasure in the World Wall battlefield. You should know how to describe it. Lin Fei gave him a "you understand" look. This subordinate understands. Su Kai silently sighed for his friends. I'm not the one who harmed you. I didn't have a choice. It's best to start with the weaker ones. Of the two giant powerhouses from the United Sect, one was dead and the other was injured. In the end, they were both used. Lin Fei surrounded the giant overlords, and the pressure was reduced a lot. He arranged for them to be the main force, and their efficiency immediately increased. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the puppet giants were very different from when they were alive. They weren't as agile as Su Kai. The puppet giants were still giants. In terms of combat strength, they were far above the heavily armored spearmen. This was something that couldn't be compared. Lin Fei simply equipped the star armor and slaughter spear, and his strength increased a lot. On the 7th day of killing the giant overlords, Su Kai's first friend came. He contacted Su Kai as soon as he came in, and after getting Lin Fei's approval, he sent his location. Not bad, you've made a great contribution. If possible, Su Kai really didn't want to make a contribution. He would be tricking his teammates. Su Kai's friend was called Sanger. He was a giant primary stage expert from another faction. Back then, the two of them had joined hands to kill a giant demonic beast. When he heard that there was a treasure, he immediately came. Sanger believed in Su Kai's character. Most importantly, Su Kai was from the United Sect. The United Sect was a big sect, and they definitely wouldn't trick themselves. The World Wall battlefield might be dangerous, but there were all sorts of rumors outside. They mentioned that there were all sorts of treasures in the battlefield, and whoever obtained one of them would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Sanger carefully came in and saw Su Kai's good friend. Where is the treasure? He immediately asked. The treasure was truly tempting. It's here. Without waiting for Su Kai to reply, the heavily armored spearmen appeared and surrounded Sanger. I didn't have a choice either. Su Kai threw out these words and took out the All Heavens stupa. Lin Fei's blood heaven seal followed closely behind. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly attacked. Sanger's face turned black. He had been tricked. The moment he appeared, the three giant overlords attacked fiercely. At the same time, the curse mage was put to use, continuously casting spells, and all sorts of support spells landed on his body. If it was during normal times, it might not be a big deal, but it was different this time. You are Di Tian. Sanger quickly understood who this person was. Other than Di Tian, who else could it be? That's right, it is me. Do you choose to surrender, or do you choose to be killed by me and then refined into a puppet giant? Lin Fei went straight to the point. Chapter 2247. Su Kai, you will die a horrible death. You're a bastard, Su Kai. Su Kai, let me go, and I can give you anything. Inside the boundary wall battlefield, Su Kai's friends were tricked over one by one. There were a total of 8 of them. Among them, apart from 3 who resisted with all their might, the rest chose to surrender. Then, they were successfully controlled by the puppet insects, becoming Lin Fei's strongest trump card. In a short time, Lin Fei had 10 magnates by his side. Clearing the boundary wall battlefield became a lot easier. They only needed to deal with the magnates. The number of memory crystals in Lin Fei's hands also increased. If this continues, the magnates will be cleaned out in a few days. Seeing the 10 of them besiege the magnates, Lin Fei was very satisfied. For the time being, Lin Fei had not tricked the magnates of the Unity sect. With 10 early-stage magnates by his side, he could deal with a lot of things. He also did not want to alert the enemy so quickly. The Unity sect had lost 2 early-stage magnates. With Su Kai's return, they could hide it for a period of time. Moreover, the early-stage magnates were very free in the Unity sect. Usually, when the magnates went out, unless it was an important matter, it was normal for them to disappear for 3 to 4 years. With Su Kai as a spy, Lin Fei did not have to worry about the Unity sect finding out the truth. Almost a month later, the boundary wall battlefield was almost cleared. There was only one place left. Right now, there were almost no dead souls in the boundary wall battlefield. After clearing out all the magnates, Lin Fei went straight to the center of the boundary wall. According to Little Fiend's monitoring, the center of the boundary wall battlefield was closely related to the formation of the boundary wall battlefield. Thus, Lin Fei came. With 10 magnates under his command, Lin Fei became very confident. Blade Slave and Sword Slave became the vanguard. Several teams went straight to the center. Lin Fei used the system to monitor. It was just as Little Fiend had analyzed. There was indeed an unsafe factor in the center. As soon as the vanguard got close, they were frozen by the cold air and turned into glaring ice sculptures. Lin Fei also felt a trace of cold air assaulting him. Invincible defense was activated immediately. Your Majesty, rumor has it that during that great battle, an unrivaled expert fell in the world wall battlefield. To be able to release such a dangerous aura, perhaps this is the place where that unrivaled expert fell. Su Kai said very proactively. Ever since he cheated his friend. Su Kai also knew that his life and death was in the hands of Di Tian. His attitude had also changed. Everyone here was a subordinate of His Majesty, how could they gain Di Tian's favor? Su Kai naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. No wonder little Demonis told me not to go near the central area from the beginning. Maybe this is the reason. Lin Fei secretly analyzed, feeling that it made more and more sense. Your Majesty, look. Souls are coming out. The cold air here can nurture dead souls. The giants behind him exclaimed. Lin Fei noticed that in the area with the cold yin qi, there were indeed dead souls forming. As soon as the dead souls formed, they possessed battle prowess. This was truly shocking. These days, Lin Fei had always been curious about one thing. Why would the dead souls still appear when they had clearly been wiped out? Now, he finally found the answer. Unrivaled expert, this is a good material. Lin Fei was even more interested in the origin of the cold yin qi in the depths of the central area. The yin qi in the central area was something that even the giants didn't dare to underestimate. In front of this cold yin qi, they all felt a certain degree of suffocation, and it was extremely uncomfortable. At the beginning, Lin Fei also felt uncomfortable. After using the origin energy units, the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation disappeared completely. Lin Fei had to use the origin energy units to resist the invasion of the cold yin qi. Your Majesty, we can't hold on anymore. We can't hold on anymore. The energy in our bodies can't even circulate. This aura is too terrifying. Su Kai and the others were the first to be unable to hold on. Their expressions changed. Their movements became slower and slower. You guys just guard outside. Lin Fei knew how terrifying the cold yin qi was. He didn't intend to let them continue forward. If they all died here, his efforts would have been in vain. Soon, only Lin Fei was left. The dangerous aura also made Lin Fei secretly pay attention. Could it be that, in this central area, there was really a corpse of an unrivaled expert, and this power was released by the corpse? With this thought, Lin Fei wanted to see what was going on. As the position got closer and closer, Lin Fei felt more and more pressure. Thanks to the protection of the origin energy units, he was able to resist. These corpses. Lin Fei walked in and saw corpses one after another. The corpses were covered with frost and looked lifelike. Their faces were also different. Some were ferocious, some were desperate, and some were unwilling. Lin Fei casually touched a corpse. The originally lifelike corpse instantly turned into a puff of smoke. This made his heart sink. Sigh, such a good material is gone. At the beginning, Lin Fei was very excited. Judging from the appearance of the corpse, it was basically a giant-level expert. If he brought it back and modified it by the system, wouldn't it be great? Unfortunately, with a puff of smoke, his beautiful dream was completely shattered. The corpses on the road began to lessen. However, the wounds on the corpses made Lin Fei's scalp tingle. Most of the corpses had a scar on them. They were either beheaded or missing half of their bodies. Basically, they were killed with a single slash. Other than saber wounds, there were also sword wounds. This kind of combat power should have reached the unrivaled realm. Did these break in recently? Lin Fei thought as he moved forward at a constant speed. Soon, he saw a different scene. More than 10 complete corpses appeared on the road. There were no wounds on their bodies. Along the way, there were wounds on the corpses. But these 10 corpses did not. They were all intact. Could it be that they were killed by the coldine aura? Lin Fei guessed. Other than this reason, he could not think of any other reason. After some observation, Lin Fei made a discovery on the corpses. Could it be the fortune gate that created the 10 great cultivation techniques? Among the 10 great cultivation techniques, there was one called the Fortune Divine Art. It possessed heaven-defying might, and it was rumored that when cultivated to the peak, it would have the effect of defying nature and death. Hanging on the waists of these corpses was a token with the word fortune engraved on it. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to associate it with the fortune gate. Lin Fei did not dare to touch the things on the corpses, but the appearance of the fortune gate's people made him ponder deeply. Could it be that they're here for the treasures left behind by the unrivaled masters? Lin Fei dared not be sure, but this thought was very strong. After 2 hours of continuous running, Lin Fei saw a few scattered corpses. Just like before, they were still intact, and the engraved token still said Fortune Gate. Chapter 22:48. The storm roared towards him. Lin Fei's vision turned completely dark. A great terror enveloped him. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. His invincible defense was activated at all times, and the origin energy units were pushed to the limit. The frigid chi in the storm fell on his body. White. A sea of white. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into an ice sculpture. The storm dispersed. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sculpture exploded, and Lin Fei stepped out. How terrifying, I was almost killed in an instant. Lin Fei was visibly shaken. No one knew better than him what had happened just now. If it weren't for the origin energy units protecting him, he would have died without a doubt. Perhaps, these people were killed by this storm. Lin Fei had a new idea. Little devil, help me keep an eye on this place. If there's another storm, inform me immediately. I don't want to experience the feeling of being frozen in ice again. It's not a pleasant feeling. After the storm dispersed, Lin Fei's vision widened. Something appeared in front of him. Lin Fei saw a corpse. A corpse. A corpse as big as a mountain. The sacred majesty formed a unique domain around the corpse. Before Lin Fei could get close, he felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on him. It wasn't that Lin Fei had never seen a large corpse, but this was his first time seeing one like this. Could this be the corpse of a peerless master? The corpse in the distance did not fall down. Instead, it was standing, like a towering mountain, towering and unmoving. Lin Fei looked tiny in front of this giant. The corpse was clad in heavy armor, and its grade was unclear. It held a giant axe in its hand, and its eyes stared straight ahead. The axe was raised high, as if it would fall at any moment, giving off a feeling that it was going to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Fei observed the corpse for a moment. He could tell that this corpse was different from the rest. It must have been in a high position, and there was only one wound on its body. Subconsciously, Huang Xiaolong tried to reconstruct the corpse. Most likely, this person was about to make a move, but was killed by someone from afar. Clean and swift, without any hesitation. This is probably not a Fortune Gates master. While he was observing the corpse, many dead souls condensed on the surface of the corpse. Lin Fei was very shocked. Even though he had some guesses when he came in, he was still shocked to see it with his own eyes. Lin Fei tried to get closer, but the pressure was like a mountain crushing down on him. Even if he had origin energy units, he couldn't get close for a while. He had no choice but to give up. Lin Fei was very interested in obtaining a well-preserved corpse. With a little modification, it would be an existence that could sweep through everything. Lin Fei tried to use the system to collect the corpse, but it didn't work. Even if the corpse was dead, it wasn't something he could suppress right now. It wasn't like there was no chance. Lin Fei didn't want to have no trump cards. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black storm struck again. Lin Fei had used up a lot of origin energy units in the last black storm. If he had to do it again, he would die of heartache. After the storm appeared, Lin Fei chose to leave immediately. Outside the boundary wall battlefield, Lin Fei appeared in a sorry state. Luckily, I escaped in time. A trace of relief appeared on Lin Fei's face. The second wave of the black storm was stronger than the first, as if it could destroy everything in its path. The only good thing was, the black storm did not expand outwards. For the time being, the outside was safe enough. At this point, the boundary wall battlefield was successfully opened. Other than the central area, where he couldn't guarantee his safety, the outer areas. As long as he arranged for his subordinates to patrol and eliminate the wandering dead souls, there was basically no danger. To Lin Fei, the boundary wall battlefield was too useful. To ensure his safety, Lin Fei once again ran around the entire boundary wall battlefield, checking from top to bottom, except for the central area. The rest of the area was safe. The central area was a terrifying place, so Lin Fei decided not to go in for the time being. Who knew how many layers the black storm had? If it came a few more times, he might not have enough origin energy units left. Huff. Standing on a small piece of land, Lin Fei felt refreshed. The majestic heavens will energy flowed into his body, as if he had eaten honey. At this time, Lin Fei was in the Holy Realm. Even though there was still a long way to go to the Holy Realm, it did not matter. The heavens will energy in the Holy Realm was far above that of the sealed world. Here, Lin Fei could absorb the heavens will energy as much as he wanted. After the boundary wall battlefield was opened, Lin Fei immediately occupied this piece of land in the Holy Realm. In a few days, he built a huge city, and at the same time, he sent giant puppets to guard it. At the same time, he set up many defensive energy towers. Even if a giant expert attacked, they would not be able to easily break through the city. Lin Fei arranged for more than 10 giant experts to stay in this place. As for the heavy armored spear soldiers, he left 10,000 of them in the city, enough to protect the city from being occupied. Lin Fei also sent people to spread the news. The sealed world was no longer unknown and unknown. Everyone knew that Di Tian watched over the sealed world. All the experts of the Saints' world could do was watch on helplessly. As for the Association of Adventurers, no one thought much of it. Without them opening the path, Di Tian's plan to establish the Association of Adventurers would be in vain. But just as everyone was about to forget, another piece of news spread, and the Holy Realm was in an uproar. Di Tian has occupied the boundary wall battlefield. Di Tian has broken through the path of death that is the boundary wall battlefield. Di Tian is here. When the news spread, everyone did not believe it at first. Everyone knew how dangerous the boundary wall battlefield was. There were many hegemon level experts who had fallen there. How could a single Di Tian conquer this area? It was simply impossible. The larger forces did not believe it, but some smaller forces held a wait-and-see attitude and rushed over. They saw the city. They saw the city rising from the ground, and saw many black towers. After paying a certain fee, they entered the city. The city was very quiet at the moment, so they went straight to the boundary wall battlefield. That's it. That's great. We can enter the sealed world from now on. The association of adventurers that Tian mentioned is coming soon. After the first group of people returned, the news spread again. The boundary wall battlefield had really been occupied by Tian. Countless souls had disappeared without a trace. Other than that, the giant leader had also disappeared without a trace. The Holy Realm was in an uproar. The larger forces could not sit still anymore. Is that Tian really that capable? The giant experts could not laugh at this news. Boom, boom, boom. After everyone was shocked by Tian's boldness, the city that Lin Fei had named Sealed City exploded with a sky-piercing aura. The giant experts of the 33 holy heavens all looked over. This is the aura of a giant expert. Could it be that one of Tian's subordinates has become a giant expert? This seems to be the aura of the earth. The aura of fire? How many is this? Before everyone could react, the auras of the giant experts were like sharp swords that stabbed into the sky. Chapter 2249. The entire saint world was in an uproar. Unconcealed auras of giants broke through one after another. Everyone was blinded. Since when did giants break through in batches? Now that Tian had matured, he was no longer as easy to deal with as before. He began to set foot in the saints' world. The various giants and experts were the best proof. Regular organizations could do nothing to Tian. Everyone wasn't a fool. They all knew that after Tian cleared out the world wall battlefield and obtained the memory crystals of the hegemonic lords, he would be able to create hegemonic lord experts in batches. Even if those hegemonic lords were to be stuck at the initial phase of the hegemonic lord realm forever, they would still be hegemonic lords. That Tian in their eyes was no longer a small fry in the sealed world. He had the ability to enter the saint world. Everyone's mood changed. In just a few days, the 6 Harmony Worlds united one sect in the 20th level started to cause trouble for Tian. They accused him of killing their giants. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. The United One sect also lost a giant expert. That Tian was so capable. This wasn't a good thing. The Unity sect also recently learned that a great master of Shengwen had fallen in the boundary wall battlefield. In addition, another great master, Su Kai, had also disappeared without a trace. This was a huge loss for the United One sect. When the news of the world wall battlefield being wiped out was exposed, the United One sect immediately bit onto Tian. Other than Tian, who else dared to act recklessly? The United One sect sent out a public notice. Their stance was very firm. They wanted Tian to personally apologize to them. If not, they would send people to capture him. If you have the ability, come and capture me. This was what Lin Fei said. The United One sect was furious. That Tian was too cocky. He dared to ignore the United One sect. Tian was the first. Before the United One sect could digest this news, another piece of news came from Sealed City. That Su Kai, who was rumored to have died, shouted at the United One sect. He expressed that he didn't like the United One sect's attitude. For a treasure, the United One sect sent experts to kill them. Luckily, Tian appeared and repelled the enemies. He said that he was willing to join the Invincible Palace and work for His Majesty Tian. This was a huge matter. The United One sect sent experts to kill the giants. Tian helped. The news spread like wildfire. After the Union sect learned of this, they were infuriated once more. This was blatant slander. Tian was simply too shameless. It would affect the reputation of the United sect. Sealed City. They want to attack our Sealed City? Lin Fei was lying down lazily. Su Kai stood at the side. They've just sent word that they're mobilizing the sect's experts, saying that they're going to capture Master. Lin Fei smiled. That's a good plan, and the reason is good too. That's perfect. My sealed city really does need a great battle to show off our might in the saints' world. Let them know that I am not a country bumpkin from a small place. Su Kai said worriedly, Your Majesty, even though the United Sect isn't the strongest sect in the Six Harmony world, they are still a first-rate sect. Since they have announced this, they will definitely use their strongest force. Shouldn't we? Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to prepare. I'm already prepared. We're just waiting for them to show up. Ever since the sealed city was built, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. If the United Sect didn't come looking for him, he would find a small saints' world to attack. The United Sect was going to attack the sealed city. The news spread across the entire saints' world under the influence of some people. No one had high hopes for this D. Tian. No matter which aspect. D. Tian's side was much weaker. There was a huge difference in strength. Even if they had a giant expert, they wouldn't be able to block the attacks of a few mid-stage giant experts. D. Tian would definitely lose. This was the common thought of all the factions. Since the United Sect was going to attack, they definitely wouldn't fail. They would definitely go all out to destroy the sealed city and even charge into the World Wall battlefield to destroy D. Tian's forces. Apart from being a country bumpkin, D. Tian was also a rich person in the eyes of others. Moreover, he was a rich person without any deterrence. If they caught him, curse palace. The higher-ups of the palace were all here. That D. Tian fellow is really dishonest. He offended the United Sect the moment he arrived. This is going to be a good show. A giant was very disappointed. The United Sect is only slightly weaker than us. D. Tian probably won't be able to block the attacks of the United Sect's old ghost. I heard that the United Sect is going to send a late-stage giant expert to lead them. Along with 3 mid-stage giant experts and 10 early-stage giant experts. The giants present all had complicated feelings towards D. Tian. Firstly, when the factions snatched the source fruit, this fellow conned them silently, causing them to be beaten up by the top factions. Everyone was still brooding over this matter. Now, everyone felt that the Curse Palace and D. Tian were working together, which was why they were being suppressed in Fuyan World. All of this was caused by D. Tian. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they hated D. Tian. However, D. Tian had given them hope. After they obtained the curse arts from D. Tian, everyone's strength soared by leaps and bounds. Even though they had to pay a heavy price, it was clear that they weren't on the same level as D. Tian. Palace Head, should we help that D. Tian who loves to cause trouble? All the giants looked towards Palace Head Cursed Huan. Especially young Master Cursed Thunder. His gaze was even more passionate. As the Palace Head, Cursed Huan was also gritting his teeth towards D. Tian. If it was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't protect him in such a matter. However, D. Tian was different. If this person was captured by the United Sect, the Cursed Palace would suffer a huge loss. If he really stood up to protect D. Tian, Cursed Huan would have to face pressure from within Fuyan World. This matter wasn't easy to handle. Our Cursed Palace isn't in a good situation now. We have to save D. Tian. Cursed Huan made a decision. If D. Tian falls into the hands of those people from the United Sect, it'll be very bad for us. Everyone agreed with Cursed Huan's words. They had to save D. Tian. The Cursed Palace couldn't lose D. Tian. Of course, it would be best if they could control D. Tian. D. Tian is dead this time. These were the words of Saint Shenhao, who had suffered multiple times. He only knows how to cause trouble. He really thinks that he can do whatever he wants in the sacred world just because he messed around in the sealed world. The demonic rainbow was in a good mood when she said this. Among the young prodigies, none of them thought highly of D. Tian. Even though D. Tian had cleared out the World Wall battlefield, in the eyes of outsiders, it was like helping someone else. For example, the United Sect. Everyone's gaze was focused on the small sealed city. Chapter 2250. The United One sect came with a murderous aura. The attention of the sacred world shifted to this small sealed city. Secretly, the big shots were watching the boundary wall battlefield. The secrets in the depths weren't secrets in the eyes of the big shots. The United One sect thought that they were going to torment DTon, which was equivalent to giving everyone a chance to watch. He's here. The one in front seems to be the old man Fong Ming who has been cultivating in seclusion. He hasn't shown up for thousands of years. So it's him. I didn't expect him to lead the team. The United One sect attaches great importance to DTon. I'm afraid ordinary people aren't qualified to let him lead the team. DTon is doomed this time. Giant Fong Ming has been famous for a long time. I'm afraid he hasn't fought for thousands of years. I'm afraid his realm is infinitely close to an unparalleled expert and he has cultivated his own great Tao. Let's just wait and see. The leader was a white-haired old man. He stood straight like a towering tree. He was the leader of the United One sect, Giant Fong Ming. As soon as Giant Fong Ming arrived, the pressure of a late-stage giant covered the sky. Those who saw it were terrified. The scenery behind him changed. There were beautiful pavilions and pleasant sounds. At the same time, a Jingguang Great Tao rose and fell, revealing a chilling dangerous aura. I didn't expect him to take such an important step and condense the Great Tao pattern. I'm afraid DTon doesn't have the strength to resist. The United One sect has another expert. In the void, several powerful divine senses were communicating. Their tone was also much more serious. The Great Tao pattern could only be condensed by an expert who was infinitely close to an unparalleled expert. No matter who it was, they would be one of the elites in cultivation when they reached this step. Throughout history, even the most talented people might not be able to cultivate the Great Tao pattern. Giant Fong Ming of the United One sect had cultivated the Great Tao pattern and had a high chance of success in the future. Because of this, it was hard not to pay attention to it. Behind Giant Fong Ming, 3 mid-stage giants and 10 early-stage giants followed closely. If one looked closely, a hint of pride would flash across their faces. Sealed City. Giant Fong Ming stopped and looked at the sealed city in the distance. DTon, come out. There were many powerful auras peeping around, which made Fong Ming very uncomfortable. However, those people were not people he could easily offend. This would create a group of enemies for the whole sect. Therefore, Fong Ming could only let them watch. Boom boom boom. The sound was neither loud nor light, but in the ears of the crowd, it was like a bolt out of the blue. Those with weaker cultivation levels swayed, and their faces turned pale as they coughed up blood and fell from the sky. An invisible attack blasted towards the sealed city. In the sky above sealed city, ripples were produced, blocking the invisible attack. Just this attack alone caused the spectators to tremble in fear. The strength of Fong Ming from the Unity sect had reached such a level, it was truly terrifying and invincible. On the other side, the sealed city had blocked the attack from the late-stage powerhouse, which made people have a whole new level of respect for it. Those who were observant also noticed the changes that occurred to the black pagodas. Old man, you have quite the temper. You're already so old. Is there a need for this? Just when everyone thought that DTon would hole up and not come out, in the sky above sealed city, Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone in a black robe, looking at Fong Ming with a smile. Fong Ming didn't like being called an old man, so his impression of DTon became extremely bad. You still have some guts, Fong Ming said. However, it's useless. No one has ever dared to call me an old man to my face. You're the first one who dares to do so. Either you come out yourself, or I'll personally break your sealed city. The giant behind Fong Ming glared at Fong Ming. His eyes seemed to want to shoot DTon on the spot. Ha ha ha, I'm very satisfied to be praised by the old man. Lin Fei laughed. However, I can only say that you're not qualified to ask me to go out. Everyone knows the purpose of your Unity sect. If you want me to go out, show me what you're capable of. You're just a country bumpkin. We don't need our elders to do anything. We can deal with you. The 3 giants in the middle stage behind Fong Ming shouted and charged over with 10 giants in the early stage. Fong Ming didn't stop the people behind him from going up. He was just there to keep watch, just in case. With the great path lines that he had cultivated, he could suppress the restless thoughts of many people. The 3 giants in the middle stage were enough to deal with a small sealed city, even if there were 100 of them. Open. The 3 giants in the middle stage each took out their treasures, and so did the 10 giants in the early stage behind them. Boom. 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 More than 10 treasures bombarded the sealed city. In their opinion, the first wave of attack could destroy the sealed city. Even if the formation was there, it wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment. Well, the attack is not bad. Continue. A throne appeared behind Lin Fei. He turned around and sat on it, saying unhurriedly, "It's not broken." Impossible. Ripples swept across the sealed city. The 3 giants in the middle stage also showed a trace of surprise. "It's useless to try to scare us." The dozen or so people attacked once more. Every single one of their treasures blasted down, bringing with them world-shaking might. No. Not enough strength. Continue. Haven't you eaten enough? No matter how the 10 overlord powerhouses attacked, the sealed city still stood firm and did not collapse. When the huge barrier of light landed on the sealed city, the various factions watching in the dark were greatly startled. They all fixed their gazes on the barrier of light. What a powerful formation. This is the attack of a giant in the middle stage. What formation is this? Why haven't I seen it before? That's right, this is a defense system built by Tion's defense towers. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Soon, someone recognized it. People kept coming to ask. Do you see those black towers? Rumor has it that they are defense towers. They are very mysterious. That person explained proudly, these defense towers will automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Unless the heaven and earth collapse, it is very hard to break. Everyone held a skeptical attitude. Was there really such a powerful formation? The experts from the United One sect attacked for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In their eyes, the sealed city was still the same. They couldn't even break the defense. It still doesn't work. What the hell? How can there be such a formation? A formation that could block the attacks of a giant in the middle stage was enough to make people take it seriously. The faces of the giants from the United One sect turned ugly. This was a huge setback. They already had a bad impression of bullying the weak. Now that they couldn't even break the sealed city, it wouldn't take long for the news to spread throughout the sacred world. Lin Fei didn't have it easy either. Little Fiend was constantly analyzing the flow of data. This was the first time he used them as test subjects. Master, I just analyzed. According to this attack efficiency, they won't have a chance to break the defense. Little Fiend sent the analysis. According to the analysis, 10 defense towers can block the attacks of a giant in the late stage. Especially in a place like the sacred world, the heavens' energy is endless. There is no need to worry about the defense towers running out of energy. Good, very good. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Chapter 2251. The entire space fell silent when they heard this. After a while, all kinds of laughter could be heard. This Tion is really different from the rest. This is too extraordinary. He actually has the mood to promote this kind of array at this time. What a top-grade item. I have to say that the energy defense formation that Tion is promoting is not ordinary. If it's a second or third-rate sect, they can just place a few defense towers there. Even the big shots would have to stare at them helplessly. A few defense towers are nothing. That's right, that giant Fong Ming hasn't made a move yet. That person has cultivated great Tao veins. Once the great Tao appears, it can destroy the heavens and the earth. So what if Tion has a defensive pagoda? Everyone had the same thought. However, the appearance of the defense towers tempted many bigwigs. Others might not be able to see through it, but in the eyes of the big shots, the defensive capabilities of the defensive towers were extraordinarily strong. Who didn't want their sect's great array to be strong? If they could set up such a defensive tower, their defensive capabilities would increase by at least a few levels. No matter what, we can't let the United Sect capture them. Deep within the void, the masters of the Cursed Palace were ready to teach him a lesson. After witnessing the terrifying defensive capabilities of the defense tower, there was no longer any hesitation. The Cursed Palace required such a defensive tower. The experts from the United Sect were flustered and exasperated. Their attacks were not as stable as before, and their rhythm was disrupted. They couldn't wait to charge in, drag Tion out, and give him a good beating. Only then could he vent his anger. After the time it took for another incense stick to burn, even the overseer Fong Ming's expression turned ugly. A single layer of defense was enough to keep them out. This was simply outrageous. All of you, stand down. Fong Ming clearly saw that his men could not break the defense. If they continued, they would only make a fool of themselves. His hatred for Tion increased even further. When he came, Fong Ming had heard of Tion. This person was one of the dukes of the Sealed World, War Emperor realm. What was this? He didn't even need to do anything. His subordinates could capture Tion. Only now did Fong Ming realize that he was gravely mistaken. This fellow really couldn't be treated like an ordinary person. We must capture Tion. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Fong Ming thought to himself. If the Unity sect has this kind of defense tower, the benefits will be unimaginable. Immediately, Fong Ming called his men down and prepared to take action himself. His thoughts also became urgent. What? You can't take it anymore? Lin Fei smiled. After analyzing the data, Lin Fei was quite relieved. We have plenty of time today. Attack all you want. This emperor will not stop you. The experts who went down almost coughed out blood. After such a ferocious attack, the heaven's mandate in their bodies was completely depleted. How would they have the mood to continue attacking? Tion was truly too shameless. What a sharp tongue. Fong Ming stepped forward and an invisible pressure surged toward the defense tower. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're playing some dirty tricks. In my eyes, you're nothing. Fong Ming naturally didn't want people to look down on the United Sect. As soon as he came up, he put a crooked hat on the defense tower, making it worthless. This was obviously a blatant lie. He had no choice but to continue. Lin Fei chuckled. Crooked ways? Why don't you try? Fong Ming took the field in person. The big shots in the void all attached great importance to it. If Tion's defense tower could withstand Fong Ming's attack, they would have no choice but to reevaluate the young Tion. The defense tower would represent unimaginable benefits. They had no choice but to change the way they dealt with Tion. The big shots who originally didn't want to intervene had changed their mentality. They didn't want Tion to fall into the hands of the United Sect. This old man has been cultivating in seclusion since 1,000 years ago, pursuing the supreme Tao. I'm not interested in anything else. You have already piqued this old man's interest. Fong Ming took a step forward and arrived above the sealed city. Then let this old man experience it. Fong Ming stomped down, and only a loud rumbling sound could be heard in the entire world. The power of this stomp far exceeded the attacks of the 10 big shots from before. Rumble. Rumble. Lin Fei on the throne. The surrounding void exploded one after another. In front of this stomp, his body seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. His chi and blood also began to churn. He immediately activated his invincible defense, and the heaven's mandate energy dissolved the traces of pressure. What a terrifying stomp. This was the first time he saw an attack from a late-stage big-shot powerhouse. The ripples on the sealed city were extremely bright, as if it couldn't be stopped at any time. Master, our defense tower is about to reach its limit. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei had been prepared for this. Tion, this is still the power of one of my stomps. Fong Ming said lightly, I'm afraid your defense tower is about to reach its limit. Fong Ming wanted to see fear on Di Tian's face, which would be more interesting. Unfortunately, Fong Ming was destined to be disappointed. Who said this is all it can bear? Lin Fei said with a smile and snapped his fingers. Old man, look again. In the sealed city. Black defense towers rose from the ground one after another. In a moment, 30 defense towers appeared and joined the defense. What about now? Fong Ming's face darkened. I've underestimated you. Rumble. Another stomp followed, setting off a muffled thunder. This time, Fong Ming didn't dare to have the slightest contempt. Lin Fei smiled again. Attack. Boom. Boom. At close range, hundreds of black cannons emerged from the sealed city. They fired at the same time, and the black light bombarded Fong Ming's body like dense raindrops. My energy unit. Lin Fei felt a pain in his heart. Continue with the second wave. The first wave of attack caught Fong Ming off guard. He couldn't maintain the power under his feet, and the pressure on the defense tower was reduced sharply. A black armor appeared on his body and blocked the attack. What a shameless move. The big shots who were watching were also shocked. They didn't sense the existence of danger at all. They were shocked that Di Tian had such a good thing in his hands. The attack of hundreds of cannons was very shocking. Some giants and powerhouses were so scared that their faces turned pale. If that wave of attack had been aimed at them, they would have been skinned if they didn't die. It was too terrifying. That guy is too shameless. I can't believe he attacked without warning. This time, he has aroused the anger of giant Fong Ming. Fong Ming was very angry. His face was gloomy and scary. If the floating cloud armor hadn't blocked the attack, he would have suffered a loss. Who would have thought that Di Tian would be so shameless? Ha, who said that you can attack and I can't fight back? What a joke. While they were talking, the second wave of attack came. You want to hurt me with this kind of attack? It's simply. Fong Ming was ready to attack fiercely. Before he could say the word joke, his left shoulder was blown up on the spot, and it was badly mutilated. You cheated. Fong Ming roared. Curse, paralyze. Lin Fei chanted a curse, and a curse enhanced by the units of source energy blasted at Fong Ming. Chapter 2252. What a perfect numbing spell. And the destructive aura shot from the muzzle. What kind of energy is that? It can actually blow up Fong Ming's entire arm. What a sinister guy. Fong Ming actually suffered a loss. It's unbelievable. Exclamations kept coming from the void. The big shot's eyes were shining, for fear of missing Di Tian's every move. A long time ago, everyone knew that Di Tian had mastered a very powerful curse. It was rumored that this curse was even more powerful than the curse of the Curse Palace. Many people did not take it seriously. Today, they finally saw the terrible curse that Di Tian had mastered. Fong Ming was paralyzed by the curse technique, and his body went out of control, which was rare for him. Hundreds of destructive beams bombarded Fong Ming's body again. In an instant, more than a dozen holes appeared on his extremely tough body, and blood was flowing out. We must not offend Di Tian in the future. We can't be careless when facing such a perfect curse. Exactly. Just now, Fong Ming's body was numbed and he lost control. From the time Lin Fei used the numbing spell to the orderly attack of the cannons, it only took a breath. Fong Ming was injured again, and the floating cloud armor was severely damaged. Retreat. Fong Ming retreated for the first time. Although he had lost control of his body for only a moment, Fong Ming did not dare to approach again. Who would have thought that such an attack was set up on the city wall? The most terrifying thing was that the opponent's attack could break through his physical defense. This was enough to make people afraid, even if he was a giant powerhouse. His original intention to break through the sealed city was mostly gone now. He was not confident anymore. Unless he used the Great Path lines. Fong Ming retreated to a distance, and the wounds on his body recovered one by one. After all, he had suffered a small loss in front of so many people. He did not need to think to know that this matter would quickly spread. He had lost one round. No, it should be the second round. Old thing. Isn't it cool? Lin Fei laughed. It was quite painful to hear that. If he did not use the unit of origin energy, he could not break the opponent's defense at all, and the curse would not work. Lin Fei could only use this kind of attack method occasionally. He believed that Fang Ming would never be fooled again. I've really underestimated you. Fang Ming's face darkened as he began to hesitate whether he should continue attacking. You're old and your eyes are blurred. You should go back and enjoy your life. The outside world is so chaotic, it's not suitable for you. Lin Fei ignored the other party's anger. In the void, one had to admit that Di Tian's glib tongue was impressive. You said a big shot is old? This was a slap in the face. That giant was not someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Any one of them could destroy a first-rate force. No one had ever dared to say that a giant was old. What you did earlier wasn't bad, but you're not qualified to make me leave just like that. Fang Ming threw caution to the wind. Even if he utilized the attacks of the Grand Dao markings, he still wanted to capture Di Tian. From the beginning of the attack to his own retreat, Fang Ming saw one secret after another. If he could get the secret, he would be able to get it. Perhaps the Unity sect would strengthen once again and become a peak organization in the Saints' world. Is he going to use his ultimate move? Lin Fei did not let his guard down. Fang Ming was not an ordinary giant, but a cultivator who had cultivated the veins of the Great Path and had mastered a higher level of the power of the Great Path. Even though it was not perfect and was only a vague outline, the power that erupted from it was unimaginable. No matter how powerful your ultimate move is, I don't believe that I can't block it with my origin energy units. Lin Fei was ready to use his origin energy units at any time. Fang Ming was indeed going to use his ultimate move. He had to leave dejectedly. He couldn't afford to lose face, nor could he afford to lose the face of the Unity sect. If he didn't want to be a joke, he had to use his ultimate move. Come out, Great Dao markings. Fang Ming became sacred. Behind him, Jingguang's vague Grand Dao appeared in the air. There was only one Grand Dao left between heaven and earth. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation that they had never felt before. This Grand Dao was blurry. Fang Ming landed on the Grand Dao. Slash. The blurry Grand Dao and runes flickered one after another. The huge blurry Grand Dao turned into a golden long sword, and the golden light blasted towards the sealed city. Everyone's eyes were filled with golden light. Master, this level of power is extremely dangerous. The defense tower can't withstand it. As soon as the golden long sword appeared, Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Even if he activated the invincible defense, there was still an unstoppable sense of suffocation emerging from the bottom of his heart. This was definitely a terrifying ultimate move. It was far beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Origin energy, bless my body, invincible state. A golden light appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes and fell heavily on his body. I'm going all out. The origin energy formed a brand new defense, and then his entire body was submerged in a golden light. Fang Ming put away the Great Dao markings and sighed in his heart. In order to deal with Di Tian, he had paid a huge price. Especially the Great Dao markings, which were not perfect and not mature. It would take a long time to recover after activating them. Compared to the importance of Di Tian, Fang Ming felt that everything was worth it. No matter what, he had to bring Di Tian back. I don't believe that you can block the attack of the Great Dao markings. Fang Ming was very confident. There had never been a war emperor who could block an attack of this level. Jingguang dispersed. The terrifying aura was still lingering. In his field of vision, the sealed city had turned into ruins. There was a sinkhole in the original position, and the defense towers were all over the place. The power of the sword was terrifying. Is Di Tian dead? Divine senses covered the sky above the sinkhole. At the same time, everyone had the same plan. If Di Tian died, they would send people into the sealed world and eat the invincible palace that D. Tian had left behind. It was a big piece of meat. If D. Tian didn't die under the attack of the Great Tao markings, then from this moment on, D. Tian was qualified to enter their field of vision. To put it bluntly, he was a top figure. Without any warning, black defensive towers appeared on the rubble. There were several dozen of them, and they quickly formed a powerful defensive formation. Before everybody's love could even react, their defenses were already connected. Cough, cough. A voice came from the sinkhole. I'm sorry to disappoint you all. A figure jumped out of the sinkhole and appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, Lin Fei looked rather disheveled. The armor on his body was completely destroyed, and there were sword marks all over his body. It was as if he had just come out of a pool of blood. Only his eyes were bright and full of expression. He's still fine. What the hell? What treasure does D. Tian have? He can still survive the attack of the Great Tao markings. Seeing D. Tian's disheveled appearance, the big shots were dumbfounded. They had never heard of anyone surviving the attack of the Great Tao markings. D. Tian was an exception. Rumor has it that in that era, the unparalleled expert, Curse, had mastered all kinds of powerful curse techniques. One of them was called Body of Curse, which could block all attacks. Could it be? The big shot of the Curse Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 2253. Pfft. Fang Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. There's no justice in this world if he doesn't die. No one knew better than him how powerful this move was. Even a giant late-stage expert would have to pay with half his life if he were to face this sword. Those of other realms would definitely die. He thought that everything would be perfect. When he saw D. Tian jumping around, Fang Ming completely collapsed. That was an attack derived from the Great Tao patterns. Could it really be the body of 10,000 curses? Fang Ming didn't know if the big shot of the Curse Palace did it on purpose or if he had other thoughts. Everyone in the void heard it clearly. It was hard not to know. No, I can't give up. That guy might be pretending to be strong. Fang Ming decided to attack again. But this time, Fang Ming was going to be disappointed. Big shot Fang, you're already a giant. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for bullying a small combat emperor? The person who stopped Fang Ming was a big shot of the Curse Palace. He was a late-stage giant. You want to help that kid? Fang Ming's heart sank and his eyes twitched. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone but the experts of the Curse Palace. He couldn't figure out why the people of the Curse Palace would be willing to help him. The late-stage giant from the Curse Palace turned around and smiled at D. Tian, who was on the ruins. Little friend D. Tian, with me here, no one can touch a single hair of yours. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged, took out an elixir and consumed it. He laughed in his heart. Fang Ming is destined to be disappointed this time. If I don't die, no one will dare to make things difficult for me in the future. Anyone who could block an attack from the Great Tao patterns would have to consider the consequences. Body of 10,000 curses? That's a good excuse. Lin Fei felt that it was a good deal to get the curse technique from young Master Curse. The fact that the experts of the Curse Palace came out to stop Fang Ming was a good proof. Everyone could see how important D. Tian was. To be able to survive Fang Ming's attack, the significance of it was great. That was why the Curse Palace came out to help. At the very least, D. Tian would owe them a favor. If they worked together again in the future, the Curse Palace would gain more benefits. Fang Ming was stopped by the experts of the Curse Palace. He realized that it would be very difficult to deal with D. Tian today. Big shot Fang, you're a big shot. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small combat emperor? Why don't we all sit down and talk about it? Maybe there's some misunderstanding here. After the Curse Palace stepped out to protect Yifutian, other forces in the void also stepped out to protect Yifutian. They were all secretly cursing the Curse Palace for being so shameless and coming out first to leave a good impression. In order to not fall behind the others, these powers all jumped out one after another. Although their words sounded high-sounding, in reality, they were all standing on Tion's side. If it was just the Curse Palace, Fong Ming might not be afraid. However, if one or two major forces stepped forward, it would not be easy to deal with them. Especially after activating the Great Path patterns, the consumption was very serious, and his combat power was only about 50% of his usual. Tian, just you wait and see. Fong Ming was not a simple-minded person. It would be stupid to take action when he knew that it was impossible. Fong Ming left with his men after leaving behind these ruthless words. He knew clearly in his heart that this trip was a complete failure, and he might not be able to leave if he didn't leave now. Fong Ming's intuition was right. On the way to Huani sect, they were attacked by a mysterious force. They lost 6 experts at the early stage of the giant realm, plus 1 expert at the intermediate stage of the giant realm. Fong Ming himself was seriously injured. Of course, this was a story for another time. Little friend Tian, recuperate well. We are very supportive of your adventurer guild. I wonder when you will open it to the public. Little friend Tian, what's the price of your defense tower? We are very interested in this thing. After Fong Ming left, some forces in the void took the initiative to express their goodwill. Even if they were separated by an array, it was better to leave a good impression first. After this battle, Lin Fei's name shook the entire sacred world. It was rumored that the body of 10,000 curses could block all attacks, and it also spread like wildfire. After that battle, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace to recuperate. Although the attack of the Great Path patterns was blocked by the origin energy, a part of it still landed on his body. It was a pity that the heavenly mandate energy had to constantly neutralize the suppression, and the number of consumption had reached a terrifying figure. A month later, Lin Fei's injuries were completely healed. Your Majesty, the sealed city has been rebuilt. We have rearranged it according to your instructions. There are also many forces in the sacred world that have contacted us privately, wanting to buy the defense tower. During this month, Lin Fei was very relaxed. Although he had consumed a large number of energy units before, which made Lin Fei's heart ache, it was all very worth it. At least, he was no longer a country bumpkin in the sacred world, and no force dared to carry the slogan of killing him. Now, everyone knew that Tian had the ability to injure a giant late-stage expert. Because of this, no one dared to act recklessly. In addition, Lin Fei became famous after this battle, and the Adventurers Association attracted the attention of various sacred worlds. Originally, everyone had a lot of resentment about the sacred world restricting them from entering the sealed world, but after the boundary wall battlefield was opened, everyone saw hope. In less than half a month, the sealed city had become a decent city. How is the preparation of the Adventurers Association? Lin Fei took a break from his busy work and paid attention to the Adventurers Association. According to Your Majesty's instructions, the preparations are almost done, and we can open it to the public at any time, said the Supreme Demon Emperor. Alright, from now on, you will be responsible for the Adventurers Association. You must spread the benefits of the Adventurers Association throughout the sacred world as soon as possible. Lin Fei ordered. 2 months later. Under everyone's expectations, the Adventurers Association was established. Cultivators from various sacred worlds entered the sealed world through the boundary wall battlefield. These people who came in were very obedient. This was a place where even the avatars of giants couldn't interfere. On the first day of the Adventurers Association, there were 100,000 people who registered as one-star adventurers. On the second day, there were 150,000, on the third day, 300,000, and on the sixth day, the number exceeded 1 million. The Adventurers Association's energy points were recognized by everyone, especially after the first mission was completed and the energy points were exchanged for a pill. This drove everyone's eagerness to complete the mission. Half a year later, the number of registered members in the Adventurers Association reached hundreds of millions. The source of the Adventurers Association began to spread. Want good things? Go to the Adventurers Association. Want to exchange for powerful puppets? Go to the Adventurers Association. Want good weapons? Go to the Adventurers Association. There was no need for Lin Fei to spread the news, the members of the Adventurers Association were all bragging to their friends. In fact, the Adventurers Association had indeed brought unimaginable benefits to the cultivators of the sacred world. Those things that were thought to be impossible to obtain were no longer extravagant dreams. At this time, cursed thunder from the cursed palace came. After calculating the time, you guys should be here by now. Lin Fei received cursed thunder and his group in a courtyard. I heard that your majesty is interested in powerful corpses. These are a small gift from the cursed palace. Cursed thunder brought a gift as soon as he arrived. The corpse of a giant of the United Sect. Chapter 2254. This was a valuable gift. I didn't expect you guys to be so capable. You actually brought the corpses of the United One Sect. Aren't you afraid that the experts from the United One Sect will come after you? Lin Fei might be tempted, but he didn't show much emotion on his face. Cursed Thunder said with a smile, Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about this. The United Sect doesn't have the mood to seek revenge. They have lost 6 experts at the initial stage of Giant Realm and 1 at the intermediate stage. The United Sect can only accept this loss. 6 early-stage giant corpses and 1 mid-stage giant corpse would be a great help to Lin Fei. With a slight modification, they would be a proper pseudo-giant, and they would be stronger than the heavy spearmen. Then, I will accept this gift. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Just tell me what you want. I won't accept your gift for nothing. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless looked at each other. Joy flashed in their eyes. These corpses were actually obtained by the Cursed Palace in collaboration with outsiders. They wanted to leave a good impression in Di Tian's eyes. As for why they would use the corpses as gifts, this was something that the Cursed Palace had spent a lot of effort to find out. They were right. Di Tian really liked the corpses of the giants. We would like to exchange for some powerful curse techniques from your majesty, such as numbing curse techniques or the body of 10,000 curses. No matter what your majesty wants, the Cursed Palace will fulfill it. Cursed Thunder stood up and said. After the battle in Sealed City, the Cursed Palace didn't dare to underestimate this young Di Tian anymore. Currently, the organization that Lin Fei wanted to cooperate with the most was none other than the Cursed Palace. This is not impossible. Lin Fei said, I need to talk to your higher-ups. It would be best if your palace lord could come. For example, we can deal with the United One Sect together. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were shocked. Di Tian's appetite is huge. After sending Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless away, Lin Fei inspected the 7 corpses. Every corpse was in good condition. It could be seen that this was an ambush without any warning. The results were gratifying. I've finally created a true giant puppet. An early-stage giant could only be made into a pseudo-giant puppet by Lin Fei. A mid-stage giant could make a complete early-stage giant puppet. Lin Fei was in a good mood because of this. The heavy spearman could only deal with half-step giants. It was not impossible to deal with an early-stage giant expert, but the losses would be great, unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Fei would never use it. After the corpse was made, Lin Fei had a good knife in his hand, and it was the sharp kind. Chu Huan had arrived. In order to show his sincerity, the palace master came one night. Your Majesty is so capable. I have long admired you. Chu Huan didn't bring any outsiders with her. He was very polite the moment he arrived. This was something that would never happen outside. Di Tian had the right to do so. Di Tian was a late-stage giant, yet he didn't die under the attacks of the Great Tao patterns. He was definitely someone capable. I have also heard a lot about you, Palace Master. Flattery was free. Since the other party was polite, Lin Fei would naturally be polite as well. The two of them chatted happily. I heard that His Majesty wants to deal with the United Sect. Chu Huan asked. I am never one to suffer losses. Lin Fei expressed his attitude, the United Sect framed me for no reason, and I am very unhappy. I am prepared to deal with the United Sect. I wonder if Palace Master Chu is interested. Of course she was interested. If she wasn't interested, Chu Huan wouldn't have come in person. You know the strength of the United Sect. Although it isn't a first-rate sect, it still has a peerless expert. Chu Huan frowned. No, it is that easy to deal with. How could Lin Fei not know what the other palace masters were thinking? Palace Master Chu, as long as you stop the United Sect when they send out a late-stage giant or even a peerless expert, I can give you the paralysis technique. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I don't believe that you won't take the bait. Chu Huan was indeed scheming. However, Di Tian was too direct with his words and threw out what he wanted. For example, the paralysis technique. Compared to the paralysis technique from young Master Chu, the power in Lin Fei's hands had increased by quite a bit. Even though it could not reach the level of origin energy units, it was still more than a little stronger than a normal numbing curse. You know, we will also give you a paralysis curse scroll. Palace Lord should know what to do with this kind of thing. With such a treasure scroll, it will be able to lend you a helping hand at a critical moment. Lin Fei gave her some sweeteners. Also, as long as your curse palace kills a giant and gives the corpse to me, I can give you a batch of curse mages at the War Emperor level. The benefits were great. Joy flashed in Chu Huan's eyes. Since a long time ago, Chu Huan had known that Di Tian was interested in powerful corpses. The gift that he had given Di Tian was actually a test. Without a doubt, this test was very successful. Although she didn't know what Di Tian wanted the corpses for, it didn't affect what was going to happen next. Since the benefits were so great, Chu Huan also knew that she had to give an answer. One high-level curse technique is not enough, I need at least 10. She began to bargain. Lin Fei wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. If he gave it all at once, it would be hard to negotiate in the future. An overlord and a new feudal lord began to bargain. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they finally came to an agreement. Lin Fei gave 3 types of curse techniques and a giant's corpse in exchange for 150,000 curse mages. The half-step giant's corpse in exchange for 10,000 curse mages. The curse palace needed to expand its strength. The giant's corpse in exchange for curse mages that Lin Fei mentioned was the best choice. Thinking that the half-step giant's corpse could be exchanged for 10,000 curse mages, Chu Huan couldn't wait to go out and kill a batch of half-step giants' corpses. No one knew that the corpses trade that would affect the entire sacred world would start today. Those rogue half-step magnates, and even rogue magnates, started to suffer. The hunting giant adventurers became the nemesis of these powerhouses. Of course, this was a story for another time. Chu Huan returned to the Cursed Palace immediately and gathered all the giant powerhouses for a meeting. Palace Master, this is a good thing. If we can continuously obtain curse mages, saber slaves, and sword slaves from Di Tian, it won't take long for the Cursed Palace's strength to increase by more than 10 times. Palace Master, I'm willing to go out and kill giant powerhouses and even half-step giants. This concerns the future of the Cursed Palace. After hearing about the cooperation, the powerhouses of the Cursed Palace all revealed looks of joy. This was definitely a good opportunity to expand the Cursed Palace. Kill giants? They weren't afraid. The Cursed Palace was very satisfied with the first batch of curse mages. If the Cursed Palace were to nurture them themselves, it would take at least 1,000 years. The giants were very satisfied with the curse mages that came from Di Tian. Chu Huan agreed with this method of cooperation. Where else could they find such a good deal? Did Di Tian have a motive? Wasn't it just corpses? Since they were useless to them, they might as well exchange them for a batch of powerhouses. Palace Master, regarding the half-step giants, we can start from our prefecture Cloud World. We can use this opportunity to clean up some of the people of the Cursed Palace who oppose us. Chapter 2255. Those people from Cursed Palace are really interesting. This is a good reason. Lin Fei could not help but laugh when he heard the news from his spies. Ever since the battle at Sealed City, Lin Fei had secretly sent out a large number of spies to various small sacred worlds to build an intelligence system. At least now, Lin Fei could know some of the major events in each sacred world. That was the situation in Cloud Prefecture World. It turned out that after the Cursed Palace Master returned, 2 days later, an energy wave erupted from Cursed Palace. The wave did not calm down for a long time. After he left, a giant powerhouse made a move. The next day, Cursed Palace announced to the outside world, last night, a mysterious person invaded Cursed Palace and stole their curse techniques and treasures. Cursed Palace is very angry and has decided to take action against the forces in Cloud Prefecture World. Cloud Prefecture World was very big. Although Cursed Palace was not the strongest force, it was still top-notch. Even the Holy Lord had to give them face. Moreover, after such a thing happened, it would be inexcusable if Holy Lord Fu Yun did not let Cursed Palace vent their anger. If they caused trouble, Holy Lord Fu Yun would not feel good either. Holy Lord Fu Yun turned a blind eye, but the forces in Cloud Prefecture World suffered. Those who had conflicts with Cursed Palace were directly suppressed by Cursed Palace. Half-step giants. Dissatisfied? Kill. Giant powerhouses were dissatisfied. Kill. That was how domineering Cursed Palace was. This time, Cursed Palace suppressed and destroyed dozens of forces, killing 5 early-stage giant powerhouses and more than 100 half-step giant powerhouses. This was only after Holy Lord Fu Yun saw that the situation was not good and personally talked to the Cursed Palace Master. Only then did Cursed Palace order a retreat. Your Cursed Palace is so amazing. On a dark and windy night, Cursed Thunder came with a gift. 5 early-stage giant powerhouses and more than 100 half-step giant powerhouses. Cloud Prefecture World. The Cursed Palace's actions made the forces in Cloud Prefecture World realize that Cursed Palace was not as good-tempered as they thought. It's just a so-so. Although Cursed Thunder said so, he still had a hint of pride on his face. If not for Holy Lord Fu Yun coming to stop us, would have destroyed 3 or 4 first-rate forces to reduce their prestige. Lin Fei checked the corpses. They were in good condition. The corpses are not bad, just like what we said last time. 1 half-step giant for 10,000 curse mages. 5 giant powerhouses for 500,000 curse mages. The exchange for curse mages was not as troublesome as before. War Emperor level Curse Master. Lin Fei had arranged for them to be at the level of 1 to 2 star combat emperors. To the Curse Palace, it was still a precious treasure. Everyone knew that curses weren't easy to cultivate, let alone reaching the combat emperor level. Father asked me to pass this message to His Majesty. The Curse Palace is ready. We can set off to the 6 Harmony World at any time. Cursed Thunder said respectfully after completing the transaction. Lin Fei nodded. Tell him that we will depart from the 6 Harmony World 3 days later. 6 Harmony World, the 20th floor of the 33 Sacred Worlds. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to this place. On a lofty peak in the 6 Harmonies World, Lin Fei had been waiting for Chu Huan. Chu Huan's main body had come personally. At the same time, he had brought along 3 Cursed Palace Elders who were at the later stage of the Great Divinity Realm. My apologies, I was delayed on the road. Sorry to keep you waiting. When Chu Huan arrived, Lin Fei was already there. He took the initiative to apologize. Their previous cooperation had also given the Cursed Palace some peace of mind. It's alright, I just arrived. Lin Fei changed the way he addressed Chu Huan. Chu Huan was not anxious or impatient towards Di Tian. His impression of Di Tian improved a lot. This Di Tian was indeed someone who could do great things. Even though he was very jealous of Di Tian's method of nurturing curse masters and had once thought of snatching them away. In the end, he suppressed this thought. Especially when he saw that Di Tian was able to block the attack of an expert with great Dao patterns, he was glad that he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would really become the biggest joke in the sacred world. Now, the Union sect had become a joke for everyone. During this period of time, the disciples of the Union sect didn't dare to go out. No one was willing to be criticized by others, but they couldn't do anything about it. Little friend, how do you plan to do it? Chu Huan was very curious to be able to launch an attack against the Union sect at the Combat Emperor realm. Not many people in the entire sacred world would dare to do so, even with Chu Huan's help. I heard that the Union sect has a fiefdom in the Six Harmony world. I plan to attack them head-on, and no matter what, I will make the Union sect pay the price. Palace Master Curse only needs to block the sect leader of the Union sect. If you can block the expert with Great Tao patterns, I will be extremely grateful. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said. Chu Huan said straightforwardly. Little friend, you are very bold. The Union sect is not a top power. If the Union sect leader dares to make a move, I will naturally help you block him. The Union sect was a first-rate power. In the Six Harmony world, any first-rate power could have a piece of land, which was bestowed by the Six Harmony Holy Lord. Recently, the Union sect had not been having a good time. First, one of the two great leaders had died, and the other had betrayed them. Then, they had fallen in front of a little bumpkin, and had helped someone else's reputation. On the way back, the unlucky Union sect was ambushed by an expert, and in a single round, they killed 6 of the early-stage great leaders and 1 of the middle-stage great leaders. In this situation, Fang Ming had no choice but to use the Great Tao patterns to attack again, barely intimidating the other party, and hurriedly left with his men. This time, the Union sect's vitality was greatly damaged. The disciples of the Union sect were also restrained, and the entire Union sect was shrouded in a gloomy cloud. The entire Union sect had a deep grudge against that bumpkin, Di Tian. If it was not for him, the Union sect would not have suffered such a heavy blow. In the small saint world, the other first-rate powers took the opportunity to cause trouble, and during this period of time, the Union sect was in a rather bad situation. This was the rule of every sacred world. The high and mighty Holy Lord would never interfere in such matters, and would only come out to stop it when it was a big problem. Usually, they would not care about small matters. The Union sect's situation was not good, but in the Union sect's land, the Union sect did not look any different from usual. In the night sky, a group of people descended above the land. Master, what we are seeing now is the Union sect's land. Su Kai was wearing a black robe, and he stood beside Lin Fei. In this land, the Union sect controls over a dozen important mining areas. Before coming here, Lin Fei had understood the situation of the Union sect, and he had a rough idea. Now that he saw the entire Union sect's land, he had a better idea. Do as I said, bring your men and take action. Behind Lin Fei, a few people flew out. Apart from them, the most important trump card was brought over, the heavy armored spearmen. Kill. In the night sky, there were a total of 50 heavy armored spearmen in a team of 1,000. They charged towards the Union sect's land. At this moment, a ferocious tiger came out of the cage. It had taken a long time to accumulate these 50,000 heavy spearmen. In the Union sect's land, at an important mining area, a treasure the size of a small mountain smashed down, and there was a loud explosion, and it was really ear-piercing in the night sky. Enemy attack. A half-step giant flew out, and his face was filled with rage. This was the Union sect's land, and someone actually came to attack. What an audacious act. So. A sound spread out and covered the half-step giant. Then, this fellow fell from the sky and smashed into a pile of ores, and he died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 2256. That night. As miserable cries reverberated in the night sky, the assault on the Union sect began. In the night sky, Lin Fei stood quietly. Within his field of vision, the nearest mining area had been breached by the heavily armed spearmen. The half-step magnates were riddled with holes the moment they arrived, not to mention the rest. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in the mining area. He sneaked into the mining area and released the devouring worms that he had exchanged. No one could tell what was going on, and it wouldn't take long before the mining area became an empty shell. Every mining area was quickly breached, and 1 or 2 half-step magnates became meaningless. They couldn't stop the charge of the heavily armed spearmen at all. Swish. 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 The sky was filled with the sound of long spears piercing through the air, and a large number of mining area guards were swept down. Even combat emperors suffered the same fate. What powerful spearmen! They must be Di Tian's trump card. Chu Huan's eyes were filled with shock. He had seen half-step magnates before, but it was rare to see one as ferocious and terrifying as the one in front of him. So terrifying. The armor on the spearman's body, and even the weapons in his hands, are all very rare. I wonder what they are made of. Palace Master, if our cursed palace can get a half-step magnate of this level, we won't have to fear any forces in the future. No one will be able to stop the charge of the spearmen. The elders at the back were completely moved. It was impossible for them not to be moved. They had originally thought that Di Tian's greatest trump card was the cursed sorcerer, but from the looks of it, it wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Di Tian's mysteriousness was beyond their imagination. Those fellows who look down on Di Tian are probably going to suffer a great loss. Chu Huan realized that he had made the right decision to come here. Who knew that this kid had another trump card? How brilliant! Chu Huan continued, when the experts of the Union sect come out, all of you have to do your best. Don't let Di Tian look down on us. In the beginning, Chu Huan did have some thoughts, but when he saw the tens of thousands of spearmen coming out, he didn't dare to have other thoughts. Instead, he started to take this cooperation seriously. No matter what, he had to succeed this time. Enemy attack. This is too terrifying. Even half-step magnates can't stop the charge of the enemy. How are we going to fight them? Retreat. At the back of the Union sect, there were panicking cultivators everywhere. The half-step powerhouses of the Unity sect gathered together and rushed out, but they were attacked by the heavy armored soldiers. More than half of them were wiped out in an instant, and the remaining half were also injured. They were not willing to give up and counterattacked again. Just like the last time, many of them fell. Looking at the other side, the number of people they killed could be counted on one hand. When their attacks landed on the other side's body, it was as if they were bombarding a hard rock. The other side's spear was even more terrifying. Even if they were wearing battle armor, it was useless. They were completely terrified. They were of the same realm, but in terms of equipment, they were far inferior to the other party. It was a complete massacre. Since they couldn't win, they could only retreat. At this moment, in their eyes, these armored fellows with spears in their hands seemed to have transformed into terrifying demons. The Unity sect suffered heavy losses. This is the sealed area of the one sect, how can you behave so atrociously? A long howl came from the center of the door. Then, a sharp light shot out and hit a small team. Great! The elders have made their move. They can't stop them. Kill them all. The fleeing Unity sect disciples all revealed a look of joy. To them, the giant elder would definitely be able to kill them all. Kill! Many furious shouts rang out. Blades and swords whistled, blasting the heavy armored spearmen away. They smashed into the building of the Unity sect, causing many ruins to appear. The next scene caused them to be shocked, and a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. The heavy armored spearmen that were blasted away weren't killed as expected. Apart from a few unlucky fellows, the rest of them only had their battle armor dented. They didn't seem to be injured at all. They headed straight for the giant elder. The giant elder would never look down on a half-step giant. But at this moment, the heavy armored spearman launched a ferocious attack. For a moment, the giant elder was flustered. This was a very rare occurrence. The giant elder can come over here too. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. Seeing the giant elder fly out, Lin Fei didn't care. Especially since he was only at the initial giant realm. Although he was much stronger, it was nothing to the heavy armored spearmen. Giant spearmen, move out. Lin Fei prepared a set of gifts for the giant elder. Everyone, let's attack together. These spearmen aren't as strong as us. They only have strong defenses. Once we break through their armor, they'll be nothing. A giant elder of the Unity sect shouted. After exchanging blows for a while, the giant elder realized the weakness of these heavy armored spearmen. However, the treasures and spears on them were very stimulating to them. Relying on their armor and spears, they were able to fight with them. This was something that was impossible under normal circumstances. If the Unity sect could obtain these armors and spears, it would be of great help to the sect's strength. This was something that was unimaginable under normal circumstances. Palace Lord, their giant elder has made his move. Should we go and help? Seeing D. Tion's trump card, the Cursed Palace's elders decided to go all out. They wouldn't embarrass the Cursed Palace. Not for now. Chu Huan shook her head. D. Tion should be prepared. Even Chu Huan wanted to see what D. Tion could do. Swish swish swish. Without any warning, the sound of something tearing through the air reverberated. It was a team of 8 people. They were dressed like heavy armored spearmen, but their auras were much stronger. Their spears swept toward a giant elder, and their momentum was even more shocking. In just a single exchange, the giant elder of the Unity sect was sent flying, and he crashed into a building. The second round of attacks followed. 8 figures followed closely behind and blasted into the ruins. A huge crater appeared in the ruins, and dust flew everywhere. Inside the ruins, the giant elder's body was filled with bloody holes. His pupils shrank as the third wave of attacks blasted over. One of the spears pierced through the elder's head. The defense of a giant elder was clearly not enough in front of the spear. They killed the elder. Everyone felt as if they had been hit in the head. They had only been fighting for a short period of time, but their Unity sect had already lost an early-stage giant elder. Under the encirclement of 8 spearmen, he couldn't even last for a few breaths. Everyone, be careful. They are all giant experts. They were all puppet giants. Lin Fei had also equipped them with weapons. Apart from that, he had also infused a trace of origin energy into the spearhead, causing that bit of power to reach a terrifying level. This was also the main reason why they could break through the giant expert's defense. What a powerful team. Chapter 2257. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The 8-man squad transformed into fierce tigers. Spear shadows followed them as they pierced through the air. They really came and went without a trace. However, all of the giant powerhouses who came up to greet them would show signs of defeat after a few exchanges, not to mention the heavy armored spearmen who were chasing after them. Often, when they managed to deal with one side, the other side's attack would arrive, and they would be in a mess for a while. Hurry up and inform the elders. They're too ferocious. We can't stop them. The elders looked at each other. This mysterious person was extremely terrifying. Although they were furious, they could only count on the elders of the upper echelons. From the start of the attack until now, the United Sect was in a disadvantageous position. The loss of a half-step giant would definitely be heart-wrenching, not to mention the fact that they had lost an initial giant realm elder. With such a huge commotion, the entire Unity Sect was alarmed. When they saw the corpses outside, all of them looked as if they had lost their lives. How dare you come to the Unity Sect and act so presumptuously? Don't even think of leaving. A late-stage giant powerhouse rushed out. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand pressed down, killing more than 10 heavy spearmen on the spot. Yes, the United Sect is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Hearing the noise, Fong Ming came out of his closed-door training. When he saw the United Sect in a mess, he was also furious. Since he suffered a loss in the sealed city, he had been suppressing his anger. Even though the United One Sect's vitality was greatly damaged, not everyone could touch the United One Sect. As soon as Fong Ming arrived, he, together with a few other experts in the late stage of the giant realm, formed a powerful force of the United Sect. They turned the situation around and killed thousands of heavy armored spearmen. As expected of a great sect, Lin Fei had been monitoring the situation through the system. It's time for them to make their move. The reason why Lin Fei invited the experts from Cursed Palace was to deal with the late-stage giant powerhouses. In addition, there was also the old ancestor of the United Sect. If it was not for the fact that he did not have the strength to deal with powerhouses of this level, Lin Fei would not have invited the experts from Curse Palace. This was the correct move. Lin Fei had already prepared himself for the death of 1 to 2,000 heavy gunner soldiers. Heavy spear soldiers are still too weak in the face of a giant mid-stage powerhouse. Lin Fei sighed softly. Now, it's time for us to act. Chu Huan kept watching. After this battle, the Unity sect will need at least 1,000 years to recover their current strength. That brat Di Tian has such a trump card. No matter which faction it is, it will be very strenuous to deal with it. The three late-stage powerhouses behind him were ready to make a move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three late-stage powerhouses dressed in black robes attacked the powerhouses who were massacring the heavily armed spearmen. Paralysis curse. Weakened curse. Curse technique, cloud extinguishing slash. The three late-stage magnates attacked with all their strength, and their minds were connected to each other. He attacked a late-stage giant powerhouse as soon as he appeared. The experts of the Unity sect didn't expect that there would be a giant expert hiding. This late-stage giant elder was out of luck. He was weak and had been hit. F***CK, I hit it. Spell master. This giant expert was terrified. The crescent moonlight cloud extinguishing slash descended from the sky and killed this late-stage giant on the spot. This was also one of the curse palaces that had been strengthened. Its might was much greater than before, and its might was even greater when used. This was especially so when used in a situation like this where the opponent was completely defenseless and could kill an expert of the same cultivation level. That was very normal. The three elders of the Cursed Palace who attacked were also shocked. They had the intention of repelling the enemy, and they didn't expect to kill the enemy. The people of the Cursed Palace are here. Why are they here? This is the Six Harmony world. When Fang Ming and the other two elders saw this scene, they gasped from the bottom of their hearts and were immediately filled with endless rage. Curse, cloud extinguishing slash. Curse, weakened curse. After killing the late-stage giant expert of the Unity sect, the three elders of the Cursed Palace didn't stop. They charged toward the giant experts. They had received orders from the palace master to kill as many giant experts as possible. If they killed one, the strength of the Cursed Palace would increase. The giant experts of the Unity sect were unlucky. This was especially so for the elders of the early-stage giant experts. Facing the ferocious experts of the Cursed Palace, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. In a short period of time, they lost 5 early-stage giant experts. Quick, stop them. Fang Ming's eyes were bloodshot. Preposterous. This matter isn't over between the Unity sect and the Cursed Palace. At this moment, the sect master of the Unity sect, Yi Yangzi, charged out angrily. He took out a treasure and killed over 100 heavy spearmen on the spot. Even so, it couldn't extinguish the burning anger in his heart. These were the foundation of the Unity sect. It was an absolute annihilation blow. Lu Hezi wasn't at the unparalleled realm. Like Fang Ming, he had condensed a great Dao pattern, but it took him a little longer. The 3 experts of the Cursed Palace were able to withstand the attacks at the beginning. However, when the opponent used the great Dao pattern to attack, they were immediately at a disadvantage, and injuries were left on their bodies. Yi Yangzi, your opponent should be me. A sacrificial altar came crashing down. The boundless aura of the curse formed a terrifying domain. Yi Yangzi's expression changed slightly. He threw more than 10 punches at the sacrificial altar while retreating rapidly. Palace Master Curse. That's right, it's me. Chu Huan revealed herself. Do you still want to fight me? The attack from the sacrificial altar made Lu Hezi feel immense pressure. Palace Master Curse, what do you mean by this? Why did you attack the Unity sect? If you don't give an explanation, the Master of Sagely Sky won't let you off, Yi Yangzi shouted, his eyes filled with fear. Chu Huan laughed loudly. The Unity sect killed the disciples of the Cursed Palace. Is that a reason? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Huan took out a curse technique. Curse technique paralysis. Her target was Yi Yangzi. Chu Huan pointed with a finger. Curse technique, Yin curse finger. Yi Yangzi was infinitely close to the unparalleled realm, but there was still a gap between him and Chu Huan. The finger pierced through his chest. You can't do it. Get your old ancestor to come out. Chu Huan stood with her hands behind her back. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying the weak. Cough cough cough. Yi Yangzi vomited blood. Fang Ming and the other two rushed back immediately. They stood beside the sect master and glared at Chu Huan's group. Without the help of Fang Ming and the other late-stage powerhouses, the three elders of the Cursed Palace had nothing to worry about. They continued to hunt down powerhouses at the level of powerhouses at the level of giants. Even half-step giants were their targets. Puff puff puff. Chu Huan still stood with her hands behind her back. However, Fang Ming and the other two had wounds on their bodies. Traces of curse technique energy surrounded them, preventing them from healing. Chu Huan, you're going too far. Yi Yangzi was furious. The few strongest elders of the Unity sect attacked together, but they couldn't do anything to Chu Huan. Instead, wounds were left on their bodies. My disciples aren't that easy to kill. Chu Huan said. If your old ancestor doesn't make a move, I'll destroy the entire Unity sect. How arrogant. You dare to destroy the Unity sect? Try it if you dare. With a rumble, 3 palm shadows shot towards Chu Huan from the depths of the Unity sect. At the same time, a disdainful aura shot into the sky, shocking the entire Six Harmony world. Chapter 2258. Unparalleled expert. They were top figures in any small saint world. They were able to build a top faction for a long time because they had enough accumulation and weren't afraid of time. If one could live after offending a giant expert, then one would definitely die if they offended an unparalleled expert. There was no such thing as luck. The moment the old ancestor of Unity sect appeared, all the factions in Six Harmony world were shocked. Six Harmony world, Six Harmony peak. This was an endless mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was covered in white mist and one couldn't see the end of it. Six Harmony city was on this mountain peak. Six Harmony saint leader lived on this mountain peak and was also the controller of Six Harmony world. Cursed joy, he actually attacked Unity sect. He is really bold. Is he trying to deal a heavy blow to Unity sect? Within the palace in the city, Six Harmony saint leader walked out and frowned. He didn't like what Cursed Joy was doing. After all, this wasn't Floating Clouds world. Saint leader, should we send someone to stop him? His aide asked carefully. Six Harmony saint leader relaxed his brows, no need for now. I heard that Cursed Joy's curse techniques are heaven-defying. I want to see what is worth him causing trouble in Six Harmony world. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Six Harmony world. The old ancestor actually came out. Even the Cursed Palace head came personally. This is unbelievable. When did Unity sect offend Cursed Palace? They have suffered huge losses this time. Cursed Palace is so terrifying. Their subordinates are actually so strong. Also, those people with spears are even more terrifying when they kill people. The commotion spread out from Unity sect and all the factions stared at Unity sect. Unity sect was a top faction in Six Harmony world. With an unparalleled old ancestor, who dared to offend Six Harmony world. Even Six Harmony saint leader had to give them face. Cursed Palace sent troops to attack Unity sect. It was a very rare occurrence. No one knew. Recently, after Unity sect suffered a loss at the hands of D. Tian, they had been keeping a low profile. Many people predicted that for a long period of time. Unity sect would keep a low profile until the day they recovered their strength. Cursed Palace killed their disciple and the palace head personally attacked them. They even forced the old ancestor out. Wasn't this making a big deal out of nothing? No matter what the reason was. This was the first time that the Cursed Palace had displayed its terrifying prowess in front of everyone. Palace Master Mantra, who had yet to ascend to the unparalleled realm, dared to face the wrath of the Unity Old Ancestor at this time. Unity Ancestor. Above the mining area, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This aura is too strong. I wonder if Palace Master Curse can withstand it. In the entire space, powerful auras tore apart the void. Even from far away, one could still feel the pressure from the supreme experts. You think I'm afraid of you? The three palm prints came one after another, and each of them contained terrifying mysteries of the Great Path. Will become insignificant. However, Chu Huan did not show any fear. He had long wanted to compete with a matchless expert. If it was in the past, he might be afraid. But after mastering a higher-level curse technique, he became more confident. His curse techniques were close to the 10 great cultivation techniques and were not any weaker than them. His combat power was naturally not to be underestimated. Curse technique, Een Curse Finger. Curse, Paralyze. Curses. Great Prophecy Technique. A sacrificial altar landed below Chu Huan. When he stood on it, his entire aura surged. Originally, his aura was inferior to the Unity Old Ancestor. But with the help of the sacrificial altar, his aura was not inferior to the Unity Old Ancestor. No wonder you dared to mess around in the Unity sect. It turns out that you have brought a matchless treasure, the blood-cursed divine altar. The Unity Old Ancestor sneered, this old man will tell you that external objects are external objects after all. Even if your aura is not inferior to this old man, you are still inferior to this old man. You will know after you try. Chu Huan activated the sacrificial altar. Phantoms appeared one after another, emitting a powerful aura and opening up a terrifying domain. Tyrannical and terrifying curse techniques were cast from his hands. I didn't expect that Palace Master Mantra to be so powerful. This is almost the combat power of a matchless expert. No wonder he has the confidence to fight against the 6 Unity Old Ancestor. From today onwards, this cursed palace lord has stepped into the level of matchless experts. No one will dare to look down on him anymore. The 6 Unity Old Ancestor was a matchless expert after all. His combat power was far beyond Chu Huan's imagination. Although he had the blood-cursed divine altar to enhance his combat power, he was still inferior. All kinds of curse techniques came out one after another, but most of them were defeated by the great Tao energy. He was gradually at a disadvantage. However, it was not easy for the 6 Unity Old Ancestor to make a move against the most troublesome curse palace. Compared to the previous curse techniques, the power of this curse technique had increased by a lot. It was not easy to deal with it. He did not dare to take it lightly. In the sky, the two experts exchanged blows and kept a distance between them. The surroundings of the two had formed a zone of death. Even the late-stage magnates could feel the aura of death. This is not good. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. Chu Huan's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he dared to fight against matchless experts. As expected of the mainstream of that era. As time passed, Lin Fei could see that the balance of victory was tilting towards the Unity Old Ancestor. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. No, I have to help him. As long as Chu Huan could block the Unity Old Ancestor's attack and cause the other party to be fearful, the Unity sect could only endure this loss and plan for the long term. Curse technique, weaken. Curse technique, paralyze. Curse technique, poison. Lin Fei did not know anything else, but he was confident in casting curse techniques in the dark. In order to not be discovered, Lin Fei instructed the little devil to conceal his aura. He believed that the Unity Old Ancestor would not be able to find his whereabouts. 3 curses weren't that powerful. This was where Lin Fei was sinister. On the surface, curse techniques and ordinary curse techniques did not pose any threat. It was especially so in the eyes of a peak expert like the Unity Old Ancestor. They were nothing. The great Tao circled around them and they could be easily nullified. However, this time, the Unity Old Ancestor fell for it. When he discovered that the curse techniques were flying towards him, he swept his divine sense and no longer paid attention to it. He focused on dealing with the powerful enemy, Chu Huan. The 3 curse techniques landed on the Unity Old Ancestor's body. The Great Tao power did not have the Destruction Curse technique. It passed through the seal and landed on the Unity Old Ancestor's body. On the spot, the Unity Old Ancestor's face turned green. He was poisoned. After that, his movements began to slow down. His heart sank and his pupils contracted. The most terrifying thing was that this curse technique could not be dispelled in a short period of time. It was very difficult to deal with. He has been hit by the curse technique. Quickly do it. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Chu Huan. In fact, Chu Huan revealed a hint of joy when he saw that the Unity Old Ancestor was acting strangely. The heavens are helping me. Unity Old Ancestor, receive my ultimate move. A terrifying curse technique was cast out. Sun Moon Double Kill. Chapter 2259. The 6 Harmony World's expression changed the moment the double death of Sun and Moon was unleashed. Everyone was shocked by the power of this curse technique. After all, this was Chu Huan's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he rarely used it. Even if he used it, no one could spread it. Because they were all dead people. Is this the Curse Palace's most powerful skill, the Sun Moon Double Kill? The 6 Directions Sacred Lord looked over and revealed a look of surprise. I've long heard that the Curse Palace has a few great curse techniques, and one of them, the Sun Moon Double Slaughter, is the strongest. It contains the Tao of Yin and Yang. Now that I've seen it for myself, I can see that it lives up to its reputation. The rest of the bosses were also very shocked. They were all trying to find a flaw in the curse, trying to crack it so that they wouldn't be at a loss when encountering such a top-notch curse in the future. Unfortunately, this kind of rare curse technique was not something they could easily break. This is too mysterious. As expected of an era's legacy, I can't break it. From now on, it's best if I don't provoke the powerhouses of the Curse Palace. They're really not easy to deal with. So what if he used a curse technique? Old Ancestor He Yi's strength is not something that Happy Curse can resist. In the end, it was all for nothing. First Yang, the utmost Yang. The month was filled with extreme Yin. The sun and moon intersected, the moon within the sun, and the sun within the moon. They released a dazzling light that instantly exploded in everyone's eyes. Chu Huan didn't have any doubts. He was very confident in Di Tian and could sense the minute changes on the body of the Unity Ancestor. No one was clearer than him about how terrifying the curse arts Di Tian had mastered were. They had to win this battle. Chu Huan was ready to risk everything. Boom boom boom. The terrifying shockwave spread out from the position of the old ancestor of the Union God. Within sight, all the buildings were turned into dust and the entire battlefield was covered. The last few 100,000 miles had turned into a no-man's land. The experts who were watching from the void suffered a calamity this time. They were forcefully obliterated by the curse technique. Not even their bones were left. Those who were lucky enough to survive. His face was filled with fear. This was a nightmare that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Even the giant powerhouses were filled with shock. If one took a closer look, they would see that their bodies were trembling slightly. This was something that would only be revealed in extremely dangerous situations. What a terrifying sun-moon double kill. The combination of these two powers will result in destruction. Just now, there was a half-step giant who was directly killed. That unwillingness in his eyes was too terrifying. No matter who it was. When he looked at Chu Huan in the sky again, he was filled with fear. From this moment onwards, regardless of victory or defeat, cursed joy had left a strong impression in everyone's hearts. From now on, no one would dare to say that the Cursed Palace didn't have any powerhouses. What a great sun and moon double kill, cough cough. It was still in the same position. Old Ancestor He seemed to be in a terrible state. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips and his face was a little pale. Anyone could tell that he was an unparalleled expert. Finally, he was injured by Curse Huan. Even though she knew that Di Tian had helped her, Chu Huan was still very excited. She suppressed her excitement. Thank you for letting me win. Chu Huan cupped her hands. He's actually injured? How is this possible? The Six Directions Divine Lord was dumbfounded. The Unity Ancestor is an unparalleled realm. Could curse arts really be that powerful? This outcome was completely beyond the Six Combination Divine Lord's expectations. He frowned slightly. He knew that news of this would spread very quickly. The sacred world would soon have another Palace Lord incantation. This was definitely something big. The Six Directions Divine Lord was shocked. The others were the same. They were almost speechless. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that the joyful Curse Palace Lord was so powerful that he could actually injure the unparalleled old ancestor He. It was the same logic as the sun rising from the west. The sect leader of the Unity sect, Yi Yangzi, looked at the old ancestor in disbelief. He muttered to himself, the old ancestor is actually injured. The Unity sect, who had all sorts of expectations, felt as if they had been smacked in the head. Their heads were spinning. That was an unparalleled old ancestor. He was a peak existence that could easily defeat a giant. Palace Lord incantation, let's go. Lin Fei, who was far away, carefully transmitted his voice. He did not expect that the joyful Curse Palace Lord would be so powerful that he could injure the old ancestor He. It seemed like he had gone too far. He had already killed him, established his dominance, and plundered the resources. If he did not leave now, then when would he retreat? Joyful Curse was not naive enough to think that he was very powerful just because he was heavily injured. In reality, Di Tian was helping him. He believed that the battle today would soon spread throughout the sacred world. No one in the Cloud Prefecture world would dare to look down on the Curse Palace anymore. With a command, the people who were fighting all retreated. On this point, Lin Fei was very cooperative with Palace Lord incantation. In the eyes of others, they would think that it was the power of the Curse Palace. Joyful Curse did not mind others misunderstanding it. Fake and real, real and fake, this was one of the arts of war. Hua hua hua. Everyone retreated quickly, like flowing water. Today, I have vented my anger. I forgive the Unity sect for killing my disciples. Joyful Curse looked at the old ancestor He. If the old ancestor is not satisfied, you can come to the Curse Palace. I am not afraid of trouble. Joyful Curse turned around and left. Old ancestor, you can't let them leave. Yi Yangzi flew up. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He did not know why the old ancestor did not stop them from leaving. The old ancestor He did not make a move. He watched them leave with a calm expression. You can handle the aftermath of the sect. Come and see me when you are done. Yi Yangzi watched the old ancestor disappear in front of him. His heart was filled with questions. What exactly is going on? Cough, cough, cough. In the forbidden ground of the Unity sect, layers of arrays were set up in the sky. Even the Six Directions Saint Lord was unable to spy on everything in the forbidden ground. The old ancestor He appeared once again and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood was green in color and corroded the limestone the moment it landed on the ground. His face revealed a painful expression. Such powerful and terrifying curse arts. When did the Curse Palace have such an expert? The painful expression on his face turned into a malevolent one. He took out a bottle of elixir and poured it all into his mouth. The old ancestor He didn't dare to give chase as he was afraid that the expert in the dark would ambush him. The other party was the true unparalleled expert in curse arts. 3 types of curse arts had caused his combat strength to plummet. He was at the weakest point in his life. He didn't dare to imagine that such a thing would happen to him. Even though he was helpless to let the other party leave, he could only endure the fact that he might be ambushed by an unparalleled expert. This old man will definitely take revenge. Fortunately, the old ancestor did not chase after us. Lin Fei was the last to leave the scene. Master doesn't have to be so worried. The old ancestor He should be frightened by now. He definitely won't take the risk to chase after Cursed Palace Mistress. The little devil didn't think much of it. He is now suspecting that Master is an unparalleled expert. Actually, when Lin Fei thought of this, he was shocked by the strength of the source energy. It could really affect unparalleled experts. It seems like I still have to make some preparations. Chapter 2260. Big news, big news. The main force of the Joyous Curses Palace is suppressing old ancestor He. I suspect they have the power of an unrivaled expert. Six Harmonies World's one patriarch is no match for the Mantra Palace's Joyous Mantra Palace's Mantra Palace Master. The United Sect has suffered heavy casualties and is greatly weakened. The Cursed Palace has regained its former glory. After the battle in the Six Harmony World, the influence of the Cursed Palace increased rapidly. All the forces in the Cloud Prefecture world came to congratulate them. Even if they couldn't be summoned, they still wanted to leave a good impression. Old Ancestor Unity One was an unparalleled expert, but he still suffered a loss in the hands of Palace Lord Curse. Furthermore, he left a message for Old Ancestor Unity One that the Cursed Palace did not fear the other party. What kind of spirit was that? No matter what, the Cursed Palace had become famous, and the Palace Lord, Chu Huan, had shocked everyone with a single feat. Everyone in the sacred world realized that the Cursed Palace was about to rise. News of what happened in the Six Harmony world spread like wildfire. Everyone paid more attention to the fact that the Cursed Palace was far more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. Within the Cloud Prefecture world, the Cursed Palace's influence was close to Holy Lord Fu Yun's, and it became a top faction. Within the Cloud Prefecture world, only Holy Lord Fu Yun could suppress the Cursed Palace. This feels great. When everyone's attention was on the Cursed Palace, as the Palace Lord, Curses Huan took the opportunity to leave the Cursed Palace. He avoided everyone's attention and arrived at the Invincible Palace. The reason why the Cursed Palace was able to rise to fame and become one of the top forces was because no one knew better than him how important Di Tian was. Without Di Tian's help, he would definitely not be able to defeat the old ancestor of Unity. Congratulations, Palace Master Curse. You've made a name for yourself in a single battle. There's no one in the Saints world who doesn't know about the strength of the Cursed Palace now. Lin Fei smiled and raised his cup. Even though she knew that it was not the truth, Chu Huan was still very happy to hear it. She raised her cup and said, "Cheers." The two of them drained their cups in one go. These are the corpses of the half-step magnates and even magnates of the Unity sect. I have brought them to you. Chu Huan didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Lin Fei didn't collect the corpses of the experts from the United Sect that day. In any case, the Cursed Palace would come knocking on his door. Moreover, they wouldn't leave any traces behind. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile. Awesome. Little friend Di Tian, this time around, I don't want an incantation mage. What do you want then? Lin Fei smiled. Looking at Lin Fei, Chu Huan's expression turned solemn. I think little friend is here. In order to obtain the strengthened version of the Sun Moon double kill, I am willing to help my little friend Di Tian hunt down 20 powerhouses. Lin Fei had seen the curse technique Sun Moon double kill before. It was a very terrifying killer move. If it was used to deal with a giant late-stage powerhouse, it would be extremely accurate. There was no way to block it at all. 20 great powerhouses, your Sun Moon double kill is too cheap. Lin Fei could more or less guess what the other party was thinking. He wanted to increase his combat strength so that he could have a trump card to fight against old ancestor He. Although Chu Huan had a small victory over the Unity old ancestor, it was merely because Di Tian had secretly intervened, causing the other party to be fearful and mistakenly believe that there was an unparalleled expert in the Cursed Palace. He did not dare to act rashly. Once the other party found out the truth, they might really make a move on the Cursed Palace. He had to increase his strength. If he wanted to take a shortcut, he could only think of a way through Di Tian. For this trip, Chu Huan had thickened his skin. He had to succeed no matter what price he had to pay. During the battle against the Unity sect, Chu Huan had witnessed Di Tian's strength. Those half-step giant spear-wielding giants were nothing to scoff at. Just by surrounding and attacking the early-stage giant powerhouses, they had a terrifying deterrent effect. Lin Fei needed a powerful ally, and the Cursed Palace was undoubtedly a good one. He also needed to obtain the corpses of the experts from the Cursed Palace. I will give you the strengthened version of the curse technique. It won't be too big of a problem. After all, we are partners. This time, Palace Master Chu has put in a lot of effort in attacking the Unity sect. I am very grateful for that. Lin Fei said seriously. However, I am quite interested in the powerful curse techniques that you guys have now. I wonder if I can take a look at them. For example, the Sun Moon Double Kill, Body of 10,000 Curses, and other similar curse techniques. Lin Fei was indeed very interested in the curse techniques of the Cursed Palace. Up until now, the powerful curse techniques that Lin Fei had mastered were the paralysis and great prophecy techniques. This was such a good opportunity, and Lin Fei was not willing to miss it. Chu Huan frowned slightly. He did not understand what was going on. He did not believe that Di Tian did not have any powerful curse techniques. If it was someone else, Chu Huan would have rejected him. But Di Tian was different. He had a certain relationship with the Cursed Palace. He was afraid that if he rejected Di Tian this time, he would not be able to have any relations with Di Tian in the future. That would be a great loss. I am very curious. Why are you interested in curse techniques? Curse techniques are the main legacy of that era. No one can guarantee that the curse techniques that everyone has are the most primitive versions. I want to understand more about curse techniques from them. Through our curse techniques, I can study curse techniques. Is this a good reason? Lin Fei was not worried that Chu Huan would reject him. Unless he did not want to miss the opportunity to strengthen the Cursed Palace. Based on what you said, I agree. Chu Huan was not an ignorant person. He needed help from Di Tian. Finally, there are 15 giant puppets. Looking at the row of black-armored giant puppets, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Although he could not reach his peak, it was not a problem to surround and attack a mid-stage giant. Even if he could not win, he could still delay his opponent. It's a pity that the giant puppets' corpses are all dead. If I could bring some of them back, their combat strength would be even stronger. Lin Fei suppressed the thought in his heart. This matter could not be rushed. After keeping the giant puppets, Lin Fei flipped through the top-secret curse techniques that he had obtained from the Cursed Palace. The Cursed Palace had indeed obtained most of the legacy from the Cursed Dao era. This was also an eye-opener for Lin Fei. It turned out that curse techniques could be used in this way. Curse technique, Yin Curse Finger. Curse technique, Sun and Moon Double Kill. Curse technique, Curse Cloud Arrow. This time, all the high-grade curse techniques were used, including the top-grade curse techniques. Lin Fei spent 3 days reading. The system was also calculating and analyzing. Millions, tens of millions, trillions, billions of calculations and analysis. Regardless of whether it was a high-grade or a top-grade curse technique, there was a possibility that they could be upgraded after analysis. This was not the end. Body of 10,000 Curses, this is interesting. Among the top-grade curse techniques that Chu Huan had sent, there was one that Lin Fei was very interested in. It was the Body of 10,000 Curses. This was a powerful curse technique that focused on defense. Once mastered, the defensive ability would be abnormally terrifying. It was not inferior to the system's invincible defense. This made Lin Fei very happy. With the system's invincible defense, Lin Fei was very interested in the Body of 10,000 Curses. The former consumed a lot of energy. If he could master the Body of 10,000 Curses, he would consume less energy in battle. Let's give it a try first. Although Lin Fei knew nothing about curse techniques, with the existence of the system, studying the Body of 10,000 Curses was not as difficult as he had imagined.